something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and no, no, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
We are here for the TFT Americas closed qualifier on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova and here with Hupe-san, and it is time for us to send one final team to EWC. We've also got some qualifier spots at the last chance qualifier on the line. But Hupe, how are you feeling going in to our third and final day?
Amazing, man. Has been a great weekend, and this is the end of the road for this road to EWC. Yesterday we saw Vitality playing amazing, doing so good, and I feel so happy for them because the effort has been recognized. And as you said, this is the final chance to get either to global qualifier or directly to EWC now recently in August. So let's get ready.
Yeah, we will have 3 matchups played today. Let's take a look at how we've gotten here with that upper bracket. Vitality having those first 2 matchups where they lost the first game and had to run it back, but against Liquid, it was just dominance, capped off by some heroics, and Setsuko finding that Z3 in the final hour, take that one down and secure the 2-0 over Team Liquid. But Team Liquid has already qualified to EWC. However, they will be waiting in the lower bracket for the winner of 100 Thieves and Citadel Gaming to play for seeding to find out who will be second and who will be third. That's where we're going to start, though, is 100 Thieves versus Citadel Gaming. This is maybe the biggest stakes match that we have of the day because the winner goes directly to EWC. The loser will get another chance in the LCQ. And that's followed up by our 5th place decider match between PMD and Team Kurumx. One of these teams goes home with nothing. The other gets one more shot at the LCQ.
Okay, so this is the summary. We'll start with Citadel Gaming versus 100 Thieves for that EWC or Global Qualifier. Then we have Team Kurumx versus PMD, just to make sure one of them will classify, as you said, Cass, to the Global Qualifier, or the last chance qualifier, as we like to call it. And finally, we'll have the 2nd and 3rd seed decider, just to know how will the seeding be directly on Riyadh in EWC, with Team Liquid going up against the winner of Citadel or 100 Thieves.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the big match to kick things off, right? The one that decides who gets to go immediately, who doesn't have to go through another gauntlet of a qualifier, and that is Citadel right now going up against 100 Thieves. And I mean, immediately it looked like 100 Thieves were ramping up an insane amount over the course of this tournament. They had a very tough start. They dropped to the lower bracket, but their run ever since has been nothing short of dominant.
Yeah, we saw some games where it was decided in the initial rounds even, and dominance individually, and of course they have been giving us some brightness of also teamwork play. And then on the other hand, Citadel Gaming, they don't have one player that is actually popping off or with individual performance, but they are playing the 4v4 in an excellent way. So I think we have that contrast here in this game. I will be very interested to see if the raw power of 100 Thieves can win against the teamwork of Citadel Gaming.
I mean, I think one of the big ways that 100 Thieves has been getting an edge has been through their ability to cap out and find the first places, right? A lot of that has been on the back of Dish Soap. Being able to find pans off of the lost streak very consistently, getting the rapid fire in and converting every single time that he does, as well as he and Spencer playing around the Cypher. And, you know, we've had Kiyun kind of joke about when he top 4s, his team loses, but it's kind of been real because of the fact that when Dish Soap and Spencer are able to pop off, make it to the top, they're getting to utilize Kiyun's life total throughout that in order to make sure they can land these spots as a first, as a second place. So Kiyun ends up being a little better served as a punching bag for his teammates and ends up making the team do a lot better. And he's done a great job playing tempo, which historically Kiyun, I think, was also kind of a win-out player. Whereas on the other side with Citadel, right, we haven't seen as much of them on the broadcast, but the big question today is, can they contend for those first place spots? And I do think they have some players that can do that.
Yeah, 100%. Dan Mims has been on the top of the level in the last 2 sets, going twice to the world stage, to the set championship. Soulless K-Wen also has impressed me with some good, maybe less knowledge we have about this player. And of course, Robinson, the pure raw experience here for Citadel, actually with so much experience playing with Toronto Tokyo in the previous EWC. Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the sandwich. You need the ace player to go first. You need someone to tank and no go eighth. And then you have the players who they don't want to go 5th or 7th, they just go 3rd, and they're doing their job, and normally that's replay for 100T, playing the Morgana
every time.
100%, and doing amazing, because every time he's contested, so he has to find the win out spot. He has shown us some Morganas with not ideal items, and he never goes 7th, he never goes 8th, normally a 5th, a 4th, a 3rd, even in a difficult spot. So that's also important, and that's where we see the teamwork with everyone getting a role and actually performing into it.
Yeah, being able to hold the line is super important. And I think, we look at a team like Citadel, and they're heavily relying on the team play and the leadership of someone like Robin Songs, who I think was someone who really leaned in heavily to finding those kind of middling roles when it came to playing for Toronto Ultra last time around. And I think bringing that to Citadel is great. It's a new cast, but it is two very old school players. Robin Songs, his biggest set being set 5. Of course, Solus has been around since set 1 as one of the biggest streamers in the game at that time. And now they've teamed up with Kaiwing and Dank Memes, who are kind of on the newer end when it comes to competitive. They've been around for plenty of sets themselves in their own right, but they are teaming up with some of the biggest old heads we've got in this scene and just trying to use their raw talent to team up with that experience to make things happen for Citadel. And we're jumping in to our first game of the day. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus Citadel Gaming.
Something we didn't talk about is the little legend. Very interesting to see. All of the team normally, this is more like a Kabbalah. So they have the same little legends. It's like, okay, it's easier in Carousel to determine where you are or where your teammate is. But I think it's also like a team expression to just make sure they're on the same line and the same contrast in feeling.
Yeah, no, it's great. I absolutely love it. A little personality for the team. We got this goofy little gargoyle coming out from 100 Thieves. I love this little guy. I think his run is so silly. Every time you watch him running around, it is so perfect.
The ferry here also for CTG, for Citadel. A little start. This is normal. We started seeing this as the trend in the previous days, both Friday and Saturday. Everyone holding the techie line, holding the bruisers, holding the Morgana. Poppy, so many priority here. Also, maybe even more important than the Morgana because of the time it can give you in the face. And of course, Soulless with this out of Cypher as a possibility. Already has the Draven, already has the buy. And now he needs to find the Timid LeBlanc that we know is the most difficult one. She always hides for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just the 3-cost orbs are always being happy to be found. And then from there, it's like you really just have to actually natural the 2-cost that you want. There's a big pool of 2-costs, not the highest odds, especially on the early game. So we'll see if they can actually put that together, find the Cypher, and get it online immediately. Jump on board with Dish Soap. And we see the early Shaco too. We've seen Shaco as a reroll comp not be able to cap out and find first very often, except when you were able to add a reroll Zed into the mix on the Setsuko yesterday. But I still think it's been a good comp to find top 4s when you find enough copies of Shaco early and you can win streak with it.
Yeah, 100%. Also giving you a chance to maybe grief a little the Browns in the other end if someone's playing the marksman. That is like the anchor point in the mid game. So we have double augments here. Double possibility or the prismatic, so everyone going for full tempo. We see category 5 here, prize fighting, and normally the prismatic here cast gives you maybe a little more scaling or possibilities in the late game, but they're actually looking for full tempo. So double gold is so huge. Double hold is just so much power, raw power right here, right now.
Yeah, that was a 2-trick pickup that found a LeBlanc 2. We're going to see Kaiwing get a Silas 3. It's probably a Build-A-Bud that's been picked up there. So a lot of double gold, but we are going to have some prismatics around the lobby for sure. A lot of prize fighter being picked up in these duos. Does feel like a lot of players valuing that because of the fact that your teammates can sacrifice for you.
Yeah, very interesting here. Also Spencer on the other hand. We'll see now a little Noise Soulless. So he's going for the AD line already with the last Whisper Slam. And now we're seeing a little of the... Okay, the Vanguard Crest. This is very interesting cast. We haven't seen it so far. This enables the Super Mordekaiser. It's a unit that gets additional HP because of the emblem, and it synergizes very well with his ability, so gets shield every time, and manages to be maybe an Exodia comp. Doesn't need to be 3-star, so we will probably see something interesting and new now in this game 1.
Yeah, that's cool. We have not seen a Vanguard emblem whatsoever, but that makes perfect sense. Love this synergy Vanguard synergizing with shields, and of course Mordekaiser, spams out a shield on himself over and over again. And on top of that is just an incredibly tanky unit in his own right. So getting that extra synergy is great. Dish Soap looks like he is going to commit to the Shaco early on, using the category 5 as just a big tempo swing for this unit. Ginsu, Hodge, category 5 Runons, just trying to pick up all these kills on the Shaco early and just make sure that he gets to scale up. 5 copies, that's pretty solid for the start. I think the prize fighter on top is going to mean he'll get to itemize a bunch of additional slayers as we get deeper into this game.
Exactly, that double scaling that you just mentioned would be so important. On the other hand, Kaiwen, we already saw he found the Silas. Doesn't necessarily is looking for maybe an angle of going for the Super Silas with Seraphim, because it's not the hero augment, it's just the build above, as you mentioned, Cass. But maybe this is just a Vanguard front and play marksman and just have a beefy Silas in the front lane just holding the line for you.
I really like just playing Vanguard Marksman from a Build-A-Bud Silas spot. You just get to have a relatively stable front line the entire game, because he'll do a really good job as the 3-star until the point that you can get your Leona online, and then at that point you're golden. Plus your front line just gets to be even stronger than it normally would be, because the one cost you're usually priced into playing actually just gets to be 3-star.
Yeah, Spencer now with the Ginsus, also an IE. So could be different things, could be the Aphelios, but probably more the Seri plus the Misfortune. This new comp that is very versatile and even caps even higher than the Aphelios. So a good opportunity here, finding the first carousel, some 3-stars. There's a Mordekaiser. Good possibility to get that Vanguard emblem as soon as possible and start stacking a little of the HP.
Well, Kiyun goes ahead and grabs the LeBlanc with the spatula. Not sure if he specifically wants Cypher or if he wants the spat, or maybe actually both. But Replay is going to grab the other Cypher unit off of the carousel with that Galio. I'm curious if either of these 100 Thieves players are in a position where they can actually play Cypher, because both of them are on the lose streak track right now.
Will be interesting. Kyun also with that spat. We have to see what will the angle be. As you mentioned, Cypher should be online here. Here's Kyun, okay, already with the spat, getting additional possibilities here. And he can, a few ways here. Normally you get the beefy front line and go for some scaling on the back. So let's see what is the angle that he will go for.
Yeah, Kiyun, I forgot, was in fact our Vanguard player. So he did not actually have any Cypher when we first looked. So Replay might be the other one who could potentially be going in that direction. And in fact, he just needed that Galio, and he gets 4 Cypher in on 2-5. That is massive. Runs into Kiyun. Gonna need Kiyun to potentially slam items. This is actually gonna be a pretty close fight, but the LeBlanc being put in the front line might be able to make the difference. They really want to make sure Replay is the one who gets to continue the loss streak here.
Yeah,
and there's at least a belt being slammed. Kiyun trying to make sure that this ends up being a loss for Replay. Unfortunate for Kiyun to have to lose the streak, but this is better for the team.
Yeah, very nice. We already have a sense of the rest of the players. We want to see Dan Memes also and Robin just to have an idea of what they're looking for. So Robin also with the Gwinsus and the clock. So good additional damage gain. Gordon for the scaling, and probably this will be the Misfortune Seri because of the EXO already being in place here. And Memes.
The other side, we got Dank Memes and Amp.
Nice. So Amp normally lose streak. He won the first one. That's not exactly what he wanted to. So, well, he's doing prize fighter. So a little difficult here. Normally you cannot do both. So maybe he will try to go for the early Yumi 2 to try to get some kills in and try to ramp up a little more.
Yeah, Epoch prize fighter is a very funny combination, right? Because Epoch often is like scaling. You kind of like, you're happy to lose streak, but prize fighter is, oh no, I actually need to win rounds. So this pairing is pretty interesting. But maybe in the later stages of the game, when you actually get your amp online and start winning over and over again, you're just going to get a bunch of extra items to add into the mix. So hoping to potentially find those wins later, but is going to find one of them now. Does break his loss streak going into Krugs, but Dish Soap and Kaiwing able to keep their wins.
Yeah, very strong. For Dish Soap, even better with the double scaling here. Prize fighter from the Shaco, getting so much additional items. And now he put anything he could. And now with 19, almost 20% additional AD already, This is a total menace in the stage 3 where no one normally casts looks for a good pop-up on stage 3. Normally people are just tanking, getting the best board possible, and Bishop is pretty capable of ramping them up and diminishing the HP a lot of either of them. Let's see if he helps the team by trying to avoid this a little.
Yeah, really good spot for Dish Soap, and the extra items coming through, them being glitched items that get to roll. He's going to be able to get, just best in slot that he wants on the Shaco. He already has some good items to be able to slam onto Senna as a secondary carry, and he had a single copy of it. So I feel like Dish is in a pretty good place to actually continue the win streak, and if he can find that Shaco quickly enough, this is one of those games where it starts to scale out of control, and even though it's not always the best composition for capping for a first, Dish Soap has a really nice top 4 angle.
Yeah, 100%. Will be able to manage the HP also to help the teammates and ensure that top 4, top 3 that he will be very good. The other side, we have Ginsu from Spencer, Darn Memes, still maintaining this amp line. Interesting because these are amp items, as we know, for Annie ideally, but we just saw Kaiwen, who has the Sylas 3, also slamming a blue buff and finding an early Annie. So this will be interesting cast to see if maybe this will be contested amp or maybe it's just a Vex on the other end. I don't believe they will contest themselves of amp. It's very difficult for 2 in the same team to hit them, but maybe it's a way also to avoid 100 Thieves from planning to play amp.
Yeah, it's possible. Maybe just put 2 players in the line and say, I guess one of you can contest us, but hopefully we hit first, especially having an Annie early enough that you're already there. Take a look. Last stand added to this full Cypher board. Replay says, no longer will I be on Morgana duty. My turn to try and be the win out player for this one. And he is getting last stand Cypher and was slamming amp items though. So we'll have to keep an eye on Riri if he's able to find that where it looks contested. Is Solus gonna Golemify, have a really strong front line for all those 80 items he had in the bank?
Yeah, amazing transition here, going for the simple cap out in the end, having that beefy front line and good capabilities. We have the little bodies. Also, as a trade tracker, we haven't seen them on the tournament so far, Cass. It was nerfed. Now you get a one less emblem, but it's still very powerful in many situations, especially in this level where you can know exactly how to fit in any emblem that the game gives you.
Yeah, often it can be really nice to play Exotech with that to get the bonus of all the extra items, but considering the item slams, that doesn't feel like it'll be the direction. However, it can just open up the additional potential lines of, more vertical, in the techies, just a bunch of different ways where you're getting these extra emblems and being able to turn maybe units that wouldn't have been as exciting into something better, right? Like extra Street Demon, extra techies, and just getting a lot of AP on some units that maybe wouldn't have been the initial carry, like a Brand.
Yeah. So important here for this shop, getting the win against Kaiwen. So it's the only one right now with the win streak. And this will be amazing for him, diminishing Kaiwen's possibility. Yeah, there's the blue buff, but he already slammed also the Gunblade. So we're thinking Vex here. We're thinking something additional here, maybe in contrast with another of the units that we were seeing. Good front line also. And right now, right here, also thinking about the sack probably as the +1. Every time you slam Warmox, you're thinking about that scaling, double scaling on the sack in the late game. Coming up against Soulless, so this shop should have a clear way to win out in full stage 3 and be in a dominant position to manage HP in the start of round 4.
Yeah, and I want to say, we saw Dish Soap on that roll down before we moved away, and he was fully sending it, and I did not see the Shaco end up getting a hit. I was watching for it, so curious if he has much gold left. A little bit of a miss on that roll down, but the board's still overall quite strong, as Spencer has this Zed with the little buddies just absolutely destroying Solus right now. A really good kind of mid-stage board that he'll have to look to convert for the end of the game. But once again, we're gonna have a pan available. We've seen the power of 100 Thieves with a pan. Okay, Kyun is gonna be the one who gets to pick that up.
Nice. Remember, Kyun already had a spot.
Oh, true.
3, and he had the Vanguard +1, so he could cook something and he could just go for the +1 here.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it feels like the +1 might just be it, unless there's some kind of way to play, I guess, the Vanguards and then go for the Rapid Fire +1, which I guess it kind of makes sense because you'd be playing the Mordekaiser already with the potential kind of 3 Exotech around the Zeri. I'm not sure if that's really where we need to go. You can just keep it silly, simple, stupid, and just kind of slam those together and get a +1, and that's what we're going to see Kian do.
100%. Replay 247, still trying to cap out. We have to stay with him on neutrals, okay? That would be important, but for now we can go for this shop and just try to see if he's able to maintain the win streak here. So important. Didn't found the Checo. You mentioned he was rolling deep, stood at 10 gold, but didn't find the cap out. So maybe a difficult possibility here to maintain. Finds the Mundo 3, so gaining additional time here.
Ooh, and that augment pickup is very nice, right? Cybernetics getting that extra AD, plus he's got Prize Fighter, and he just keeps winning. So he's getting a bunch of extra items to be able to place that everywhere. And he even found this Slayer +1. Not sure exactly where he was able to find a component to make that happen, but that will make 6 Slayer very easy to achieve.
Wow. So maintaining an additional win. Yeah, normally Slayer, as you said, is not a win-out comp, but now these are the ingredients that normally you need for that win-out. You need, I mean, it would be ideal to have the Checo 3 already, but having that +1, making sure you get the 6 layers in the late game, then finding the Garen, trying to get an additional mod of Slayer into other legendary units, you get a real nice scalp out there, and you can manage to even win out with a Checo that should fall out in the late game.
Yeah, especially because he's just getting so many stacks early, right? Because he's been able to 100 streak, we know the Shaco has to be stacking quite well. The thing is once again, 100 Thieves kind of have 2 different players who might have win out angles. 25 kills. I think he slowed down a little bit. Some of his other units being a little too strong. The Shaco's not getting all of the hits, but yeah, both Dish Soap and Replay are going to have potential spots where they can go for the win. I'm curious which members of Citadel are going to be the ones who can fully contest this, especially once we see what happens with Replay's cash out right after this fight.
Yeah. Now going up against Spencer, also very strong, but this shop is just too strong right here, right now. So it's a win, maintaining the full 10 win streak. And now let's go see Replay. So we will have the cash out here on Wolf. We'll be at 384 cash out. So pretty crazy things we can see here. Oh
Bunch
my
of
god.
components and some gold. Yeah, that's pretty good to be able to pick up, and we are going to start seeing him roll down. He does want to play towards the amp. There's an Annie straight away. He's going to be able to get that in, start to sell some things, make some room on the bench, because he's going to want to pop these component anvils to give him bench space as well.
Needing raw power here, needing
Annie
flashing the tanks. Annie's the most important.
Aurora Pair passes that up.
Yeah, he needs the Samira, he needs legendaries. Could use Garen, could use Diego also, but also need some Nekos here. I mean, the initial board, the basics to be assembled, so we can stay here and watch the next roll down that should be deep.
Yep, here we go. Probably has to send it to 0. He does find just a Gragas upgrade to try and stabilize the front line for now. I like that he picks this up because we don't know what he's going to hit, and he's actually kind of missing quite a bit, but does find a couple of 2 stars on the 2 cost, gets 1 Nico to try and stabilize the front a little bit. There's a Ziggs if you just want kind of the trait bot, and I think it probably has to be worth it at this point. I don't think you can go for the Yumi 3. So not finding a lot of the key pieces, but at least on Annie. Pair finds a Nico and upgrades a couple of units for the front line that might be able to stabilize for a few fights, but he will not last long without finding the Annie 2. First up, going against Solus, who's been able to find Misfortune 2, as well as starting to put together a board to play around. I think this looks like maybe Zeri Misfortune, so the MF2 definitely a big pickup, and it is going to be yet another loss for Replay.
Yeah, this is huge. Replay needs to cap out. He did the cash out, but it's not enough. And now is the moment where Citadel Gaming needs to hold all of the units to make sure that he doesn't get hit, especially the Annie. As you said, perfect items. And if he doesn't get Annie 2, he doesn't have the additional tankiness of the Tivers that is so important in this comp.
Duo Q misses.
Oh, man.
Looking for the Samira off of the Duo Q to try and high roll that spot. Does not get there. It is 10 gold if he wants to try and keep digging for Annie, and he will. Okay. Does find the Annie 2. Front line still not stable, still no Samira, but at least he has the Tibbers to potentially bail him out. It felt like Solus was one of the players who had hit already. We'll see if Replay can find some free wins. Maybe his teammates can sack for him right now. Spencer and Dish Soap in his pool. And he does have this last stand, remember, so he gets an extra life.
Yeah. Okay, Dan Mims is the other one who's playing amp. So we should check on him later. Right now, going up against Robin. Still holding up on the Jinx. Jinx 2 only having one affiliate, so very, very far here from going to there with the transition of items. Using as a tank the Brown also. So he didn't hit much here, having the Leona pair.
Yeah, Tibbers comes out, but it looks like this is still enough. Replay is going to get dropped down to his last stand.
Wow.
Feels like not hitting hard enough. The amp just kind of struggling when you can't find that Samira on 8, and it is not the best odds that you even hit it in the first place.
Yeah, and that means that we thought he was going to go for the angle of the amp. He decides to go for 7 Street Demon. We haven't seen it much, but obviously if the game gives you this spot, and obviously with the trade tracker that's going in that direction, Cass, he didn't have an option. So I think it's a good position here to assemble. Didn't find also the Bram 3. And now we should stay with replay just to check. Last stand is activated. His board is stronger, but also didn't find any of the important legendaries. So a dire spot here could be eliminated in this round.
Yeah, it looks like Spencer removed everything for replay to try and hold on, get an extra round. He's going to get a carousel with first option. So Samira bailout on the carousel. We've seen it time and time again. And with the last stand being procs, this board has potential to just be insanely broken. This has the ability to find a first place if he can get it all together. Find the Samira, stabilize to get to 9. These are all the things Ray needs, and Spencer's able to at least buy him some space. And there is a Samira walking to the other side, but Kaiwin can deny it. Kaiwin can take it away, and he has to.
Yeah. Okay. No open. Gets the Kobuko. So it's a good unit in comp, but it's not like one of the premium legendaries. So great play here by Citadel, ensuring that a player that could easily win the lobby gets eliminated here on 8th. So 100 Thief with the win out possibility on replay, and Citadel Gaming playing the teamwork and ensuring they're griefing replay. Huge cash out, Cass. Huge items. He just need a little goal here to hit. Not able to manage.
Yeah, not able to find it for now. Soulless fully getting the comp online. I mean, this is insane as well, right? Zeri 2, MF 2, and yes, he has not hit the Sejuani yet, but Golemify gives him that front line. He doesn't need the Sejuani in order to push to 9, and we see him holding on to 40 gold. He's got the Sejuani pair, but I don't think he needs to roll yet. Soulless in a beautiful position to try and take this lobby down.
Yeah, we saw Robin also not having the Aphelios 2 and not the upgraded frontline. And now this is the Exodius. Disho, pretty strong with the fully capped Shaco. Let's see if it's enough. He's totally obliterating the frontline. No more defense. So the full damage coming up. The Shaco's still alive.
Oh, no.
Fully. And this is the end for replay. Dropping down again his teammate. So Disho takes out replay, goes 8th. And bad news for now in the start for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I guess just deciding that Dish Soap can't afford to try and sack that round. Maybe not having removers at his disposal. Not having good ways to actually do that without completely sacrificing the round into anything that he ran into, which can always be a potential consideration of not being worth it if you make yourself way too weak in case you don't hit into replay. So unfortunate for 100 Thieves. Replay is going to go down. That's one of their potential looks at winning out with the last stand. However, not finding the Samira. The board was not getting there. Now I think Dish Soap with those Slayers maybe having a chance, but Soulless is going to be the really scary one from Citadel Gaming trying to make it towards that first place.
Yeah, friendly fire once again here. Dish Soap coming up against Kyun. Kyun holding the line with 6 Vanguards, trying to get it. In the end, he just decided to go for the Vanguard Jin and just try to play it a little more tempo and using the units that he needed. And now going up against Disho, still pretty strong. And Cass, I wanted to recognize that even though Citadel Gaming is on the bottom with Dan Mims and Kaiwen, they're very strong. Kaiwen has the amp, 5 amp, finding the Samira, finding the sack, and Dan Mims is just so strong with the trade tracker and the Street Demons. So I mean, great position here for Citadel Gaming, sending replay 8th and with a good position to ramp up the lower players into the top.
Yeah, and when we were looking at the middle of the pack 100 Thieves players, right, Kyun does have, you know, the 2-star Zaya, 2-star Leona, paired up, 6 Vanguard in. He's got little buddies. He's got some power here, but he doesn't have the Aphelios 2. He doesn't have the extra items for it. And the Vanguard emblem isn't actually enabling a tank to kind of overwhelm that front line. Instead, it is just kind of being used as a +1, which is maybe not the highest cap, even though Kyun's board is pretty strong. We look at Spencer as well, going to be on the Exotech with the Misfortune, playing Zeri MF. But this is just Solis's board, but significantly weaker.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same Soulless board, but without the capping. So this is bad news once again. Finally, Robin gets the Aphelios in the perfect spot where they need to pressure, and now we see Soulless. So much scaling with the Golem, strong side on the left, just making sure he gets superability here. Remember, the Seri will move, so it might not be ideal, but there we see. Should be enough here. Going up in the mirror match. Good ult from the Misfortune, but it's not enough. The Hurricane is one less item here, Misfortune. Great CC, and of course, the mirror goes to Soulless here.
Yeah, it's just Misfortune 1 and the Golem helping with the front line. Also, pretty much just kind of best in slot items almost across the board there for the side of Soulless, right? Getting the double Protector's Vow on the front line on the Sejuani, so she gets her cast off so quickly. It's absolutely insane as we take a look here at Dish Soap and his stacks. 50 kills on the Shaco. Definitely getting up there with the power level of this board, even finding the Zed to be able to put in. Has Zed2, has the Senna online, so he's got a lot of carries, but he's still been losing some rounds here and there. He's not fully dominant anymore. And the cap out potential dank memes with all these +1s. Look at the trait web on the side. It is gorgeous.
Yeah, going up against a Friendly Fire here versus Kaiwen. Both pretty strong. Kaiwen obviously stronger here with the Samira 2-star, and obviously the full cash out. And can find here the brand 2 has the pair on the store, so let's see if it's enough. It's good. They actually kill a lot of units from themselves. So Friendly Fire, that means stays with 1 HP, 1 life. So good. And Spencer is the one who's falling out with the MF Seri and could drop down on 7th place here for 100 Thief.
Yeah, I think that's the big issue with Dank Memes, is not finding the brand 2, because you can see how stable that front line is. It was going up against Samira 2, Annie 2, just like this full amp board, and it lived for so long. It's incredibly stable, but it is just a brand 1. The damage follow-up is just not there. And I think that may be an issue going up against Spencer. Does have this pretty strong Mordekaiser, but I do think the lack of Misfortune 2 is going to cause a lot of problems with Spencer trying to get through Dank Memes frontline if they paired. Spencer instead is going to have to fight the amp. It looks like Ghost, I believe, here.
It's a pretty strong Ghost.
It is a very strong Ghost. This is possible that Spencer loses. It's going to be Spencer and Dank Memes. Really important for 100 Thieves to hold on for the placement. You do not want the 7th, 8th here, especially with the win out spot. It looks like Solus has, but that's one more cast from Samira. That's going to cut it out. Spencer goes down. What about Dank Memes? Looks like he might fall to Solus, the Friendly Fire, but just barely. It does look like Solus must have weakened his board a little bit for Dank Memes, but not able to weaken it enough.
This could have been terrible news for 100 Thief, but now it's not great, but they have a good possibility here. So only losing 2 encounters. Now they only need Bishop and Kyun to get 1st and 3rd to try to balance out the lobby and win by tiebreaker here the first game. So it's on their hands. Bishop with a good spot. Kyun also playing with a Spat Vanguard +1. Let's see if he's able to improve his board more. But I see Citadel Gaming also in a great spot to take the win out.
All right, looking at Kyun's board, once again, he's found the Aphelios 2. This is a big upgrade. His front line is very stable. 6 Vanguard Leona with 3 items. That is so incredibly tanky. Kyun getting to have the 9 units in. He's got these 4 marksmen. Question is does he have enough damage, enough pressure? Looking at his upgrades as well, his augments, he does have some good combat there. I see Skywing does pair into Solus. Solus, it looks like not fully able to weaken the board once again, but this is a very powerful amp board from Kaiwing, and I'm curious if it's able to deal with the power of Solus, and it looks like it is. Frontline just decimated. Kaiwing gonna actually hit Solus very hard.
Yeah, Soulless with 9 great HP here, cast, but totally obliterated here by Kaiwen. So once again, dominant position for Citadel. Kyun also losing, Bishop winning. So Bishop cannot do this alone. He needs both him and Kyun to maintain. There's the mod. So finding Slayer, that could be the option on the Garen. Garen doesn't have items still, but normally that's the cap out here of the board.
Notably, it was Robin Songs that beat Kiyun,
Okay.
and Solus had made himself actually quite weaker against Kaiwing. There were a lot of items on the bench there for Solus. So the fact is Kaiwing won that pretty hard, but that just means Solus is even scarier than we initially might have thought. And this is going to be that Vanguard board coming up. This is Robin Song's version that was able to take down Kiyun earlier on, and that might just be the combat augments being the difference maker there, as it looks like Robin even holding his own against the Amp board. Leona's so tanky, but the Zac is yet to split. That is going to buy plenty of time for the Annie. But wow, look at this damage from the marksman in the back. No, that's not what Citadel wanted, I don't think. And Kaiwing's going to go down in fifth. Solus taking another loss. Suddenly, 100 Thieves might have a good chance here.
Wow. Okay, so Citadel winning 2 performances, and now the 1-3 will be the possibility. Or even if they won, if 100 Thieves gets fourth, it's over. So just to have the notice. So yeah, I mean exactly 0 HP here. I think it was -2. So I mean terrible news here for Citadel.
Yeah, that is tough because I think Kaiwing still had a very strong board. That was a pretty capped Amp board. And now Solus has taken a bunch of these losses trying to keep his teammates alive. And I'm curious, is his board strong enough to make sure that he can beat 100 Thieves members? I feel like it's very good, but we do have these, near capped out Slayer board. We've got Kiyun with the extra Vanguards in. And I'm not as convinced anymore, even though I know this board looks incredibly strong on paper.
Wow, and he's going up against Robin, so they should play full strength and just make sure that Soulless wins here by as little margin as possible. Going up against the Golem is falling down rather quickly. Good scaling there with the double Ginsus on the Amphibious. Seri also advancing. Okay, good win. 1 life now for Robinson, 1 life for Soulless. Kyun going up against Bishop could be very low here. Should stay also on 1 HP.
Potentially Dish was able to sacrifice there for Kiyun. Dish has still got two lives. Kiyun's got 2 lives.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, now 100 Thieves in a pretty good spot, and Citadel actually needs the win out because they are very likely to, well, in fact, I think they're almost guaranteed to fall in 4th here. It's very tough for them to actually hold on and send one of the 100 Thieves members into 4th.
Exactly. And if they don't, that means they will have to play for the win out spot. And now we see Robin rolling a little, getting the additional 3 of Ox, 20 gold, additional power for all of the Ox units. And now he's going up against the Exodia here. This show fully capped, Shaco, Slayers, the Slayer Garen here. Fully access to the backline. Also
Shaco in a good spot, but he jumps to the front. Zed, however, is going to get onto the backline, onto Aphelios.
Not enough.
Away before finishing his food. However, this is just so much damage.
Down.
His soap just runs him over. Robin going to go down in 4th here. Solus versus Kiyun. What's happening there? It looks like Kiyun got it.
Wow.
100 Thieves go 1-2. Dish Soap and Kiyun and take game 1 over Citadel Gaming.
So good, so amazing. The gameplay in the end, the matchmaking, the way they even had 1 life left. So they did it perfectly. They ensured that Bishop was win trading to Kyun to have the possibility, and in the end, it was just a composition diff. I thought it was going to be a little closer cast, but 100 Thieves closed it out in the end perfectly, even though we replay got the 8th. So great performance, and once again showing why they are the best or one of the best in the world.
Yeah, finding a lot of great ways to cap out that Slayer board and actually get the win on Shaco. We've seen it a lot, either struggle or find the top 4. But now this is 2 times in a row we've watched it actually kind of find the first place, whether it would beat Kiyun or not. I mean, we actually just don't know. We really didn't see them both fight at full power. But, you know, between Setsuko yesterday and Dish Soap today, looks like there are some really great ways to find that win with the Shaco if you can keep that 100 streak as long as possible, get that extra damage on the unit.
Yeah, exactly what happened. Capping the board, getting those additional +1. We're talking about the strength in comps, but actually just getting additional units and legendary is what actually can make the difference in the end.
All right, well, 100 Thieves is just one win away from qualifying to EWC. Citadel going to be on the back foot. We're going to go to a break, but the road to EWC continues right after this.
Come into my world if you
Welcome back to the TFT Americas Qualifier on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hoope Son, and we just saw 100 Thieves take it to Citadel Gaming in the very first game of our day here, and they are now one game away from qualifying to EWC. Citadel on the back foot, Hoope. What do they got to do to turn this thing around?
They're playing good. Once again, you mentioned in the start of the broadcast cast, they need the win-out player. We saw they perfectly play together as a team to then replay 8th, but then couldn't convert in the late game because no one was greeting as much as this show with the Cheiko, even not losing to a teammate, just like keeping going when he went to replay. So actually getting the possibility of getting that win-out player is too important, even if you have to sacrifice something else. So again, send someone 8th if you can, but getting the first place ensured is most important.
I think that's a great call out, right? We saw Replay paired into Dishsup. Dishsup had not weakened the board at all. I think possible that, yes, there were Citadel Gaming members in the pool as well, and Dishsup being like, hey, if I fight Replay and I'm stronger than him, it is what it is. I'm not going to put down the gas playing Shaco where I need to continue stacking this unit if I'm going to win the game against these other players. And yeah, they decide to sacrifice, especially because, you know, Riri had gotten a little bit griefed by the Citadel Gaming players in the lobby. And from there, we even saw some spots where Solus sacrifices so much HP to his team over and over again. We didn't get to see that board fight on full power until the very end of the game. And we thought, in theory, that board should look like, hey, maybe this is the strongest board in the game. But we really can't tell because there's all these extra augments coming out from, you know, the double gold. And at that point, his board ends up just losing to one of the 100 Thieves members. So maybe he could have gotten stronger by winning more fights, having more time, and been able to win out that game, but we'll never know because he sacrificed so much HP for some players that didn't actually gain many placements from it. Now, Citadel is going to have to take a second crack at this because they need to get this win right here, right now, or they're going to have to play through the global qualifier if they wanted to make it into EWC.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're starting with an encounter of golems. So in the last round, we saw Soulless with the Golemify, and now everyone will have the chance to get an additional golem on stage 4, and that golem could be offensive, defensive, or the new golem that also drops out an emblem and gives you some additional possibilities. If you hit something interesting, it's much more powerful than the rest, but there's some gamble to be considered.
Here we go, looking at the early holds for everybody. It is kind of more of the same. Seeing a couple 3-cost orbs drop, but honestly, I haven't seen many 3-costs get held in the early stages of this tournament if they do not have Cypher in their traits.
Yeah, if they're not green, you don't hold them.
Yeah, because, you know, it's funny because you look at things like Mordekaiser and they're very strong in the early game, but the economy is just matters so much, especially in the team games when you're trying to hold your opponent's units as well. So we're just not seeing much of that being held back. It really is just, if it's not Morgana, Poppy, the Techies holds, maybe the Shaco holds, usually doesn't get kept. And I say this, but Dish Soap, you know, maybe proves us wrong here because this start of Mordekaiser plus Elise, that seems really good for win streaking if you can find some items for it.
Yeah, exactly. Normally we don't see the pre-level that is so used to maintaining some tempo. As you said, the 1-cost are premier units right now. So this Elise is pretty good. No items for her yet. Normally we got the Arcane just to have some little space. Once again, hack augments here. Double silver versus gold. Double silver, normally more combat, normally more strength, but obviously you find the perfect gold. You get the additional 4 gold here, and obviously that gives you a ramp up in the early game of economy that is pretty good.
Yeah, slamming is the option there, but AFK bulky buddies as a combination, get some power and econ coming out of the double silver. Kind of interesting. Potentially would, you know, reposition his board before taking that. We'll see if he ends up going for it, but this is going to be Spoils of War, and Patience is a Virtue on that side picked up. A lot of double silvers going through. Big thing.
Ooh, the Pan.
Or Dish Soap. But yeah, Pan for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves Pan has been the MVP of 100 Thieves, I will have to say. Kiyun being able to get the second off of finding a Pan and getting the +1. Dish Soap winning multiple games off of Rapid Fire Emblem.
Yeah. Even replay with the Bastion. Yeah. Bastion Morgana several times yesterday.
It keeps finding its way home for 100 Thieves. So 100 Thieves Pan, certainly the MVP of the team. As Dish Soap does take the AFK bulky buddies. and is still playing around these 3 costs. I mean, like I was saying, these two are very powerful just kind of in conjunction, right? It's one of the best, if not the best, 3-cost frontliner with one of the best, if not the best, 3-cost backliner. So pretty good for trying to find a win streak. But then AFK is kind of counterintuitive to that. And of course, Dish Soap is going to take some early losses as we see a heroic grab bag from Spencer being the pickup. And he has a lot of poppies on the bench there.
Yeah, now we're watching Talbot bench for Robin, so he can slam anything he wants. We see Dan Memes trying to go for the Cypher angle and trying to get also Clear Mind here to ramp up in the later stages of the game. Could be an amp angle here. We know that's the comp that you play normally in the lose streak angle. Soulless also with a little combat and some additional units. And slamming also the guard breaker, giving us an idea of what could be the performance or the angle that he will have. That means doesn't hit the Cypher still, so just waiting there for one of the 3 costs that will start appearing cast on stage 4. He's still maintaining the gold and maintaining on level 3.
Yeah, so we'll see as well the carousel. Going to be important for Dank Memes if you can pick up a Draven or a Galio. Actually having the LeBlanc this time, but missing the 3 cost. And we do get immediately the rapid fire slam. I mean, this is not unexpected. This has been 100 Thieves MO. They find the pan, they play rapid fire, they win the game. Has been the third step of this every single time it happens. So if I'm Citadel Gaming, I got to think, how can we find a way to outcap replay? Because 100 Thieves has not missed when they get this emblem.
Yeah, and it's very hard because you can maybe avoid or try to diminish the tempo play on level 8 with the set and try to avoid giving them the 2-star set. But actually the cap out is the Renekton, and you cannot just say, okay, hold Renekton on level 8 and just make sure that you get it, because obviously the probability is very low. So it will be interesting. Once again, 100 Thieves with the possibility of winning out, and they need to find the win out player, the player that will go for the first and can even cap out a rapid fire +1. So let's see what Citadel has prepared or can find here in the later stages.
So my eyes are going to be on Dank Memes, right? He's got the 2 of 3 Cypher.
Yep.
We're going to Carousel. He gets first pick with Robin. Robin has been able to get the Carousel priority for Citadel. Does he find the +1 he needs? And it looks like no. Does not get it. He will have to find it in his shop. He will have to get lucky. He at least gets the tier. Usually we just see the Cypher into amp pipeline. That's the way people like to go with it. But Dank Memes, I mean, how many times now, Hoope, have we seen someone taking this line? They're the Cypher player. They're the lost streak. They go for amp. They hit. And then they die.
Yeah.
And it feels like it is over and over again in this tournament where the strategy just doesn't quite get there. And we have seen the exception. We have seen other times where players are able to make it work. We've even seen, you know, somebody like Dish Soap cash out at 40 life and then be able to play from there. And that was another way that worked out quite well. But I'm curious if Dank Memes can be the hero that his team needs in this game and cap out to the point where he can slingshot the loss streak into a game win.
Yeah, Robin once again is with the Ginso, and just giving a little more info regarding the amp. I mean, Cypher is perfect in paper, right? In theory, because it gives you additional resources, can give you gold. Maybe duplicators are not so needed. You can use it on Yumi, but normally you need the exact resources. And normally that's only gold, because you need to hit everything on stage on level 8, unless you can bypass level 8 and go to level 9. That is not very frequent. So normally they're getting additional items, something that they cannot use. So that's the gamble. That's the way you have to play. You have to adapt. So let's see if right now Dan Memes finds the angle, gets a little lucky, and is able to outperform the rapid fire +1 from replay.
And I think one of the boons that Dank Meme has is starting with Clear Mind, right? So this is going to give a lot of experience throughout these rounds while he's lost streaking. He has the empty bench. He's already level 5 without spending any money. Level 5, 47 gold for lost streak. And just trying to make sure that he is rich enough. I mean, if you can get one more Econ Og and go fast 9, that does improve your odds of not only hitting, but hitting that board that can actually win out.
KQ right here, going for the Nitro Reroll as a possibility, getting also the Poppy in. So not yet, considering he has the Veigar, doesn't have good items. So actually a little tempo play here for me, for trying to hold or to roll the 1 cost. So yeah, he's probably just going for the Nitro angle Nitro is very good in the actual patch 14.5. 14.4 is decent. We saw it yesterday a couple of times with decent performances, but you need it early, and this is not early Nitro at all. And you need to get the T-Hex as soon as possible to make it work.
All right, well, we are getting 2 neutrals here. Kaiwing, the only one able to hold the full win streak. Dank Memes on the full loss streak, and we see that cluster of 100 Thieves members between 84 and 82 HP, all having very similar stage 2s. Overall, I'd say stage 2 kind of goes to Citadel, but the future prospects of 100 Thieves are looking very promising, especially with that rapid fire.
Yeah, we're seeing also not only rapid fire, he has Cypher. So he already had the angle to go rapid fire, and now Replay finds the 3 Cypher. I believe it will only be like an Econ Cypher angle, something similar to what Bishop showed us. Doesn't look for the full cap out, maybe just a little goal, 8 goal here, maybe an additional unit, and just try to ramp up the comp later. Finds
Yeah, no,
Draven.
that sounds great. It also opens up that idea, right? I mean, you mentioned Draven because he did just find it, which makes 4 Cypher, which is already great. But also, I mean, Draven 3 can be a boon in this comp as well, right? It's another way for this comp to further cap out, is when you're on the 6 rapid fire with the Draven 3. And so even if you hit the duplicators in this spot, it's actually kind of reasonable for you playing this composition.
Kaiwen maintaining the win streak. We will stay here, replay. Just playing to lose. No one should be able to grief them. This is a late Cypher angle for him. Only Dank Memes has that possibility. Also with the Cypher. So let's see if they face off in the next round. Kaiwen with a good possibility to preserve HP to help the rest of the lobby. And now we're seeing a little of the rest. We have Guard Breaker on the other hand, normally seen with either Vex as a decent item, but normally is a very on brand or something like that. So maybe a flex play here from Soulless could get some additional possibility. Here's also the combo crit with Guard Breaker. Guard Breaker, we didn't talk about it, the new items. Have you seen them, Cass? The one on 14.5? Do you like them?
Oh yeah, I've been playing with them. I don't know. I'm like, I've been playing this game for so long. I kind of miss some of that, like Redemption. I'm like, why wouldn't Redemption back? But you know, it's still fun to have.
I mean, I still miss the Guardian Angel.
Yeah,
I still miss
right?
the Guardian Angel, man. That was the best. You did that. I had like the trifecta. You got the Guardian Angel, the Redemption, and then the Morello. And when you're already dead, you were still slamming the Morello with the cannon. I mean, there were so many broken things in the past. Now the game is more balanced, more competitive. But of course, I have those good memories of the past.
I like this augment selection from Kaiwing. He's winning. He has spoils, so he's getting a lot of extra value there. So getting the Bramble with the bonuses is just going to help that front line stay stabilized, keep the win streak, keep getting more loot.
Yeah. Trade Tracker for Soulless. And Magic Roll now for Kyun.
Look at Kyun's bench here.
Okay.
Does Magic Roll hit, or maybe Magic Roll hit this, but I just see the Senna 2. He's got two upgraded 3 costs that he's rolling right now, trying to find the 3-star Elise. I feel like this Pandora's is looking pretty good for Kyun. He's still on 30 gold at level 6.
Yeah, this is the Elise Bastion, so he can play Elise 3 with the Brown 3. No one is playing Twisted Fate, so it's easier to hit the Brown. And it's a good out. Normally in 4v4, we haven't seen it that much cast because it's very difficult. It's very easy to hold 3 cost. And now we're seeing replay 136. Good possibility of cash out. Dan Memes, pretty strong also, holding the blue buff. 4 rapid fire, 136. Replay, I think he can, yeah, he's okay. 62, not even bad. He can do 3 more loose streak and maintain maybe just below 40. 3 more lives to play around.
Yeah, runs into Kaiwing and actually upgrades his Mordekaiser right before going into the fight. Maybe that will get him a couple of takedowns so that Kaiwing doesn't just run him completely over as far as HP. However, this is the strongest player in the lobby right now that you're running into. So really, just hoping you maybe take down this Kane. However, everything's stuck hitting the Jarvan the entire time. And even with the upgrade, not able to actually get anything into Kaiwing. Kaiwing just continuing to farm with that Spoils of War.
Yeah, now Soulless together with him with the win streak. So good position. Oh my god. So this is emblems for everyone. Rapid Fire +2 is not the best, but can work. Normally you have a lot of units that don't help you so much, but this can open very interesting thing for the rest.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm trying to think on some of these boards and who gets a lot of value out of this +1 right now. Immediately you would think about the rapid fires, but yeah, as you said, I mean, the extra +1 is pretty unnecessary.
Okay, there it
There
is.
is an extra +1. I mean, I guess you might as well with these options. I don't see anything better.
Yeah. It's easier to get the 6 rapid fire and then you just focus on frontline. Get the cap out here.
Memes. I mean, techie +1 maybe to just play 2 techie on the board.
Yeah, you don't need the Viego and you already have 2 techies. Not bad. It's a Dynamo.
Is it going Dynamo?
Okay, so he will stay with the Elise. Try to go Elise Miss Fortune duo carry.
No pop from Dish Soap yet. He's got the not today set up, giving the attack speed to the back line. Marksman giving a little bit more survivability there.
Winsows. Also this tech that is so amazing. Normally we only see the augment of Edge of Night with a bruiser, normally a Rengar, something like that. But high elo players have already recognized that the pure stat that the item gives you are so good. Also for melee carry units like this, Aphelios, anything actually that has speed and can use it. So it's a good item. It's pretty good. And then in the end, if you get that Renekton, something like that, you can go for premium. But you can get immediate value in the mid game also.
Yeah, we saw Slayer +1 taken for Dish Soap. I'm curious if he's also going to consider maybe a Zed game here with that not today. I mean, as you're saying, right, you don't need it because the backline can work with this. But also, I mean, you are playing the upgraded Edge of Night. You could potentially play for a melee, the Slayer +1. I'm curious if it's just a tempo Slayer +1 or if he'll actually play around that throughout the game.
Yeah, very, very interesting the line. Also looking for the cap that we saw in the last game. Obviously, he had the Shaco. Now he will just have to play at tempo. He finds an early Garen, could be in a good position. Going up against the Nitro player. Only 24 stack on 3-6. So this is just decent tempo, but not a good spot for Soulless. He managed to preserve a lot of HP.
Gotta look
Now
at the cash here.
Going down.
Dank memes. Need dank memes for the cash out.
Okay.
Dank memes and replay. We'll have to get those boards after, I guess, and see what they were able to pick up.
Yeah. Checking here. There it is. The
Radiant
masterwork.
Dank memes. I'm curious.
It's masterwork. So he got to transform an additional item into Radiant.
Oh, that's what replay got.
Okay.
But dank memes, I'm not seeing. Did his Cypher get taken out?
Maybe he took it out and he... Yeah, this is weird because if he had it in, he took it out and he can put it in again and he won't. That's also a tech normally, but not, he decided just to not get the cash out and just play tempo, and maybe he only used it for a few rounds and then decided it was not worth it.
Huh, that's interesting because he did just full loss with it. Yeah, no Cypher cash out.
Okay. Has the Hyper Fangs. Good Vex items here. And Kaiwen still maintaining the win streak here.
Yep, going up against replay. Has not been able to put any upgrades in really, but does have the Radiant Gunblade go alongside this double rapid fire emblem. Still having like LeBlanc in some of the weak Cypher units, so Riri has a lot to get done, but Dank memes with no cash out still has a pan. I mean, he could play rapid fire emblem as well, but of course he's playing around this Dynamo emblem, playing around the Vexo tech, and he's kind of getting close there on the Varus. He's got 5 copies.
Ooh, just enough here also for Spencer. Taking out Digital. Now Spencer is the player with the best possibility, and now this Prismatic will unbalance the lobby to completely. Final Polish can get some good results here. Masterwork if he wants to go only full. Max cap, amazing. No? Okay, he's going to risk it. Trying to get some additional items here.
Replay's on a full roll down right now, trying to find the stabilization around his rapid fire emblems.
Okay, Piercing Lotus, additional damage here. Okay, good for Dishop also, going for combat. And Coronation here, also additional damage and getting the +1. Doesn't look amazing also the Nitro composition here. Calculated enhancement right now for Robin. And an additional pan that is not being used here. By that means that would be very important. Try to find the Bastion +1 in Carousel.
Yeah, maybe that can actually get him there. See, still on Vex 1. Does need to find that upgrade. I'm curious if Replay was able to find enough upgrades with the rapid fire to stabilize. Looks like he found a Garen to hold the rapid fire right now alongside a Zed. So missing out on not only finding the Renekton, but it looks like there's no Zeri on this board. So 5 of 6 rapid fire
With 2 emblems.
with the
Wow.
+2. Definitely a tough spot. Does end up finding the Sejuani upgrade. Does look like our shop is bugged here in the Observer client, so hopefully that goes away. Wow, good. Just talk about it and it leaves. That's perfect.
I think this is the Morgana course. Normally, Replay has been playing Morgana non-stop, and now he didn't play it, so Morgana is mad. She's just saying, okay, you won't hit. So in the last game, he went 8th, didn't manage to accomplish, and now, once again, bad luck here, not even getting the 6 rapid fire. That is actually the stabilization of this comp. So important.
Yeah, he finally does put 6 rapid fire in. I think it was the Kindred that was off the board previously.
Okay.
So now there's 6 of them with double emblem. But missing the Zeri and missing the Renekton. I mean, I guess 6 rapid is just powerful enough anyway that he's going to be able to find some wins. But he's on 0 gold. I mean, it is going to be tough for him to fully turn this into a win. 100 Thieves have not missed with the rapid fire emblem yet. And I'm curious if this is the time or if Riri can actually turn this thing around.
One additional Garen here. There's also a Samira with some punch. Replay with the Garen. Means going for the tier. 4 cost, very good also. No one going for the amp, so actually not necessary to hold this Samira. Of course, it's 5 gold. Soulless is the one who's going to take it. Remember, Soulless has Trade Tracker, so we need to check what would be the final composition that he managed to assemble and how can he use this to get a final board. Remember, most important right now is to get that winner spot. Here it is. Okay, double Anima, 6 Golden Ox on place, but only 24 gold cast, so he needs infinite gold to make this work.
Yeah, not able to really upgrade the Golden Ox too much. He's also on just a ton of 1-stars on this board. Couple of pairs, right? Leona pair, Annie pair, Aphelios pair. Or Anima's interesting. Finds the Annie upgrade.
Okay. Good work.
Trade Tracker, you know, it's not the worst. It is a lot of upgrades overall that he can still find. I'm wondering if he's good enough to beat Dank Memes. He's actually not slamming items. He still has a guard breaker on the bench, so he's trying to be a little bit weaker into Dank Memes down there on 20 HP. We saw Sola sacrifice for his team so much in the previous game as well, and he will continue that trend. Replay, meanwhile, it does look like he is stable. The Garen with the Radiant Gunblade and the Rapid Fire ends up just being a good enough unit, and the front line is pretty tanky overall. Plus, you know, you've been feeding a lot of this, you've been feeding this Mordekaiser like most of the game actually with the upgrade from the pan, the cooking pot. So gonna be getting a lot of extra HP, helping stabilize the front line for these rapid fires to just take things down. And there's a Zeri in the shop now, so Replay actually gets to put that in, gets the extra item for Mord from Exotech, plus just Exotech being in for the 3-item Mordekaiser. It's a pretty big upgrade for Replay. It shouldn't be understated. There's a lot of value that he has. I mean, Renekton, if he can get the Not Today Edge of Night, the Radiant Gunblade, and the emblem on a Renekton, I feel like this board can take it all the way to the limit. But it's just Replay has missed on so many of these rolls so far. And Garrett just trying to hold it down for the team.
Great win for him. Also Danglim, so the ones in the bottom doing the favors for the team. And now, once again, we have a hacking, and here it comes. You can pick a little more damage, a little more defense, or risk.
RNG
And he
golem.
risk, okay, he found the Executioner. So actually good in his comp. He gets 3 Executioner.
What?
And the third rapid fire here for replay. He can manage now to take out...
He got the Kindred 1 and just play any other unit.
Wow. Okay, defense for the scaling comps. And +1 Street Demon. This is not good at all. So Kyun in a very difficult spot here.
So at this point, Hoope, he can just play that Garen for the rest of the game if he wants.
Yeah.
And just keep putting traits, moving traits around.
Yeah, getting
Exotech is actually not an unreasonable thing to just put on something that has 3 items. Because you're just getting the boost there.
Makes total sense. Additional here. Yeah, I mean, some of the... it will be... actually, many people here has the possibility of win out, but I see most of them low rolling a lot also, Cass. So it won't surprise me if maybe a few of the players... We can see Citadel has 3 players in the bottom 5. And once again, this is the same story as last. Replay went 8th, but Hundersif has a great possibility of win out with the rapid fire. I don't know.
Highwing also found a rapid fire +1. I mean, it actually has the comp online. And I'm curious if his is going to be good enough. He had a lot of resources early on, and maybe that can convert to actually finding like Renekton 2 with the emblem. There's so many extra emblems in this game from the hack carousel. We've got all these extra RNG golems, and now people are starting to take big hits because everybody's low rolling as well. So it's like somehow you have the most high roll RNG lobby and then a bunch of low rollers. And I say this in replay hits a Garen 2 on 8, and I think that is going to end up just being his carry. Screw Renekton. I guess we're playing around Garen this time around.
Yeah, just too strong here. We see the mods, marksman on the Garen, and now with the possibility of getting a little additional. He wanted to get the rapid fire maybe as a possibility, but he gets...
Finally finds there too.
Okay, it's very good. Replay is only winning from now on. Dan Mims is strong. K-Win is losing. He was preserving HP, but now he hasn't cap out. And Robinson, this is just standard broadcast. This is not looking strong. Didn't find once again the Aphelios 2. And is now going up against Spencer here.
Yeah, no Aphelios 2, no Xayah 2, no Leona 2. I think Robin, if he doesn't fall here, he's going to fall very soon. This is looking like an 8 from his spot, but looks like at least one fight being able to take down, and maybe that outplaces Kyun, who does end up falling to Solus. So a big win for Robin Songs, getting the extra point for his team. As Dank Memes ends up losing a fight, Riri continues to win, and now it's Replay and Dish Soap looking like they're making the run for the top of the tables, as Kaiwing lost another fight, even though he has a potential rapid fire out. Replay has now turned what was looking like a really low roll down into the full cap out board we expected. Every time 100 Thieves gets the rapid fire emblem, they do not miss the first place of that game.
Well, that's a totem for them. And now Replay and Dish Soap, perfect position for them to take the 1-2. So even if Kyun plus Spencer go 7 and 8, there's still a good chance for 100 Thieves to take this game. If they manage to avoid the 7, I think it's a clear path for 100 Thieves to win.
Yeah, Kaiwing was trying to sack for his teammates, but runs into Dish Soap. And look, it is a Renekton 2 for Kaiwing with the rapid fire emblem. We saw that he was able to pick this up. Curious if he can contend with Replay, but at least he can take down Dish Soap. Solus in 7th, but no, Spencer and Dank Beams fall as well. And it is a 7-8 for 100 Thieves. And Solus and Dank Beams able to hold on just enough. Robin as well picking up another win. Robin Songs with the 1-star board, making top 4 in this lobby with so many RNG additions. And now Replay and Dish Soap have to go 1-2.
Yeah, and they have the possibility. Replay is the one who has this chance. Dish Soap can manage the HP, so they just need to throw out Robin. Robin has good defense, but still not the cap out board as the possibility. And he has no chance to improve his bottom merge. Only the Aphelios 2 and nothing else. Actually, this board cannot improve. The Leona is still Leona 1. I mean, he has a lot of improvement, but 0 goal for him right now.
He can't get there. He has so many things that he... Like, how did he top 4 in this game, Hoope? Robin, how did he get away with this? It is such a big win for his team to do so, though, because Kaiwing potentially can win out, can potentially stop this, and even if not win out, now all he has to do is go second. He just has to go second.
Okay, so Bishop should eliminate here.
Yeah, Robin's gone.
It doesn't make sense. He's just too strong. But he's actually performing very well. Good Almond selections here, but Robinson takes the fourth.
Kaiwen
loses. Oh, this is huge. Kaiwen winning against Replay. This means that the second place can mostly be secure. Look at this board from Replay. Totally capped. And Kaiwen taking the win here is so good.
It's just that Renekton's better. I mean, that's just the difference here, right? 6 rapid fire on each side. Big front line here for Replay as well. The Garen is Garen 2-star with a Radiant item. But Garen is not Renekton when it comes to the rapid fire. It's not quite as good, so Kaiwen found the win.
Wow. Now, the mathematics doesn't work here. They're going against each other, so Bishop should take the loss here from Replay. And then, with some miracle, they need to win against Kaiwen. So it's looking like a win for Citadel right now.
Yeah, they would have to both beat Kaiwen, and Kaiwen ends up being the hero that the team needs, playing from tempo but with spoils of war, and being able to use that RNG carousel, the extra +1, everyone getting a tome of traits to get the rapid fire.
Wow. Not going for defense probably. Rapid fire +1, we don't have an additional carry to put it in. There it is, Bastion, so it should be Mordekaiser Bastion here. Dish Soap for Marksman, very strong. But Kaiwen is just the Exodia right now. It's better, he's stronger, and should be the winner for Citadel. And we should have a tie here. So 100 Thief took the first game, and now Citadel in a perfect position to take the second. It will be a tight spot. And remember, the team that wins this series will go directly to EWC, and the team who loses will qualify to the global qualifier, last chance also to go for EWC.
I mean, just how clutch from the Citadel players. Dank Meme, Solus, and Robin holding out for Spencer and Kiyun to go 7-8 in this game, because I don't think they win if any of them take the 7th, if any of them take the 8th, when Robin was in a position that seemed like he had to go 8th, and he turns it into a 4th. Just so clutch from the Citadel Gaming team to make it there, because they were not going to beat Dish Soap or Replay. Only Kaiwen can. And Kaiwen must in this fight. Going up against Dish once again. Look at the Renekton go.
The position
Holy
is good.
caps.
Renekton goes to the back, but they're focusing. Renekton's down. It's not enough.
Dish Soap down. Kaiwen takes him out, and Kaiwen able to clutch up, find the win for Citadel at the end of the day. And this is a 1-1 going to match point between these two teams.
Amazingly performed here from Citadel Gaming. Kaiwen taking the win and management to take 100 Thief 7 and 8. I think this was the most important. So once again, great performance from Citadel Gaming, and the series is diecast. We have a game here, and it's up for everyone. Everyone's playing amazing. The couple spots are depending on RNG, but also of risking a little. So Replay, even though he gets the full cash out here by 300 of Cypher, is not enough to take down Kaiwen.
Yeah, Kaiwen gonna snap the streak of 100 Thieves winning every time they find that rapid fire +1. And I guess it takes a rapid fire +1 of his own to do so, but still, massive win for Citadel. They needed this. They were on the back foot. It looks like Replay might have actually been able to find that cap where he can win this game, but it won't be enough. Spencer and Kiyun could not hold out past Robin, Song, Solus, and Dank Memes. And one more matchup between these two to decide it all, to decide who goes to EWC, who will have to fight another day in the global qualifiers. And it is just such a close battle between these teams. And I felt like coming into this, 100 Thieves looked like they were on top of the world after dropping to the lower bracket. The way that they were playing, chip on their shoulder, destroying everybody in their path, felt like they were an unstoppable force.
Yep.
Citadel showing that they can lead, they can be stopped, and at least taking us to a final game.
Yeah, amazingly here from Kaiwen. The rest of the lobby also helping themselves, taking the loss. Remember, he was actually tanking for the rest of the team, helping them also with HP. And that was the reason why 100 Thief, Kyun, and Spencer went 7 and 8. So good pressure, good recognition of the moment they need to push. Replay, thinking about the Renekton. I think he only has the pair. Remember, Kaiwen only has an additional 2 Renektons on his bench. So replay needs to hit here. Remember, this is just for show. This is just for fun, actually, because the matchup has already been decided. Citadel takes the win, and we'll have a game 3 going promptly right after this one.
All right, well, we get one more fight because Kaiwing lived on 1. So let's see if Replay can do enough to take this down. I mean, he's won the past few. Maybe a positioning difference Kaiwing can make happen.
Okay.
Cap this one off. Just a showcase of 2 rapid fire boards playing against each other. Garen versus Renekton.
Big Renekton versus a small Renekton. I mean, the Garen has his breast meat. And so good here with the additional. So much damage for him. And looks like it's going to be for replay. So 100 Thieves takes the win here. But the match goes to Citadel Gaming 1-1. The series to confirm who goes directly to the EWC.
I know. It is big. It is big. I mean, after these first 2 games, Hupe, I know going into this, I think we both were predicting 100 Thieves would be the ones who actually take this down. But after watching their first 2 games, would you stay true to that prediction? You still think 100 Thieves probably has this in the bag, or how are you feeling about Citadel?
I wouldn't say in the bag. I will say it will be a very close match, the third one, but for sure 100 Thieves should be the favorite. I mean, you see them comfortable, you see them with a game plan, and then Citadel can have those brushes of brightness and then win. So I think in odds, for sure 100 Thieves is favored, but Citadel can surely take the win right now.
All right, well, let's see if Citadel can clutch up one more time, have that excellent team play, take it home, and bring them to EWC, or if 100 Thieves will have that dominating force once again and take it down. We're going to go to a break, but when we return, the culmination of this match, don't go anywhere.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome back to the TFT Americas Qualifiers on the road to EWC. Upe, we are here at the precipice for 100 Thieves and Citadel. They are trying to get one more win to lock them into the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to preparation to do what you do better the most. I mean, they already prepared so much. They had so many games in, so many scrims. Remember, they got here by open qualifier. And this has been the long road because they went throughout the loser bracket, now getting here and having the chance. So great to see both teams deserve it. 100 is the favorite. And now we'll see who takes the win and goes directly to EWC.
All right, well, all golds this game as we got Annie as the encounter. This final one, maybe lowering the variance from the previous game. We'll see. There still are hacked augments, hacked carousels, plenty of other things that can happen. But at the very least, we are getting some classic 3 gold TFT.
Okay, starting off, this show showing full presence. Maybe not necessarily helping the rest of the lobby, but being the staple, always going first, second, third, and being very, very strong to punish out the rest of the lobby. Citadel, on the other hand, helping each other so much, managing HP for the team. But once again, in both games right now, the ones who get the win-out spots are the most important. So let's see how they manage right now. Robinson with a few Chacos here. Techie Bruiser as an example here also. And then Memes with something general, just holding up some significant units here. Early start, and let's see what the games provide us right now.
Kyun already finding a 2-star Seraphine. We can see either just tempo with Anima, or we can see the techies reroll as potential options for Kyun.
Okay. Yeah, Anima has been seen. I'm not a fan in this patch of playing Anima, but we seem that is great comp. If you manage to find the Wandering Trainer, you can go for the 10 Anima as the win-out spot. If not, you can just fight for a good top 4 and try to grief the Leonas from the Aphelios player and make sure the marksman from the other team goes at least in the bottom.
Yeah, it does seem especially good when your team does not have a Vanguard marksman and the other team does, right? Yeah, just taking away the units, especially since it is a high tempo comp, so you save a lot of HP for your team in the early stages. We always see them trading for their team to get some wins later on, and then losing in like 6th or 7th in a spot that maybe would have been a top 4 because they have to sacrifice. But it ends up being a good supportive composition. Power weaklings offered, but I don't think this was a spot to play Vigar. Looks like Shop Glitch might be the consideration here instead. I'm not sure what Dank Memes actually had on the board here to potentially play around reroll.
Yeah, has Amp Nitro, so at least one Nidalee. And some possibilities here is he doesn't have a choice. The game is he's telling me, okay, you play reroll or reroll. So he has the center for Veigar, Chop Glitch, and then the Auroric grab back. So he just needs to pick. He's telling the team, hey, I have to reroll, so choose me one if you want. Why are you not playing? Pandora for Kyun. Also not today here for Soulless. We have seen very flexibility here for this augment. So pretty good. And that means decides to open and use this chop glyph with whatever he gets.
Yeah, it's a very interesting spot for Dank Memes. It definitely doesn't feel like where he wants to be, but we'll have to see what he ends up getting to reroll later on. As we take a look here, we've got the support item given the treasure chest, and we saw the cool late game interaction that can do with Zach, and so maybe that is kind of the power of it. It's a good early game pickup. Usually it falls off in the later stages, but with Zach you actually just get a lot of extra value coming through.
Yeah, press fighter here, Steady Knight, and replay comes back to his roots, the Morgana. He's tired of going 8th, tired of going in the bottom of the table, and now once again getting the Morgana. Only 2, 1 Poppy, the Shaco also trying to play, but this will be the commitment. Or also has a tier, so good spot. And obviously replay players Morgana, someone else has to play the Morgana, and probably it will be done Memes with the chop glitch.
Yeah, it seems like it. If we don't have someone else on Citadel that's committed to that line, I mean, Dank Memes just tries to force his way in during that shop glitch round. It does make a lot of sense. I think you're onto something. Surely that's what we'll end up seeing. As right now, Kyun going to be finding some upgrades. Poppy 2, Seraphine 2. Just with the Pandoras try and trade those items around. As of right now, Robin and Solus, the only full streaks still intact. At the bottom of the table is Dish Soap, Dank Memes on the lost streaks.
Okay, Robin just slamming and getting good augments. Soulless, maybe good matchmaking. Obviously, the Dr. Mundo pretty strong there in the front line with the Even Shroud. And the Shaco, not even the pair of Shaco here. So Soulless, difficult for him to maintain. And Robin just like pushing the tempo with slamming items. None of them with a win-out spot in late game, just trying to make sure that at least one of them gets the win-out and additional resources and gold coming to rocks.
All right, well,
Kurumx. Why is it called Kurumx? Is there a reason?
oh,
for
Kurumx? Yeah. So in League of Legends, Summoner's Rift,
Yeah.
that's what those little golems are called, right? When they changed the golems to those little guys.
Yeah.
Told everyone they are called Krugs. So in Runeterra, that's what that is. That's what that little rock guy is. That is a Krug.
Nice Kurumx. Now, in Spanish, it has like a long name. It's like Terramoledores. I don't know why. Once again, we need to ask Ryo about that one. The pan! Oh my god, the pan!
So Dish Soap has been denied the pan by Dank Memes here. And Dish is, he's been the one who's been so lethal with it, right? Replay got his chance to try it last time, and he did convert. He was able to find that first place in the game, but the team just couldn't get it together for it. The Dish Soap, every time he's found that, they've won. Dank Memes finds it, and he kind of had this open composition with the shop glitch, right? Now, Morgana, he can still go for the Bastion Morgana, but Dank Memes could also just use the full loss to push levels and use the shop glitch to build a board for stage 3. It is another option that you can go for.
Makes sense. Makes total sense. Cass, normally in TFT, there's no replay because you don't need it. But I mean, for that carousel, I would love to have a replay.
So by pixel.
It's perfect, man. And I think, I'm not sure, we will have to see the bot later, but I think Dishop, he didn't start early. I think he wasn't like the first one to pop up, but obviously we will have to check. And on that possibility, Morgana now with the Morelos, very good for early game, trying to get the blue buff in. So replay pretty strong, trying to get the Sturdy, he will lose, and try to maintain the late lose streak here, falling up. And Robin and Soulless still maintaining the win streak. Let's check Soulless right now, also with the win streak. Okay, so both Citadel gamers with good win streak. Dan Memes controlling the carousel for the next one, and Dishop started to win. So only one with lose streak is Dan Memes, and only one with the win streak is Soulless and Robin. Citadel Gaming controlling fully the economy in this third round.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if Robin and Solus end up fighting here, we'll see which one actually gets to keep the streak going in. I mean, this is prize fighter for Robin, so this is a phenomenal start for him, being able to pick up all of these wins. So I think Solus might want to let him win if they end up matching. But really, it's more who they think can maintain the streak in stage 3, I think is actually more important than even this prize fighter. We'll see if it even matters. It is going to be the two of them fighting. Solus, no way to weaken his board, but he is only level 4 with some 1-stars here, so I actually think Robin just gets to have this, and he ends up being the better one for trying to continue the streak. Maybe I spoke too soon, though. The damage coming out from Solus's board is pretty immense, as the front line's already gone. Shaco does have the Not Today proc, but Alistar's still there while the Senna's hitting. This is a very close fight. Not Today procs once more. Jin goes down, but that's still gonna do it. That's still a perfect loss. And now we need to go to Dank Memes for that shop glitch. Let's see what he actually ends up buying. If he just builds a board or if he goes for a reroll as Kaiwing hits the Kog'Maw 3.
Okay, so Dan Memes trying to get some additional units, going for the Cypher.
Find Cypher.
Okay. Trying to find here also the Galio for the 4.
And he's buying rapid fires.
Okay, so should be rapid fire into or Cypher into rapid fire in the late game, and that could help him significantly. Great use of the pen. We can use it, remember, we can use it also on Bastion and something like that, but normally it will be Tempo or the Bastion Morgana that obviously he doesn't have a chance here to go for it.
No, I think I like this from Dank Memes. You end up using the shop glitch. I was thinking to build a board to try and like win streak, right? That was my initial thought. But using it to just find Cypher, also works, right? This was not an augment he specifically wanted. He didn't decide, yes, I want Shop Glitch to find Cypher on 2-7. That was not really the plan, but I think that it worked in this spot. He saw the units, he found the pan halfway through that round as well, and knows that, hey, this is a huge win out potential. So Dank Memes could potentially play hero once again for this Citadel gaming team. And you have to look at 100 Thieves and see what they can do to find their own opportunities to win out, as Citadel has won both the carousel at the bottom, getting the pan, and the win streak at the top with Robin Songs.
Yeah, and now the perfect lose streak with the Cypher. So good here for Dank Memes, getting so much additional value. Robinson still maintaining the win streak, and should maintain once more here the Jin with the Flux. Very good in the early game, and especially that Mordekaiser with Warmox and the Redemption. Last time we will see the Redemption is today in competitive play. Remember, this is patch 14.4. In the new patch, we have so many new items that are also amazing. Some of them pretty broken and some of them unbalanced and bad so far. And now we have items, so very good for the item recessions and everyone with good possibilities of at least good itemization and trying to cap up the board as soon as possible.
Yeah, this Pandora's choice potentially for Robin Songs at the top of the table. Decides to roll it. Category 5. That is very good tempo, but does not want to take it. Rolls it all the way down. Doesn't find anything there he wants. A Noble Sacrifice. Also, powerful combat augment.
Okay, going for Overheal. Amazing. Together with the Night, with the Edge of Night. All that shimmers. Getting some additional value for gold generation and forward thinking here.
Oh, this is great.
Yep.
Yeah, I really like forward thinking when you play a 1-cost reroll and you've already hit. So you already hit, then you get the forward thinking, and then it just like really helps you push levels later on. And you kind of hit your little power spike, then you end up with this power trough, and this just helps you get to the next level where you can kind of look to cap out your board.
Yeah, makes total sense. Gunblade now here for Kyun, still maintaining with the Anima squad. With this Gunblade, he can think about Vex and a few other possibilities. Maintaining strong, going up against the rest. This is replay, trying to get the Morgana. Not so many Morganas. I believe there is Morgana 1 only in the bench. So he should only have 4 and 5 poppies. So even with the Starry Knights, replay pretty far from getting the Morgana 3.
Yeah, we'll see if the Starry Knight can actually, back that up later and end up giving enough space for him to find it and still level. Always potential to really hit that Morgana out of nowhere due to the Starry Knight. So even though he's behind, definitely not out of it. Dank Memes does have that 3 Cypher in for rapid fire, trying to pick up a couple kills in these fights as to not just hemorrhage his HP too fast. Still at 51. 3 more fights to go before he can cash out. So potential of dropping as low as 20 life, being on 2 total lives when he tries to make the big roll down for his rapid fires.
Going up against friendly fire here against Kaiwen. So Robin should be able here to maintain. Obviously so much power from Kaiwen there from the Kog'Maw, but not defense. So the Jin here should be able to close it out, and yes, Robin maintains the win streak and only a 2-unit loss here for Kaiwen. So again, good news for Citadel Gaming, controlling the HP together with Robin and Soulless, and with the cap out possibility with Dan Memes with the Cypher in the bottom.
Yeah, first pick again. Doesn't kind of high roll a Zed to get a couple extra stacks going into the end here, but gonna be able to grab a tier. Deny that from Dish Soap, who maybe Dish Soap is looking for amp, and they decide that Dank Meme should deny the tier here because it's not an item you necessarily need when you're playing around the rapid fires. But surely you can find a way to convert it into a frontline item later on.
Yeah. Go for the premium Protector's Vow in Sejuani. There's some options. And Robin still, once again, pretty strong. Possibly here, Dragon's Claw. There's a lot of AD damage, so let's see what he performed. There it is. You call it out, Cass. There's the blue buff, and there's the amp possibility here. Also getting Vanguard in, so very flexible Bishop. Just maintaining strong board, making sure he loses by the slightest as possible. Only 1-cost unit or 1-star units, so maintaining, preserving HP as much as possible. He should be the first one to roll, also with Patient Study, and he should have the dominance or the priority to get the units he wants.
Yep, going up against Dank Memes, not able to grief him because he didn't really want to look for the immediate losses. Hoping that he made himself strong enough to not let Dank Memes get too many takedowns, and it looks like it will be a really good loss for Dank Memes overall. Still 4 units though. Dishsoap did make himself strong enough to not let Dank Memes really skirt away with that completely freely. But it is going to be the cash out after this next fight. And as you said, Dishsoap is going to be first to 8. Dank Memes is going to be a little bit behind and really has to find these rapid fires. I'm wondering if Dishsoap can also have enough money to hold on to some Zeres, try and slow this down. Because as you said, the great thing about rapid fire, you can't hold Renekton really. It's just not feasible for your team to be able to roll down and hold that unit.
Yeah. So next round, we will see the cash out of Dank Memes. For now, Spencer with the win streak and full dominance in HP there for Soulless and Robin Steele. Kaiwen also pretty strong. Going up against Kyun here. Kyun, good tempo, raining goal. He will need a very good... He already has the Vex, but once again, this will not be a win-out possibility for Kyun. He has 2 augments that will not do anything for him in the late game. They're just prepping him to have a decent comp. So Kyun only with a chance to do a 5th maybe cast and try to help the rest of the lobby.
All right, Dank Memes 250 on this cash out. We're gonna have to see what he gets. Completed item anvil and a component anvil.
Okay, gold would be good, but obviously in rapid fire you can itemize so many carries.
Finds a Zeri.
Okay, nice.
Oh,
6
pair
rapid
of
fire
Zeres.
already in.
And a Zed.
Neo's trying to look for the Renekton. Already has some good cares here. Pair of Seri. There's the bow. Trying to find the Gwinsus. Sorry, Gwinsus not important here. Already has the 6 rapid fire. So just trying to find pure damage itemization here.
And you know, we talked about maybe a lower variance lobby because of the fact that it's going to be 3 golds, but an extra 10 HP when you were full loss streaking to try and find this win out composition, getting a full additional life potentially for Dank Memes here as he roll down, finds a Z2 to be the item carrier until he gets to the Renekton, has a pair of Zeres. The front line is soft, but Dank Memes is online with a lot of extra life to play with, and this is certainly looking like the potential for a win out. 100 Thieves have to lock in and try and find a way to win without the first place being on their side.
So huge. And remember, Cypher is not just an economy comp. Once you cash out, you get full power into your Cypher units, and that's why this set is so strong in this line already, with pure power, with the Cypher synergy, and now you just need healing and the additional speed that the rapid fire gives to him. So perfect holder for the Renekton, and great spot here for Dank Memes, the one with the cash out possibility and the one who didn't have to go 8. And now Soulless and Robinson can only control with HP. So good position, good strategy for the 4v4 here for Citadel.
Yeah, they have so much extra HP remaining, and Dank Memes is now hitting people extremely hard. So the question is can he slow down against his teammates, or does he just go full gas and see how hard he can hit everyone in the lobby? Now, we do see Dank Memes, it looks like his rotation right now was going to be multiple 100 Thieves members as well. Dank Memes just dealing so much damage to the opposition as Dishsoap does hit an Annie 2. So the amp line potentially coming together as Replay finally finds Poppy 3.
Okay, Annie 2 very strong. And there's the amp. He finds the Zac. He doesn't find the Samira. So Dishsoap should be significantly weaker here. We have Epitaph. So everyone going for combat. Very, very important. Once again, we said Kyun is not strong, so he just needs to play for placement. And Dank Memes now going up against Replay. This is the other one. Replay's in Morgana. Let's see if it's enough. He's trying to access the backline. Zed is going to the backline, trying to but once again, the anti-Zed comp here with the Edge of Night.
The front line is just good as well for Dank Memes, right? The Galio with the 3 items is just strong enough. Unfortunately for Citadel, that's Dank Memes hitting his teammate very hard there, but overall, it is just going to be doing more damage to the opponents. Their HP is there to spare for Citadel.
Wow, and replay, he doesn't have the best setup here for Morgana. It's not the ideal items. And now, once again, 25 or 30. So they need to send someone to split. And this is what you were saying yesterday. So
yeah,
only
it's
two
not
will
even
split.
interesting anymore.
Yeah. We need to have it.
Just say one splitter.
Shouldn't be pair. Should be like more for. Well, I mean, you will need to change it only for 4v4. Riot has talked about it. They have been saying that the 4v4, because of the huge reception and positive reception that it has, maybe they will try to do something in the future to have it in the client and maybe with some additional changes that only fulfill the 4v4 experiences. So that will be good to see. And the future of TFT competitive, at least in this mode, has so much to evolve still.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool if we end up getting that. Would love to see it. We do have Dank Memes once again trying to hit the opponents extremely hard. This time around, actually finding someone that he wants. Gonna find Spencer.
Sai is down.
Spencer's just gonna take a huge hit.
Okay, so Spencer decided to maintain the vertical of Anima. Just trying to avoid. And this is tough because Kyun and Spencer, they don't have a win-out comp. So it's in hands of D-Shop and Replay. And remember, Replay again doesn't have a win-out spot. And D-Shop is running down out gas. So this is looking very good for Citadel Cass.
Yeah, it's looking big. We do have another potential pickup here for Dank Memes. He could just grab a Zac off the carousel, or he can look to deny any of the opponents that he needs to. It will just play defense. Kaiwing wants the Zac, so Dank Memes can try and find something else.
Replay, thinking about Kobuko. Remember, he's in Morgana Bastion, so Kobuko could help with CC and getting the Cyber in for Poppy, or it could be just gold here. And once again, carousel control for Citadel, good preservation of HP, fundamentals totally met, and that memes is just too strong here. Blue buff said, I don't hate it, but it will be a dead item if you manage to pivot into the Renekton. But blue buff said, only 50 mana, actually a good build.
Yeah, not a bad start as we see Kaiwing going to 9. Finds the Zac 2.
Ooh.
Was the going longer, or the forward thinking, that is. Trying to pick up a bunch of extra gold after finding the early 3-star Kog'Maw. Gets to play into 4 Boombot.
Now this is great for Kaiwen because even though he only has 4 blobs, this Zac will be a total menace. He has the Warmox. He has the half of another tank item, so Kaiwen can only get stronger from now on. Going up against Replay, who's trying to look for additional Bastion. We see him holding Shyvanas, holding Ilaoi, and that will be the additional time he will need. So far, good victory here. Kaiwen, once again, will only maintain stronger, and Replay decides to sell the Shyvana and just try to focus on Ilaoi and Zac 3.
Yeah, the Starry Night trying to pay dividends in the late game, right? Usually it's just the early game rerolls, but the chances of getting the 2-star off the Starry Night do improve as you level up. So maybe Replay can find some bailouts there. But right now we look at the HP and is still heavily favored towards Citadel. The win out from Dank Memes is looking imminent. And who can find a way to bring this back for 100 Thieves? Like Dish Soap on Amp, but no Samira. Kiyun only on the Vexotech. This has not been a comp that fully caps out, but is it enough to maybe slow down Citadel? Playing up against Robin, every win 100 Thieves takes over Citadel is so massive right now, knowing that there's this looming threat of Dank Memes at the bottom of the tables.
Yeah, and Robin full combat augments here. Once again, not with the premium comp, doesn't have everything 2-star, but it's just raw power here. And Kyun just trying to hold on. Let's see if it's enough. Good. Okay, this is a great win for Kyun here to take a breather. And Robin will try to just preserve HP right now and help the rest of the team. Replay loses also. So once again, this is a chance for them to get the 8th place, 400 Thief, and that will make Citadel in a perfect spot to win the game.
Yeah, Kaiwing lost as well, but Kaiwing still has some more cap out potential as that Zac is infinite scaling. Replay ends up selling out of those extra bastions that he was holding on to, trying to push levels and find the 6th bastion to go in, but needs a lot of gold to actually make this happen.
Okay, let's see. Final itemization. Remember, this is the final round where we get components. So, ooh, he finds the bramble for the Poppy. This is huge for replay. Getting the perfect item here, additional damage, and being able to confront the AD damage from the rest of the lobby. Only 26 AP. Trying to manage Kaiwen.
Bastion.
Okay.
I mean, it's the big thing, right, Hoope? If he outplaces Kaiwing, that might just be the job he has to do in this game. 100 Thieves have to outplace as many as they can, knowing that Dank Beams is very likely to be the one to win the lobby.
Yeah, normally if you go 8th, you need to go first. Not always, but it's normally the trend. So actually the possibility of sending Kaiwen 8th is the win-out possibility for 100 Thieves, because then they will not have to go first.
He fights Dank Memes, though. This is going to be a huge hit into replay. I feel like it's so unlikely that he can find the win, but maybe this Poppy is strong enough with the
Bramble's doing work, yeah.
It's still not close enough, though. This is still a 4-unit loss. Wow. Kiyun loses as well, and Kaiwing wins. Dish Soap fighting Robin. Dish Soap has to win this, or 100 Thieves are just falling way too far behind in HP, and he loses. The bottom 3 players right now are 100 Thieves, and Citadel are starting to run away with this game and run away with the series.
Oh my god, this is total mayhem right now. So 100 Thief in a difficult position. 3 players in the bottom. Additional bloops coming up here for Dish Soap. No good. Didn't find the Samira. He rolled everything he could. Couldn't find the Samira. Dish Soap, he had the chance to be the win-out player. He went to level 9. And there's a Samira. Okay, there's a Samira. Level 9 for him. Kyun now getting the Vex 2. No Se Juanito. And going up against another Exodia on the other hand. The Renekton with Rapid Fire.
Once again, Dank Beams has found the Renekton to go alongside this comp, and he is just the Reaper, destroying every board he runs into. And it doesn't matter if they end up being a Citadel player, because they held on to so much HP earlier that Dank Beams is free to just run rampant and deal damage to everyone. Replay takes a final hit. He goes 8th. Kiyun at 13. Dish Soap does take down Kaiwing, but it's probably too little too late. Solus and Robin still have so much HP, and Dank Beams is likely not going to lose another matchup, and he has enough life to sacrifice for a Citadel member if ever he has a free look at 3 players from his team.
Dominance, absolute dominance here for Citadel. I don't see a universe where 100 Thief can come back from this. This Renekton is doing so much damage, pure dominance. And Kyun, we saw it. He wasn't strong. His comp is okay, he's a decent comp, but this will not help out later. 0 gold for him to manage, holding up into the misfortune. And now, this could be the final round for 100 Thief.
The biggest highlight of the game so far is Dank Beams winning the carousel against Dish Soap, with the pan halfway between the two of them. He gets there first. He gets to play rapid fire, and he turns this useless shop glitch that he was kind of forced into taking with no initial direction into a Cypher cash out, as Kiyun falls down to 1 life.
Wow. Okay, there's an additional Renekton. We see the Garen also giving additional possibility, but once again, this 8th place, and Kyun probably going 7th because Kaiwen is strong and Kyun cannot face anyone. So 100 Thief will have to stack for Kyun and try to send Kaiwen. So matchmaking cast will be a huge priority here. Everything has to be perfect for 100 Thief, and even though everything happens perfectly, the chances of winning are so slim right now.
I mean, from here, you have to be looking at 100 Thieves to see, did any spot of theirs have a potential 4-cost 3-star out, or is there any other outs like that? And also, Kiyun cannot go 7th. First is likely not on the table, but even if first is, second isn't. You cannot go 7th, 8th here, because Dank Beams is almost assured either first or second place.
Yeah, 100% too strong here. Finding the pair. So Renekton as a possibility of win out here. Even without the Renekton 2, he's just too strong. Spencer with the 7 anima. And now, one of the final fights here. The game, the classification directly to EWC on the line here for 100 Thief. And he's going up against the Seri Misfortune. So huge comp on the other end. Let's see how he can manage.
No shred into a D-Claw for this Vex. This is looking like curtains for Kiyun. Not able to even break through the first target that the Vex locks in on. Kiyun falls in 7th. Dish Soap loses another fight, but I think this is already over. It looks like Citadel might even be able to go 4 in the top 4 and send all of 100 Thieves to bottom 4 because Spencer's playing Anima. That has already fallen off.
Yeah, Anima here, not finding the Leona. 11 Blobbets, so they're trying to find a cap out in any way they can, and that cap out is getting additional Blobbets on the sack. So they need, in case of Spencer, he needs to high roll sack 2 on level 8, and Bishop might have a chance if he high rolls the Samira. He doesn't have the pair. That's the only scenario where I think it's even possible for 100 Thief to win.
And once again, going up against this Dragon Claw in the front line with no shred to get through it. Annie cannot break through. Samira only 1 star. This invincible Mordekaiser buying time for Zeri.
There's the Thieves. It's not enough.
Looks like he may go down. 13 life. He lives on 2, but Spencer lost as well.
Wow.
And Citadel not only looking to beat 100 Thieves, they're looking to crush them.
Totally. Robin only gets stronger, finally finds the Misfortune. We saw everyone in 100 Thief trying to hold the Misfortune. Even that happening, Robin hits it, and now he's stronger than ever. So everyone in Citadel has hit their composition. D-Shop, Spencer, they need sack 2, they need legendaries 2-star. They don't have enough gold, so they will need to sell. They will need to go for some Hail Mary, and only the 1-2 from 100 Thief has the chance for them to the classification. So I agree with you, Cass. This is done.
It is done and dusted. Citadel look like they are headed to EWC. 100 Thieves gonna have another shot next weekend in the global qualifiers, with Kaiwing with 27 stacks on this Zach. Put together a really cool board after re-rolling for that Kog'Maw early on, forward thinking, just so you can push levels and play around legendaries to cap out the board. Spencer versus Dish Soap now. Dish Soap should be able to stay alive, but Citadel has so much HP to sacrifice for each other to buy the space that they need. And even if they decide to take down Kaiwing and lose him, it's just not going to be possible with the HP totals for 100 Thieves to hold on.
Yeah, even if both of them have the Exodia, they will face each other in some moments. And of course, that meme is the actual Exodia right now with the rapid fire. And this is just too much. Citadel play amazing. That means finds their Renekton 2. And this is over. Citadel Gaming will take the win. It's just a matter of time right now.
And a matter of style points here, taking out 100 Thieves, sending them all bot 4.
Wow.
Everyone from Citadel sitting in the top 4 right now. Just a masterclass of the teamwork from them, but also, I mean, you just got to hand it to Dank Memes to be able to find the spot to get out of that shop glitch early game, find the Cypher, decide to lose streak from there. Then your shop glitch is still giving you a lot of rerolls later on, a lot of gold value, help you find the Zeri, help you find the Renekton, help get the entire board together. And just finding that pan in the early game. So big, as that is it. Citadel lock in their ticket to the Esports World Cup.
Total dominance, fourth player in the top 4 and sending 100 Thief to elimination. Remember, this is not full elimination. With this result, Citadel Gaming advances to EWC Riyadh in August, and 100 Thief will have a last chance to go directly to qualifiers. And also, we will see them in the next game, in the third game, to also compete with Team Liquid and see who gets an additional seeding or an additional spot. So, Cass, great game. I love it, man. Teamwork, finally making it happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just beautiful play by Citadel. We said to win against 100 Thieves, you needed to be able to find the cap outs, play for the first. And, you know, somewhat true here, right? Dank Beams did have the ability to play for the first, but also just an absolute dismantling of 100 Thieves in the final game. All 4 Citadel members in the top 4, all 4 of the 100 Thieves players in the bottom 4. So 100 Thieves are going to make it to the global qualifiers next week. Citadel has made it to EWC, and they're going to see if they can beat Liquid for that second seed. But our next matchup is going to be PMD versus Team Kurumx to see who will get that final spot in the global qualifiers next weekend and join 100 Thieves there.
Yeah, great play from both. PMD making Vitality sweat in the previous games, also with some chances in the upper bracket. Team Kurumx also been playing amazing. And remember, Team Kurumx has something to prove here. Team Liquid decided to go with the Brazilian representative as the formal team, and Kurumx decides to go in another path and gets the what is called like the Greg team as a meme. So they have a lot to show, a lot to work for, and having this chance to advance is also very important for them.
Yeah, and they are, you know, the team that did push Citadel to the limit. They went 1-2 versus Citadel, and they beat 100 Thieves very early on. So this is a very strong team. I definitely feel like they've got to be the favorites, but we will have that game coming up in a bit here. We are going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. The road to EWC returns right after this.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. You scream, I'll whisper, la di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end.
Welcome back to the Americas Qualifier for TFT on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we just saw Citadel dismantle 100 Thieves in Game 3 to lock their spot in the Esports World Cup. 100 Thieves, of course, will be going to the Global Qualifier, and now we have a matchup to see who will be joining them. Hupe, DMD versus Team Kurumx.
Yeah, it's high because this is elimination match. As you say, only the final seed to go to that global qualifier or the last chance for EWC. Team Kurumx been playing great, been even away from stream also. Tlades, Pokygum, Grea. Grea transforming himself from a coach to a full-time TFT players. And PMD with the brilliance, the creativeness and the cap-out of Zelinsky. Jungle Bull, we saw it a few times. He was the Cypher player, and even though it didn't work out for him sometimes, the team trusts him and can give him the win-out possibility. So this is a very, I think, volatile both teams with many different roles that they can assemble. So it will be for sure a hype game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking at these two teams, you think on paper, Team Kurumx, they've got the accolades, they've got the history, Kurum, Pocky, definitely players that come to mind when you think of some of the best of the best in North America. The PMD, all these players have been on their upswing over the last few sets. JD has been an all-star across these qualifiers, and we are looking for the rest of the team as well to put up some big performances here to get them into that last chance.
And now we're starting with the first, so the encounter is Aurora. We will have 100% first augment as a prismatic. And we know the volatility that this can make. You can go directly to full tempo and something with high power in the moment, or you can go full economy and maybe give away the wins. This is very important for them to communicate, to see what will be the role of each of them. Two Yumis here on the orbs, normally not what you want to see, but if you find some tiers, could be a good start into the AMP line.
Both JD and T-Lides have found a Draven, so just needing to find the rest of those ciphers to put things together. Pocky finding a Galio as well. A couple players potentially going to have that option, and we'll see if anyone actually ends up in Cypher on stage 2.
Okay. Additional items here. Little tough. Only one component so far, so we have economy here in neutrals. Grea holding up until the bruisers, having the Guinsoo slam. We have seen that the Guinsoo is not the best slam because you can only go then for Aphelios and you get really committed to one comp, and normally that's not exactly what you want. So this slam that is very normal in solo queue, in 4v4 is not the priority. So Grea now looking for a chance, holding, again, doing the due diligence. Morgana, Poppy on the bench. And in the end, we have 3 components start, so regular start for everyone.
All right, and we do get that first prismatic that we knew was coming. See what we can get.
Kitchen is always good here.
Kitchen good.
There it is.
Flexible option as well, but goes for Kitchen. It's Syndicate +1. Another Kitchen potentially to be taken here. Prismatic Pipeline, also just a lot of econ can come from that, but it is going to get past. Exalted Adventure, another cash out potential as well.
Okay, this is
gonna go for items.
Tempo. Yeah, it's good for marksman, so he will just play tempo and try to go for a 4th. Oh, and there's the pipeline. Pipo, how it's called here in Latin America. So bird treasures, amazing. This is premium of what you can get because of additional resources and items you can get for every one of your team. And level up, this will be the play. And actually pretty strong. Level up, pretty strong. Slamming items. So this could be a slight tempo, fast 8 comp.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, maybe you're looking for something like Amp with level up because you can be the first to get there and roll, but also you can even push further than that try and go for level 9, play around legendaries, and just gonna have a pretty flexible slam with the gunblade that can go into a lot of different compositions.
Okay, get out already with the Winsus. Now on the Senna. And good spot here. Some of them do. Okay, quality over quantity. Normally we have seen it in Anima Squad. It's the premium comp to play it. And it hasn't been a win-out spot. So this is once again for JD Zelinsky. He has been creative, so he can show us something interesting. But this is normally a top 3 at most with good tempo.
Yeah, and he's holding, Anima Squad on the bench as well. So potentially just looking for that direction to kick things off. And wouldn't be surprised to see that. JD has been able to play different roles for the team. He's often been the tempo player that actually is able to convert it into a top 4 or a 5th at worst. Whereas we've seen tempo in a lot of cases when you have to start trading your HP to your teammates, causes you to fall off a lot quicker, and you end up taking a lot of 7th and even 8th, even with the early win streaks.
Caretakers there for Jungle Book, so huge spike in the late game. So we're seeing a lead more towards the spike in the late game. So everyone's just trying to maintain the line and trying to get a few spots here. Zelinsky, the only one with win streak from PMD, and Grea, the one who's holding the line here with the Winsus, getting the cape. So you call it out, is the Syndicate. He doesn't have additional Syndicates here, and he's not planning even to get that Twisted Fate. So maybe he will plan just to roll the hat directly, or just play Seri Misfortune, and you get the +1 there for Syndicate for free.
Yeah, it lets you kind of open up a slot, and we see the Exotex being bought and held on the bench. So I think you've called it perfectly here, Hoope. I think that's what we're looking at. It's going to be Zeri MF from Grea committing towards that line. Not only do you have to play one less Syndicate, but you're also going to get, an additional unit on the board from getting the cape. So it really does open up a lot of extra slots to play legendaries around this board. And I do think that's a way to level up the board to potentially win out.
Okay, so Grea maintains the win streak, Zelinsky also. So this phase-out will be the most important. Let's see who gets additional economy, and obviously the preservation of HP that is so important in the later stages. We have a Jarvan, we also have a Rengar, and we have, of course, the Pan.
I feel like the Pan has been so difficult to overcome in some of these games. Kurum gets to grab it because the full control is on Team Kurumx. And I wonder if he does actually have a rapid fire spot as well, because then he becomes an additional player he can go for a win out. Could be Morgana, player on the Bastion, but the rapid fire +1 has been a little bit ridiculous throughout this tournament.
Okay, they have a chance to see here. Okay.
He's buried treasure. I mean, he can play whatever he wants with it.
Yeah, perfect. So yeah, rapid fire. He's holding there the Kindred. So total possibility, and of course, this is the premium spot for that. There's the, okay, again, premium item here for playing rapid fire. Also, he can stay on the Morgana. He's already level 4. He's losing. I mean, there's a world where he can stay on the Morgana. He already has 3, but of course, we know rapid fire. If that's the case, he has to slam the Bastion emblem. So, I don't know. He will decide depending on what the team needs.
Yeah, I mean, it may be if he can see a bunch of natural Morganas in these last 2 rounds that maybe he goes, but I feel like this to me should just be a spot to maybe play Lost Streak into rapid fires, try and roll down, actually find those hits on level 8. We've been shown that you can stabilize around Zed, you can stabilize around Garen. You don't even have to find the Renekton until eventually to close out the game to ensure the win.
Makes sense here. Also, good possibilities here. Trying to go for the amp early. This is not usual. He's not climbing the blue buff for lose streak. So very important for Clades to not face his teammate Pokegum. They're both looking for that lose streak. Obviously, it's random. They're not in rotation, so it's interesting. So Pokegum probably already won against him, the first round. So actually, Clades just needs to lose, and it will be a clear path for him to a good economy and just maintain the lose streak here.
Yeah, I mean, he was holding Cypher, so he can play Cypher into Amp with the blue buff available, already holding some Amp units on the bench. So if he's able to just maintain those while playing this Cypher, he's going to have an easier transition from the end of stage 3.
Yeah, if we see the overall of the boards, we've seen Kurumx with the Pan, we've seen plays with Cypher into Amp, Grea with Ginso setting to MF. And in case of PMD, it's more like a tempo-wise. So Team Kurumx playing for that win-out spots, and PMD, at least on paper in this early game, in a more difficult position.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they can hold on to all this life, start pushing the tempo of the lobby even higher. Looks like Kurumx wants to still kind of play slow until he can get all the rapid fires online.
Okay.
T-Lides is playing around Cypher. You know, Pocky, I believe, was re-rolling. So if PMD can actually push some levels, deal a bunch of damage to the side of Team Kurumx, maybe there's a world where you just have too much HP for it to actually be fully overcome in the end.
Yeah, if you manage to avoid the 8, just preserving HP and getting good positions might be just enough, and no need for that win-out spot that so far has been so important. Kurumx still maintaining the pan. He didn't got additional Morganas here, so we think about it. Maybe he will wait a little more. So let's see if he gets an additional angle here. No more Morganas, no more Poppies.
Yeah, grabs the Kog'Maw.
Okay.
Gonna hold that. Definitely looks like this is just going to be that rapid fire that we were expecting.
Okay. Should focus also on the top side when the fight starts, just to see if Grea is able to maintain the win streak against Zelinsky. Both of them pretty strong, so I'm not finding anyone as a favorite. That would be very important for the
units.
Yeah. Is it? No. Okay. So both Grea and Zelinsky should be able to maintain the win streak. Grea for sure, and Zelinsky on the other hand, also trying to maintain. And yeah, looking good for both. So both with great economy and the possibility of maintaining good tempo here.
Yep, this is Bopster with the level up that Grea is able to take down here. See if Bopster can actually get to that level 8 very quickly and find their composition, get online. Level up is another way that you can potentially look for a win out by being able to push to level 10, put together a big legendary board. Does require a lot of HP preservation, but honestly, Team Kurumx has made it a little bit easy for Bopster in the early stages to hold on to HP because so many of them are looking for the loss streak.
Yeah, that would be also an out. We saw it yesterday with that legendary comp that was so huge. Misconnection just to get a little injection of economy and few units. Bulky bodies, compact, getting some additional defense to go with the Winsus. Eye for an eye here. Good chance. And finally, restart mission. Having a additional chance here to make a new game plan. And that misconnection that we already saw, just trying to get that additional Morgana and Poppy into the field. Kurumx finally finds 5 Morganas, roll deep. He rolled a little deep, Cass, and only found 5 Morganas.
Really thought this was going to be rapid fire, but ends up rolling for Morg. So that basically means this is committed to being a Bastion emblem then.
Yep. He has to. Getting the Jewel Gauntlet, doesn't have the blue buff, so he will need Carousel priority. He will have it. He's losing now. And together with Place, Pokegum, and now Jungle Book also goes to the back. That will be the priority in the Carousel. So full control for CRG or Kurumx team. And let's see if it's just enough. Place, we know he's losing just to ramp up the Cypher, but Kurumx actually needs to hit as soon as possible the Morgana and stop the bleeding.
It's possible that because Grea is in the Zeri MF line, Kurumx did not want to play rapid fires, directly contest the same units that Grea wanted. Maybe considering that Grea's spot might be even better with this with the kitchen going on and getting this extra +1 and being at the full HP, Kurumx deciding, okay, I guess I play Morgana, do my best there with the extra Bastion, and we try and let Grea be the hero.
Jungle Bull, on the other hand, Racing with Elise 2, good items. Also doesn't have the scaling, so it will be more of a bursty Elise. It will not require that front line to be so beefy. That is normally what you need with the Elise and the Archangels. So pretty good. Also the Corruptor there on the Mordekaiser, the best defensive item for him, giving good tempo in the mid game, and that will mean that Grea will be able to be the only one maintaining this win streak. So good stuff here for Grea, and with that chance of popping up later with the Seri Misfortune.
Yeah, very, very funny to see the restart mission find just like a perfect Nitro package. As you saw, there was only one round of gains on the robot. So those are just all found off of restart mission and put in, and then playing around the Elise from there. But I think a 2-star Elise is a pretty great find off your restart mission to be able to play around.
Yeah, and also with good items, has the Rabadons. I mean, pure tempo, very difficult to 3-star her, but I mean, there's a chance. We saw it on day 1. And of course, the rest of the competitors know it, so the enemy will try to grief him. And that will be interesting to see how much economy they lose also trying to get that Elise not to get on place. So here, just trying to find, normally you try to find utility. So either Sunfire Cape, then you try to find Last Whisper. So first utility, and then you go for raw damage to make sure you have your combo in place and get the full value of the Radiant items.
Yep, Kurum finds Morgana 3. Still missing 3 copies of Poppy. Rolled extremely deep. 3-5 down to 10 gold. Still missing another vest to make the Bastion emblem.
You already seen that Morgana without the Poppy 3 is not a comp. Poppy 3 is so important so that Morgana has a good unit to heal and then have the chance to access the backline with the ultimate of Poppy. For now, good. Grea still pretty strong, maintaining the win streak. So important next round for Grea to see if he can maintain also the win streak and get a full 10 win streak and full economy just to keep the pressure up in the lobby.
Yeah, let's see. His pool is JD, Kurum, and Pocky. Now, I think Kurum and Pocky should be easy enough wins. I'm curious about JD, 90 life. Yeah, Pocky just playing a Morgana for now. JD, we remember, does have all these Radiants in. Only 3 Anima. If the Vayne was upgraded, I'd be a little worried if I was Grea into that, but I feel like he could win that.
Yeah, looks amazing.
Kurum's maybe a little scary as well, but I think just the fact that you have 8 units in versus 5, it is going to be Kurum versus Grea.
Okay, so Bramble Best will not do so much here. Is AP. Well, a little mix. It's like the AD Twisted Fate. It's like the menace of Solitude there with the IE. But of course, raw damage will be AP. Mundo is handling very well the front line. Poppy falls down.
I don't know. This was an 8v4, but the Morgan is too strong.
Wow.
Think he'll break Grea's streak.
Okay. This is good news. This is good news because now it's a stable lobby. Everyone has good chances. So the roll down in 4-1 will be so important. Who can hold down the Ceres and the Misfortune and help the team in the exact moment?
Pokygon finding a Renekton on 7 to go alongside what looks to be wanting to be a marksman board. When I look at the itemization, we had a red buff, Radiant Gunblade, and then also a Ginsu. So pretty good items for the Aphelios.
Yeah, looking very good here. Already one Aphelios holding up into for the Elises. We already know that they're trying to grief the other Elise player, trying to have a chance to not let him get to the ramp up. And now is the chance. Okay, he can slam a Warmox here, perfect to go with the Gargoyles. And he will decide to wait. Okay, so he will wait one chance. Normally you roll a little here, trying to ensure the forecast.
Look at his pool. We saw his pool just before we left. It was 3 teammates.
Okay.
Elites, Kurum, and Grea. So he's just holding off. Does not want to make his board stronger.
Yeah, also Clades here with a huge pivot into the amp, trying to do a full roll down here. We already know this was the plan. 248 was the chance, so he will 100% go for the Yumi 3. He already has 2 duplicators, and we know the power of this Yumi is so amazing in single target, and then together with the Annie is just too huge. Also founds the sack with ideal items here, Cass. So this is just a win out possibility here. Clades can go for first.
Yeah, very, very good spot for T-Lights. And the cash out grabbing duplicators when we knew he was holding a bunch of Yumis ends up being a little bit better than it can be in many different times with the amp board. Gives him a second out outside of just finding that Annie 2. The Yumi can make it happen at 3 stars. And we do get another prismatic to close things out. The guaranteed one from Aurora at the start, but this one's just natural as Bobster pushes to level 9. I want to see Bobster's roll down if we can get a chance, because I think it's going to be big for him to find what he can at level 9. He does find a Zac. This is a level 9 roll down. Level up being able to put him ahead of the lobby, but he's not finding the 5 cost straight away. Just the Zac. It's maybe an Aurora pair.
Yeah, very tough. Trying to go for that legendary board. There's the Garen. There's Kobuko.
Yeah, playing the boom bots, looking for Urgot.
Yeah, he needs the Urgot. He's the one who managed it all. At least he finds the Zac and he's able to rot for additional blobbits. There's the pair. So it's not looking amazing, but has the potential to do better. But he needs to hit. He's very far away. Normally you want those 2-star legendary to make sense. And he doesn't even hit the first unit of some of them.
Yeah, this is a bit tough for Bobster. That level 9 roll down left a lot to be desired. He is still going to lose more fights. Jungle Book going very low here. 29. Bobster and Jungle Book at the bottom 2. T-Lights, his low health is a little bit fake because he hit pretty hard after that Cyber roll down. And that's Yumi 2 found. I think he just needs one. Nope, doesn't even need one more copy. That's just the 3-star picked up. Belt overflow for the Warmogs as well. So all of this HP on Zac. Only 7 blobs, but still a very stable front line with the Yumi to back it up. Little Top having the Zed with the cybernetics in bulk for Kurumx does finally use the pan. So Bastion's online.
Okay, so everyone's online. Lil Top needs to find some additional units to go for the Even Shroud and try to get the win. And Bobster in a difficult position. No goal for him. Everyone is already taking Zac, so Zac 2 is out of the question. Didn't find the Urgot still. And now with this buy 4, trying to win as much time as possible. Pokégon looking good.
Yeah,
And
I always like Greater Moonlight.
Yeah,
I always like Greater Moonlight with this Vanguard comp. I feel like just your backline in Vanguard Marksman is always so good. There's so much damage in the game that Vanguard sometimes just can't give you enough time. So a 4-star 1 cost to go next to your Leona is a great way to make up that difference.
Ooh, Bobster finds the Zac there in the carousel.
Ooh,
I'm not sure he had the pair. Yeah, he had the pair because he had one and then he had the one in the store. So amazing. Yeah, finding the Zac here, getting additional time. And Bobster, once again, he has the possibility of gaining the Exodia, but he doesn't have gold. So let's see if the stores gets a little more of luck for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough. Bobster needs to hold on. He has the potential for it, right? Because he was ahead in levels. He's level 9 already. Found a Cho'Gath upgrade. Finds the Zac. Finds the Garen. Still not able to find the Urgot until now.
Okay. It's nice. Has 2 removers.
Boombot mod is also very good. Gets it on the Zac. It's going to do a lot of work.
This is so good. Okay,
it's just a little short on this being a really insane board right now, right? Like, he's missing a little bit. And if he gets taken down before he can put it all together...
And if someone can take him down, could be Kurumx. He's pretty strong, lacking only 1 item here on the Poppy. Look at the damage from the Urgot. Just so good. Using also the execution. Good, great ult here from the Sejuani. And the Cho'Gath is maintaining the front line.
Cho, can Cho do enough? One more cast from Vex. She's needed. She has to take it down. The cast doesn't come
alive.
through.
He's alive.
He lives
Okay,
on
1. Wow.
More stacks for his Zac, but he doesn't have items for Zac. That's the problem. 20 bloblets, but only a single Warmogs. He needs this round, and it's only teammates. Little Top, Jungle Book, JD, if they have removers, if they have anything, they have to get Bobster to neutrals. He needs to be able to find items.
Yeah, they're talking about it. They're seeing how weaker they have to be against each other. So Bobster with a chance of improving the board. Going up against the Elise 2. Elise, this is not the cap-out board, so no need to even change the board. This Urgot should be enough. If no surprises arise.
That is a Radiant Archangels. That makes me nervous, but I think the front line is weak enough for Jungle Book. It doesn't matter. So that is nice. That's kind of a big loss for Jungle Book to have to take there, though. And Little Top loses as well. 1-9-17. PMD all at the bottom. This is going to come down to JD and Bobster, I think. And Bobster just has to find Urgot 2 items for Zach. There's a lot that needs to be found, but the cap of this board is very good. He's also missing combat augments, and that is another struggle.
Yeah, I mean, Jungle Book, they're totally sacrificing him. He only has an Elise, 2, not even one additional Elise. So he was totally grief, and he cannot get out of that comp. So no possibilities for him. He will be the 8th. Lil Top will try to avoid 7th, and if not, it's as you said, it's all in hands of the 1-2 from Bobster, and together with Zelinsky, trying to get the possibility of getting the win. But looking good for Kurum's team.
Kabuko pair, Kabuko 2.
More blobs. Holding down onto the Samira just for the amp. Not to get in able. Okay, he has the additional item here for Zac. That's huge. A Zac that will not be below 50% HP for longer. Also with the healing of the Urgot, this is very close to Exodia.
The problem is just the Urgot being a 1-star. That is the big issue that we've got here. As Bobster goes up against Little Top, he's got it. They have to sacrifice Little Top now.
Yep. Yeah, both Little Top and Jungle Book, they're not strong enough. And they know they're going down. And it's tough because you're throwing your teammates on 7 and 8 just for the Hail Mary, but I think it's the right call here. Little Top goes 8th, and Jungle Book is soon to follow him.
I'm so not convinced that Bobster is strong enough, but he does get the Garen mods. He does get the extra blobs coming in. He has a lot of blobs on Zac. I mean, there is potential, but you look at the augments, right? No combat whatsoever. He gets to add Bruiser to give some additional HP, potentially to Garen for the front line. But not even a pair for these Urgots.
So difficult here. 33, very huge, the Zac. He just needs to gain as much time as possible. Okay, decides to give the mod to Urgot. So just being able to maintain this Urgot alive will help you so much, and the execution will give so much damage to the team.
All right, but this is a massive Aphelios shredding through the front line. Just now, Urgot gets to start working on Leona. Zac still has the split to go, though. He has done so much work in this fight. They can't kill the Leona. Finally, they do, and it is enough. Zac has so many stacks. He's hit a critical mass. Jungle Book finding a win as well. If they can send Pocky 7th, it is massive for PMD, because I'm not sure that JD with Anima Squad can lock down a 2nd place.
Yeah, let's check Pocky just to have an idea what he's looking for. His slides very strong with the amp, finding the Samira not any 2 still, and Pocky with a decent spot here. So if maybe if he managed to get a ramp up Bobster here, could be good. But that was the matchup we had so far. And Kurum's still strong with the Morgana. Okay,
Hockey has Jungle Book in rotation. Bobster has to face T-Lides, who has the massive amp board. Let's see if this Yuumi just does too much. There is that spread damage that can sneak its way back to Urgot. He does have the healing, and hopefully that can get it done. But the Zac splits, lands on top of Urgot. Urgot goes down. Zac splits on the other side as well, but there's still the Yuumi alive in the back, and Bobster is down. That was their win out angle. Jungle Book may be able to hold on, but it takes Zelinsky's HP, and Bobster, Little Top 7-8. That almost certainly locks things up for Team Kurumx.
Yeah, it's a very difficult spot right now. Bobster was the one who had to take the first, and now with this 8, Jungle Book is just bleeding out, and Zelinsky, even though he's strong, he cannot get a first place in this lobby. So full domination right now for Kurumx, and they should take the first round of this series 1-0.
Big. We see Jungle Book being able to pick up a +1 Dynamo, but the thing is it caps out at 4 Dynamo. So all this does is let you replace whatever you think the weakest one is, or give some regen to something else. It's only a 2-star Elise. That is not going to get you there. JD, once again, playing tempo for his team, doing it very well. This comp is just supposed to try and sneak into a top 4. And it looks like he might be able to do that.
Yeah, that's exactly the plan that he had. Bobster was the one who needed to pop out. But I mean, look at this Ampor. Even though he doesn't have the Ani 2, it's just too much raw strength from the rest. Good augments also, giving full combat. And now Jungle Book, just bleeding out here, going up against the Seraphine, the Misfortune Seri. And this should be the end of PMD with the loss. Good access to backline. Misfortune trying to get a good ult on the other side. Dynamo, not enough. So PMD will fall down with Jungle Book and the confirmation. Team Kurumx takes game 1.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8 for PMD. JD does hold out for the top 4 that he was looking for, but that is all you're going to get with Anima Squad. I mean, it's a solid composition. It's a good try, but it just can't actually get there in the end. It is not built to play for the first, and even if he could, 6, 7, 8 for PMD is not going to make it happen.
Yeah, B- comp actually played perfectly here for JD Zelinsky. Not enough. If you're in the actual packs, if you're right now playing ranks, Anima Squad is actually pretty stronger. So it's A+ comp at least with the buff in the early game, getting good ramp up. And now Zelinsky going up against Kurumx with the Super Morgana. And this could be also the finalization here of the game. Remember, Kurumx takes the lead, and this is elimination match. So whoever doesn't win the series, whoever falls, gets eliminated and has no possibility, and whoever wins gets the last chance qualifier entrance and the final chance for next weekend to get the possibility to enter EWC.
I mean, and that's the thing, right? PMD now back up against the wall. They want to make it to EWC. This would be huge for them as a team, right? Last time around, this is a team of players who wouldn't have had enough points to make it, to get that invite, to get into EWC. But with the qualifier system this time around, they're able to come together as a team, as a group of friends, and master the 4v4 format to make it this far and fall just short. It would hurt so much. They want that last chance at the qualifier. Whereas on the other side, Team Kurumx, disappointing last time around in the qualifiers, couldn't quite make it through, and this team is really trying to pop off, actually succeed, especially after the letdown of Liquid picking the Brazilian team over them.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a statement it needs to be made. For Team Liquid is already positive ROI getting the Brazilian representative into EWC, and now we're seeing Zelinsky just trying to roll here, trying to have fun, looking for the rest. It will come into the Aurora pool, will be a Kobuko 2. Kobuko being the premium unit right now. Before, people talk about Urgot, maybe Zac. Now Kobuko with the changes, just so much utility, 1 star, 2 star, and you can give in an additional item also for performance. So still pretty strong Zelinsky here. Just trying to go, take the win, but we know the game is over. Kurumx still fighting against Blades. And should be a win here for Kurumx. Morgana doing good damage, but no, the Tivers takes the damage. Kurumx falls down in 4th place, and now Zelinsky just playing it out against Grea and Blades.
Padding the overall tournament AVP, just putting the stats up. I feel like JD's probably had some pretty good stats across this tournament.
I'm very sure he has, yeah. You know who doesn't have good stats?
Who?
And already qualified? Soyu. There was a moment where he knew he win, so he sold the board, just trying to get some time in. So, I mean, it's a team play. It's a team game, so AVP doesn't matter. When we get to EWC, actually, MVP does matter, and players get additional bonus. 1 player for the MVP. Normally players, because it's a 4v4 game and teamwork, they split it up. But it's important to recognize that also that ace player, the one who manages to get that first place, that's obviously skills, but also has like a good luck on his side. So finally, the game is over, and the win goes for Kurumx team, and the 1-0 in this elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, Team Kurumx 1 away from getting to that last chance qualifier, the global qualifiers that'll be happening next weekend. EMD really wanting to grab that spot, but they are going to have to make a massive comeback here. And we've seen them get reverse swept previously. That was how they got dropped to the lower bracket, right? They started off strong against Vitality, couldn't hold out, This time they're going to have to be the ones to clean up their act and finish things off against Team Kurumx. But that was a very strong first performance out of this game from Team Kurumx.
Yeah, everyone in the team performed. They played Pocky played defense with trying to assume. Ginso Seri plays with the Cypher. So everyone doing their job. And finally, they just did amazing against PMD.
All right, well, we'll see if PMD can turn things around in the back half of this series. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, the road to EWC will continue. Welcome back to the Americas qualifiers for TFT on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe San, and we are getting our last qualification to the global qualifiers in the next week, and that's going to be Team Kurumx versus PMD. And Team Kurumx has taken the early lead, picking up the first game in a dominant fashion, sending 3 members of PMD 6th, 7th, and 8th. But we're not done here yet. PMD have been fighting hard throughout the entire weekend, and they're still in a position where they can turn things around. We've seen some upsets before, and I think this is another chance for PMD to upset potentially one of the favorites remaining with Team Kurumx.
Yeah, and Team Kurumx, they play amazing. We have to give it to them. They did what they had to do. They had 2 win-out spots. Finally, Tlates very strong with the AMP after doing the Cypher cash-out. But also PMD did the work. They had their win-out player in Bobster that was doing the level up with the legendaries, but he couldn't cap out. Got to level 9, got 2 economy items, augments, but in the end, he couldn't roll down the exact units he needs, so he just bled out. So they know it wasn't a full demolishment from Team Kurus, but they are the favorites, and they prove it now in this round. So if they win again, they are confirmed to last chance qualifier, and if TMD wins, we'll have a amazing also game 3 to see who takes it.
Yeah, and I think, when we're looking at these teams, I think throughout the weekend, one of the struggles we've seen from Team PMD is actually finding that win-out player. And I think that's what they really need to turn the tides in this matchup. We've had consistent top 4s from JD Zielinski specifically, and it feels like that's been his role on the team. But we need a hero on PMD to stand tall and find a couple win-outs for these last 2 games to make sure PMD can actually make it. Because if not, we're just going to continue to see Team Kurumx run away with it.
Yeah, the performance on JD has been so amazing. Maybe not the win-out spot, because to get that win-out spot, you need to risk a lot. But he has been so huge for the team, getting 2nd, 3rd place very consistently, even in a difficult position, even with B-tier composition, as he just did right now with the anime squad. And now we're seeing once again the first round. Holding Morganas, the same. Nitro has been another possibility here for the early game. Let's just have a look at the rest of the player. Tlates also holding up into Exotech and some Jaxes. We have Anafiri. If we have good items, we haven't seen it that much. In day 1 we saw it. If you get Pulse, could be a good angle to do the reroll on Nafiri into the AMP line. And finally here, another Morgana. And the Kog'Maw that has been also a great addition to the meta in the early game cast, especially to go for the tempo in the early game.
Yeah. Also want to point out that for this encounter, we're getting that extra augment at the end of stage 4. I think that's a big thing to look at, because economy augments are so popular early on. But we also saw some players playing tempo and going for combat augs and actually doing really well with very mediocre boards. And I'm curious if anyone will be able to do that. It does feel like something JD would actually specifically be looking for, try and play for a top 4. But it also means that if you do take economy early, you might be able to find the combat you need later on in the game. I think that was one of the problems that Bobster had, alongside not being able to find the Urgot 2. He only had economy augments while his opponents had a lot more combat power.
Yeah, the normal tempo is not enough. You need tempo plus triple combat augment to actually outperform, or you the usual, do the, as you just said, economy first, and then try to ramp up with a premium comp. We're staying right here with Grea. Some options here. Pyromaniac, always good to get the red buff early, but no calculated loss. Looks like it's the priority here if he wants to get additional possibilities of rerolling and just ensure the early game. He already has some upgrades, so calculated loss doesn't look like the perfect spot. So let's see what's the pick here. Okay.
All right, rolls it. As popular as it has been, it is a good call. He does have a lot of upgrades, so at least some upgrades, so it feels like he wouldn't want it. Goes Mace's Will instead. Just gonna go for the item and overall stats. Good combat augment. Start things off with.
Okay, Prize Fighter. We already see his premium in 4v4. We have Borders of Directors, so only 3. He needs to take in place 3 Divini Corp, and he will be so huge. Normally this is a Vex angle. We already see here the Gunblade Beam Slam. And on the other hand, Jungle Book committing to the Last Whisper and also some healing. So normally this will be also a rapid fire or a scaling Seri Misfortune board.
Yep, can be Zeri Misfortune, can technically still be Marksman Vanguards. However, usually the Ginsu's ends up being an earlier slam than that. And if that was on offer, that might have been where you want to go. But this is a little bit more flexible. If you find Ginsu's later, it still can work out. Still want to have the shred potentially on the Xayah and find the items for the Aphelios afterwards.
We see some fish bones there. We see the pot, so important for Bobster. Once again, he will be in the position to get the win out. He doesn't have the angle to go for the rapid fire, so probably he will just maintain the Morgana angle, Morgana Bastion, that we know is a good comp. It hasn't been a win out comp, but it's a great comp to ensure that top 4 and to control the other Morgana player.
I will say specifically this way of playing it has some good potential to find winouts because you're feeding the Poppy from 2-1 with the Pan. It can get tanky enough to buy enough space that you actually can scale into the late game really well. But Bobster does need to hit very early for that to be the case, right?
Yeah.
Regardless on how strong the comp can scale, if you don't get to scale in time because you can't start pushing levels early, it just doesn't matter. So we'll see if that gets there. I also don't know if that changes with the 4th augment. That might make it a little worse because your opponents with the 2-star 4 costs are getting maybe an extra combat augment as well that helps them shred through the Poppy.
Yeah, let's see if it's enough. Jungle Book, as we were saying. And once again, Bobster doesn't have Prio in Carousel, so it will be tough here. Zelinsky fully open, trying to grief a little the rest of the players, and Bobster trying to have that chance to get that tier in the Carousel he already has. Also the possibility of slamming the Gunblade. Of course, he wants to go for the full loose streak. Zelinsky decides he wants to grief Pokegum here. Or just maintain economy. Actually, not griefing anyone, just maintaining good economy at threshold here, Cass, and just planning everything for the late game.
Yeah, there we go. Zelensky continuing the loss streak. Hockey has gone loss win. Jungle Book, the only one maintaining a win streak after only 2 rounds, so a lot of parity within the lobby.
Was the one facing Zelinsky, so he got the free win. And now Carousel priority. Bobster managed to get the quarter priority. Let's see the spot. So Bobster trying to get. He's on the other side. They have Prio. So Bobster can get them
if he wants.
Yeah, he doesn't. Okay, he just goes for
Is
the
it
armor.
JD?
Yeah. Okay, so
Actually,
JD tier, maybe to go for Amp.
Yeah, I'm thinking amp for JD. I actually like the chain for Bobster anyway.
Yeah.
Giving JD this tier. He has 1 tier, but also he has to put a chain into the Bastion for the Pan. And so he also will just need more chains for the Poppy in general, right? Just not having any at all to start and having a tier to start. I think I kind of like this, especially because you're also helping out your teammate, right? Maybe if JD doesn't need the tier, it is better to take tier, but I think considering this is good team play.
Yeah, makes total sense. Getting much closer to the Bramble. We see the contested Pocky is the one playing for Team Kurumx, the Morgana defense angle. And now the Fishbones for Kurumx. Fishbone Shaco will be the idea. We know it's just an early game comp. We have seen them win, but only with an additional set 3-star in the end yesterday with Setsuko. So normally just to pressure the early game. And he's not that high. He's 96 HP. So at least getting a few stacks there for the Shaco.
Well, Dish Soap was able to win earlier today on the Shaco composition as well, right? With a lot of extra bonuses coming in, the +1 Slayer and just a lot of extra damage coming in for that. So it can win, but I agree with you. Usually just early game trying to win streak, shutting down Jungle Book's win streak here, which is quite big. And if you can't get a ton of stacks on it, though, it just has no shot of capping out in the game. There's also an extra augment, and again, not sure how that will affect another 1-cost reroll, being able to find that additional value later in the game, as we see JD holding on to the LeBlanc for Cypher, but not finding any of the other pieces yet. Meanwhile, Bobster finally going to start slamming some items down, still getting to feed the Poppy throughout the game and looking for one more tier, either on these Krugs or at the next carousel.
Okay, already having the Morgana Bastion, pretty strong, funneling additional resources to her. And Zelinsky, just with the confirmation, he's just doing loose trick into Amp and not slamming still, trying to maintain as much economy. That's the normal way, that's the the normal cap out board you can get. You just lose streak the early game and then go for a huge rolldown on level 8 or try to bypass level 8 and go to level 9. Find one Samira, one Zac, and you already have a composition that can win out a game. So that will be the game plan for now, unless someone finds something amazing. So that's the winner player, Zelinsky. Our eyes will be on him, and he's the one trying to take the first place for PMD.
Here we go into Krugs. Taking stock of the lobby.
Yeah, they're good. It's peaceful because no one got the streak. So no one's actually in a win streak. So they can slower the lobby right now. Even because of this, they could go for economy on the second. Normally you only go for economy in the first augment, but because the lobby is a little tight and no one is actually stepping up on everyone, so maybe there's no need to go for 100% combat here. So more possibilities can be opened here on 3-2.
Yeah, especially with the fourth augment at the end of stage 4 as well. I think that will add some variety to what you can go for on the 3-2 pickup. Nobody taking too much damage early. I thought JD would maybe even take more, considering he's mostly been open porting, but actually, there we go. He ended up slamming some of his amp items already, trying to not take too much damage. He gets to play stage 3 Cypher instead.
That's nice. Starting a stage 3 already with a 5 lose streak, so he can stack a lot more here, the Cyphers. Additional units here. He's trying to manage to get another belt. Thinking about the Zac, you have to think about the high roll with this comp. You don't hit it, but you have to go and think about the possibilities. You will hit, you need that Samir or that Zac. And now their pace very strong, so he will be totally abolished here by Jungle Book. Pretty strong, already playing full tempo with Prize Fighter. And he will be the player who just want to go third, want to go second, and then try to preserve as much SP to then funnel it to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, another interest with the extra augment, having these additional items. You can find some good synergies that'll help you cap out as well, like cybernetics, right? Getting more looks to potentially improve even heavier, and even potentially cybernetic bulk, something of that nature. But we do have black market here. Ooh. We're gonna potentially be able to find some more.
For the
prize fighter plus something like binary could be crazy.
Okay. Yeah, scoop weapons for Shaco could be interesting also. Right in
true scope weapons, great. Yeah, good call out. Binary, I don't know what board we're on. Oh, it's Bobster. I don't know if he had bonus items, but binary is a very strong pickup.
Okay, decides to go for Piercing Lotus just to get the shred. Okay, binary perfect here for the amp player. So Clades will be the amp that will contest Zelinsky.
A blue battery for Pokygong contesting into the Morgana as an item holder for now. Chemtech Overdrive to go for the Shaco reroll.
Pretty good, actually.
Flurry of blows.
Because normally it's for a carry, but it's in the front. So it's for a carry that is in the front naturally. You don't want to put that Aphelios in the front. So for Shaco, makes total sense.
Yeah, nice use case for that. Love to see those kind of lesser used augments being picked up. We saw the Zeeks being used with what could be Misfortune Zeri. It can still go into the Aphelios, the IE and the Last Whisper. Usually the two units that we like to see those items on are either going to be your Zaya or your MF, right?
Yeah, good start here. Just trying to maintain a little. Okay, Bobster with the Shaco 3, just for fun, trying to avoid.
Deny, yeah.
I love it. So why not? I mean, you already don't see this. You see, okay, maybe I'll hold 2 units. This guy's holding 9 Shacos, just to be sure.
Yeah, and he just plays it on his board for now. I mean, 4 Bastion, Shaco 3, still feeding the Poppy. Not hitting the Morganas yet, but 5 and 5 on Poppy and Morgana. You can find some wins. He really needs a tier, but he will have Carousel priority again. 57 HP, low enough that even though he's going to take this win against JD Zelinsky, he will be able to get that tier potentially on this carousel. JD should have enough tiers that it's not worried, especially with that Spear of Piranha to go alongside the blue buff.
Yep.
Only problem would be Greya taking a huge loss here going below Bobster, but Greya actually wins. So as long as there's a tier on this carousel, Bobster gets it.
Early Seri also giving a huge power spike here to the lobby. For cost, we have a brand, no one playing Street Demon, and we have a Saya that could be interesting for some of the marksman player. We saw them flexing between MF30, and Grea is the one who's going to get it. So he has the chance to go deep into that line and trying to get early additional items. Also with a belt, with a gloves that is so huge to have that secondary carry on the Saya and give him full click damage.
Heading out of here, looking at Grea's board, has Zeri right now to item carry, playing 5 Exotech.
Okay.
Not the best Exotech items, so I wouldn't say it's the most likely that we see Grea stay in this line, but when you find a Sejuani and a Zeri on 6, pretty reasonable to play around this for now.
Yeah, makes total sense. He needs the Ginso, because if he wants to play this, he needs the Ginso for Zeri. If he wants to pivot to Aphelios, he will also need the Ginso. If not, it will be just a tempo, warm tempo play that is not actually what you want in the later stages of the game. So right now, Bobster managed to find the blue Bobs, gets the pulse. Amazing here, at least for the mid game, to get additional damage. And it's going up against the Super Zeri from Grea. That should be enough to take Bobster out here. 57. He started a win streak, or at least one win, and then once again falls down. Taking out the Shaco 3, just holding it out there in the bench.
Right.
So good to see.
Make our way over to JD for this upcoming neutral round. He is going to have his cash out ready to go from the Cypher. I think it's important we see what he can grab there.
Okay, so
Little top, just continue to scale up.
Yeah, this is looking like a dynamo board. So maybe Elise plus Misfortune with a flexible front line. That would be probably the angle. It's not the best because it's very difficult to get the Elise 3. So once again, Lil Top can only play tempo from now on.
You can see Kurum right now with the Shaco. The Shaco looks like a beast, to be honest, but I don't know how stacked it is because Kurum wasn't winning a ton of rounds early on. I doubt it's super stacked. We'll check in on that later because JD is going to cash out here on Wolves.
Okay, let's stay with him. 276. So decent cash out. What do we want here? Oh, okay.
Good. Doesn't find any of the forecast that he wants, though. So it is just gold.
Yeah.
Gold is not the worst,
fine
though.
For now, you get some synergy bots, but any legendary that you can find is better than this 6. But yeah, just a little gold here.
Yeah. Obster does find the Morgana 3 here on 3-7. Potential to continue to scale up. Didn't find the Morgana or the Poppy early enough for me to feel good about Bobster's spot, though. 39 HP is very low. And so now it's up to JD's roll down. JD has been the rock for this team. Playing standard win streak, playing for top 4. We said they need a hero who can play for first to bring them back into this. JD taking the mantle, playing Cypher this game. Starts rolling down, not finding the legendaries he needs. No Annies yet. Just finds a Ziggs 2 that might have to item carry. An absolute disaster on this roll down. Nothing that he needs is picked up.
Not even one Annie. Not even one Annie. Decides not to go for the brand. Finds the sack with 0 gold.
No Annie. No Samira. 1 Nico. 1 Zach.
Wow.
Would have maybe tried to play around the brand 2, play around the Ziggs 2. Both of them were on offer. The feeling like neither of them would nearly be good enough.
This is looking, Cass, like my rank games. I always try to do economy and roll on for 1 so they don't take my units out. And I never hit, man. And then I say, okay, I have to roll on for 2. Next round, next game, okay, I hold into for 2, but everyone takes my units out and I lose the either way. Oh my God, it's so bad. It happens to the best. Happening now to Zelinsky, that, as you said, he has been the rock or the anvil, like you talked to me, of the team, and now it looks like an 8 for him.
There it is. Pandora's bench to at least try and find the rest of what he needs, but not enough gold to even buy units for it. Bobster just having the 3 stars come online at 39 HP. Really hard to find a win out. Jungle Book with a Zac trying to create blobs. But right now, PMD, all the bottom 4 in HP in the game right now, while the top side is all Team Kurumx. Very tough spot. Binary for the amp. T-Lides was able to find a pair of Annies, one of them sitting in the shop for now. Kurum playing around this Shaco, but just using it for tempo, as he has pushed to level 7. So potentially going to find something like a Zed to carry the torch after the fact. JD finally finds an Annie. So at least he's got 1 copy and a lot of mana gen for it. He's able to beat Jungle Book, who might have been sacrificing for him as well. Maybe there's a way out for JD.
Yeah, 21 HP, little to work with, and little gold. So actually, he will need... this carousel will be so huge for him. He will need to get a premium unit, especially that Samira. Or if he gets the pair of Annie, maybe the additional Annie to get a good possibility here. So Grea with a win streak is the one with the tempo in 4-2. Finds the Leona here. So strong and great item. He doesn't have the Winsus, and normally the carry should be Aphelios, but look at the Saya. 3 items, healing, full bursty. So actually doing so much good damage, and look at the augments. 3 augments that are helping the team with combat, and this is exactly what Grea needs to do here for the team.
Yeah, and he found a potential next in if he wants with the Aurora. At level 9, it can be a way to cap out your board. Ends up fighting against JD. I mean, having the Radiant item on Annie is nice, but no Samira to get the 5th amp in. The front line is unupgraded. Tibber is going to do his best, but because it's an Annie 1, that doesn't actually help your front line that much.
Neko is down, and it's just raw power there from the Saya, from the marksman player. And Zelinsky takes a huge chunk here, 11. So maybe 2 life, and if he gets a bad hit right now, could be only 1.
Yep, JD struggling. Bobster down to 16 life as well.
No
Jungle Book the next from there. No Samira for JD.
So tough here. Needs to close the bow. Decides to go for Rod, so it will be Rod tier. Archangels. Okay, let's see if he had something else to combo with. Grea still maintaining the win streak. And Tlades, we haven't talked about him. He's the other AMP player, and he actually hit. He hit the sack early. Only 2 blob ups for JD Zelinsky, so not many possibilities here to ramp up the comp and look for a win out. Trying to get something with the Pandoras, doesn't find anything.
Ends up finding a Garen to roll to look for the Samira. Able to pick up a pair of Nikos. Just gonna go for Archangels on Yuumi, trying to find some more damage.
Okay.
Frontline is not stable whatsoever.
Okay, Bobster low in HP, also but with a good comp, lacking 1 item there on the Poppy. And Zelinsky in a very difficult spot here. Let's see who he faces. Has Bobster and Pocky and Kurumx in rotation. Is Poppy. Poppy not with a full upgraded unit yet. Vex is still a 1-star and with a huge Elise doing good damage in the back.
Yeah, but this Viego actually making some progress onto the back line. Front line gone for JD. Vex takes out the rest. JD is down in 8th. Jungle Book takes a loss. Bobster looking like he'll be able to find a win over T-Lides, trying to hold on for his team. But the HP is not looking good. JD, who's been so consistent for this team, takes an 8th. And for the rest of them, they have to find a way to get this win. We get our extra augment on stage 4. Not sure if there's anything that bails this out for PMD.
Okay, so just mentorship, that is totally amazing because you want to highlight your low-cost units. So you get your bot synergies to get Poppy and Morgana even closer. Epitaph also additional shielding here. We see Cho'Gath here for Tlades doing cosplay of Zac. This is actually Zac doing a cosplay of Cho'Gath. So pretty good. And it's not the first time that we see that huge Cho'Gath making the presence in the AMP comp. Big grab also to get additional units in a comp that have so many possibilities. And finally, Speed of Will just to get additional AD damage onto the marksman build.
Yeah, we just see Kurum hitting a 3-star Jarvan. Still no 3-star Shaco, but he had pushed levels and hits that maybe in his search for a Z2.
Good access to backline. Aphelios is down, but the Saya is just too strong, healing the front line and getting the Leona into a very good spot. Poppy's accessing the backline, hitting the Saya, so maybe one more hit. There it is. The Poppy takes down the Saya, so it should be a win here for Bobster, taking down Grea and keeping PMD alive with hopes. Remember, we see in the top right of the screen, Team Kurum already 1-0. So PMD needs to avoid the 7th here. If they go 7th, either Jungle Book or Bobster, is an easy win for Team Kurumx.
Yeah, and Jungle Book has had his Leonas denied by the other Vanguard players in the lobby. Found the Aphelioses, traded with Grea. Grea got Zaya, he got Aphelios, but Grea found Leona.
Yeah, it's so tough here. Jungle Book with no scaling on the Aphelios. Doesn't look good at all. So I think the possibilities are very slim right now. Bobster needs to assemble good possibilities here, and Lil Top will need to maintain and try to fight for the first place. So, in control, Kurum team, and finally finding the backs here for Pokégon, pretty strong. Trying to get additional units here in Aphelios to finally here for Grea. He's trying to get the ultimate. We have the hack components, so actually with this, everyone can manage to assemble the rest that they want, trying to find that Ginso that is so important for a few of them.
Yeah, taking the items off of Poppy to try and potentially get more armor on her. Was playing a lot of just HP and magic resist, so yeah, double steadfast gonna actually help that out. Try and get a little bit more damage with the cast. Going up against the Ghost of Little Top. It's like Bobster should be able to find that one just fine.
Yeah, he's good. We can go for Jungle Book just to check. Bobster should win easily. Jungle Book takes a hit here, only 1 HP. Now we can see maybe Tlades, who's fighting Lil Top, and Tlade losses. So Tlades taking a hit. Lil Top with a good possibility here, Cass. Taking down Tlades. Tlades is huge here with the amp, and Lil Top managed to win against him. So PMD with a good possibility of a first place, but the thing is Bobster or Jungle Book able to also get a top 4 and help the team?
Yeah, it's really tough because T-Lides is next up at 40 life, whereas Bobster and Jungle Book are at 16 and 6 respectively. Really hard for them to hold on to these lives. Bobster able to get another Dynamo and upgraded Misfortune into the back line to try and help out, deal some additional damage. Jungle Book against Bobster. Bobster was not able to weaken the board at all. So they might just have to say goodbye to Jungle Book and try and play for 1-2.
Poppy slowly accessing the backline. Good ult there for Misfortune Ocho, trying to clean. Poppy holding up good. Dragon's Claw doesn't do a lot of stuff here for the Poppy, but there's just too much raw damage. Jungle Bull takes the 7th. Bobster wins, and Lil Top takes the loss. So maybe possibly against Grea. And this is bad news for PMD. They don't have a win-out player and have already taken 8th and 7th.
Yeah, it's really tough to see a world where Bobster or Little Top can take the first, let alone go 1-2 here against Team Kurumx. Very dominant performance from Team Kurumx so far. Massive lead in this game, looking like they are going to take that last spot in the global qualifiers. And PMD, their run may end right here, right now. Bobster going up against Little Top. So it's going to be a team kill here as far as the damage dealt. And if Team Kurumx have been able to adjust their boards accordingly to take as little damage as possible, they're going to be saving so much HP.
Divini Corp and Slayer doesn't look like it's enough access to the backline from the set, but they're just too tanky. 6 Bastion from Bobster taking the win. Tlades. T-Lights was so strong, and now getting a good chance in possibility here for PMD. There's a Garen, a little late for the Garen to try to get the mods. Fighting there for the Sejuani with the Jewel Gauntlet. And finally, Lil Top decides he wants to go for the Garen, and of course, for this premium item in the late game, that is Quicksilver, and avoid all of those Sejuani ults. There's really a lot of CC in the late game, so this is perfect for Lil Top.
see Bobster on this full win streak. T-Lights finally finds Annie too as the Samira.
Okay,
Bobster getting another item.
Yeah, it's nice. Looks good. He's actually getting the cap of the Morgana board, already finding the Dynamo, finding also the additional Senna 3 here for Kurumx. He's just checking. He sees that he has both Bobster and Lil Top on rotation, so getting as strong as possible here. T-Lights. Okay, he knows he's going up against an opponent here, so puts all the items here on the Yumi.
Yeah, gets the binary value. Zed makes it to the back line. Tries to take down the Samira and the Yumi. Misses on the Samira, gets the Yumi, but that is an Annie, still full HP. Big damage onto Lil Top. T-Lights holds on to so much HP for his team there. Massive swing. As Bobster may be strong enough to win this game, but I don't think Lil Top can make it the second.
Yeah, it's very tough.
Kurumx is just hold on to way too much.
Yeah, Bobster doing amazing. Let's check Lil Top just to see what is the angle here. He needs to find Renekton 2 and be very lucky with the Radiant Thief Lost gear. Has the Garen, has good items here. It's just not looking like it's enough, Cass. He's trying to hold up. Bobster is strong, but we see the rest of the Kurum teams holding up and preserving good HP. Once again, good demonstration of teamwork here. And he's going up against Kurum.
Up against Kurum, this time not getting very good items for the Renekton Archangels. Yes, the Sterix Radiant is quite good. Trying to get some extra healing there. The Senna dealing plenty of damage. The Zed trying to take out the back line. Looks like it might be enough this time around for Lil Top. The Zed getting the job done. Bobster probably able to continue the streak as well. Does end up finding the win. So wins on both sides there. Kurum falling very low. T-Lights picks up another win. They're just holding on to HP. Team Kurumx just needs to keep the lives out there. As long as Bobster and Lil Top don't go 1-2, then they've got the win. So forcing them to fight each other is one of the best ways to ensure that you win.
Yeah, that will be the plan, and that's the importance of maintaining this HP high, having that possibility, because they have to face each other at some moment. So that will be the win out spot. Bobster very strong, also Lil Top. Kurumx a little, we saw him totally grieved by the Sheko. He's now looking at Sheko 3 on level 8 just as a possibility of having in place, but he should fall down here. The Jarvan is doing good work here as the main tank of the comp, but let's see if it's enough. Lil Top trying to roll here, trying to find that Renekton that is so important here to get the win out, to accompany Bobster to the 1-2 and the possibility of prolonging this series into a third game.
Yeah, not able to find the Renekton. Does feel like that might just be too much. Can't find the Urgot 2 either. Bobster's in his rotation as well. And we have just hit stage 6. So for Lil Top to live, gonna take a miracle.
Okay.
He fights Bobster.
Ooh, and Bobster has the Poppy on a good side here. Very, very close. And he's hitting the Senna. Poppy could snipe the Senna right here. Going to a backline, maybe one more.
Yeah, Bobster, no items on the Morgana. Just
Senna 1 HP. Senna 1 HP. Decides she wants to live. She wants to tell the story one more time, and this could make the whole difference. Lil Top takes the win, Cass. There's still a chance for PMD to take it all.
Yeah, it is possible. They need to not fight each other again. I think this was beautiful play from Bobster, weakening the board. We saw taking all the items off Morgana, putting them in towards the end of the fight because he needed to pick up some extra kills. Ends up getting the perfect amount of units afterwards. Lives on 2. Now it's Greya and Pokygom left around to deal with Lil Top and Bobster. We need big wins out of Lil Top and Bobster in order to make this happen. It isn't enough to just win rounds. They need to crush the members of Kurum, so they only have 2 lives remaining.
Yeah, and it's tough because now in this rotation they have to face and they both have to win, and they can make it. The problem will be next round. Next round they need the exact rotation against the different opponent that they didn't have Vista, and don't avoid facing themselves. This is pure matchmaking. Oh man,
Lil Top does not get there. He goes down, and that's gonna do it. Team Kurumx are going to make it to the global qualifier next weekend. PMD have been eliminated. A great run from them. They have to hold their heads high, but they have been one placement short of still having that shot to make it to EWC.
Yeah, playing amazingly. JD Zelinsky was the hero throughout the tournament for them. This time, huge low roll in the roll down on 4-1. Doesn't find the units he needs. Finding the Samira very late, so the game didn't accompany in this moment. So PMD just shy of getting into the last chance qualifier here. So yeah, we have a 6th place for PMD and 5th place, and the final seat in the last chance qualifier, the global qualifier next week, will be for Team Kurumx, and they will have to face EMEA, CN, and APAC to see who are the ones who get those additional spots to get to EWC in Riyadh on August.
Yeah, as well as 100 Thieves again, they may have to play against at some point during that tournament, being another team that has made it. It looks like one last victory for Pokygum, this time over Bobster. Gonna close up that game, close up the final life for PMD.
Okay, there it is. And that's the win. So Team Kurumx 2-0, taking the win against PMD. Great performance once again. Tlades playing amazing with the amps, winning the mirror against the other amp player. No Cypher was needed in this one cast, but I mean, just clean gameplay from Team Kurumx. PMD did a great run. The 2-0 maybe is not reflecting of the actual closeness that the game had, but they always had a game plan. So that's what is important for me. They always had an out, they played to that out, and then the game just didn't help them to accomplish.
Yeah, and once again, we get to see some kind of unique strategies, right? Kurum this time around going to 7 on the reroll Shaco line and rerolling Shaco at that point, just trying to have enough tempo to deal damage to the enemy team and try and bleed out for a 5th or a 6th. So really well done there. And we are going to see their global qualifier earned from Team Kurumx, as well as 100 Thieves. Citadel makes it to EWC, and that will be our last matchup of the day. Team Liquid versus Citadel Gaming for seeding to see who is 2nd seed and who is 3rd.
Yeah, that would be the hype game that we'll have right now. We saw Team Liquid in the Brazil facilities already celebrating the performance, but they want to prepare. They will take this game as serious as possible, because they both want the seeding and they want to have the maximum expression of ability here to prepare for EWC. And now we will have this amazing game once again. Citadel with a chance to demonstrate, coming into the lower bracket, that they are still one of the best teams in NA.
All right, we will have that game coming up in just a moment. It will be Citadel versus Team Liquid. But first, we are going to have a short break. When we come back, that matchup going to be coming at your eyeballs. Don't go anywhere. Road to EWC returns right after this.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. One by one, you always come back like a curse. Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
We are back with the Americas closed qualifiers for TFT on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we got one more matchup to put the curtains on this event. It is for seeding Citadel Gaming versus Team Liquid. Hupe, this should be an exciting one, and it is, a celebration. Both these teams are going to EWC. Now it's just a matter of which group they're going to end up in.
Exactly. Both of them qualified, just expecting to see the final results in the rest of the regions and what happens in the next global qualifier. And they're looking for that placement that is so important to make sure they advance in an easier way in the group stages once we're in Riyadh in August. So we have on one side Team Liquid, or Team Liquid Brazil, if we must, is total Team Liquid, and we have Lucas, Ego Illusion, BCLF, Babsera, the staples, the best of the best, the creme de la creme in Brazil, going up against Citadel Gaming that we just saw them performing amazing, full experience, and actually great teamwork.
Yeah, it was great to see, Kaiwing being able to have a pop-off performance as well, right? Because you look at this team and immediately your eyes are drawn to Robin Song, Solus as kind of that old guard, very powerful players for a very long time. And Dank Memes has been on the upswing heavily in the last two sets, making it to back-to-back world championships. A lot of people kind of becoming a household name if you watch competitive TFT. But Kaiwing, he's been a competitor for a while. He's been around in the cups. We've seen him. He's had some good performances, but to come in here and actually be able to be a big, solid piece of this team for Citadel Gaming has been great to watch. And we'll see if Kaiwin can continue that success as we get into these games, because Team Liquid is no slouch. This team is incredibly strong. They made it winner's side, lost to Vitality. Yes, it was a 2-0, but it came off the back of some crazy heroics from Setsuko. So this is a team you have to watch out for.
Okay, we're starting with an encounter of buy. So we get 2 component anvils, and this is perfect because you can get priority in any of the lines you want, and also make sure that according to the units you get in the early game, you can talk to your teammates and actually make sure to go for that important lines. Normally, tempo is very important to preserve HP, but also the loose trick into amp is a thing right now, and normally the ambers don't help you so much more than getting maybe some tiers. So it will be very interesting how they do it. If they pop early, if they decide to wait a little to get a good spot, and obviously who gets the priority to play this Morgana in the early game.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of both, right? Because we've seen some people hold them when they know they are the lost streaker going for amp. They are trying to play Cypher, something like that. And so they just kind of wait on their anvils until they need to see what they want. But the more common thing is just going to be the early slams. Try and generate some tempo. Make sure that your board is strong enough to not lose too much HP. HP preservation, so big in the 4v4 format.
A few gorillas here for Soulless. Also some additional, there's a mana, there's a tier. Accompanied with also a sword, and he finds 1 Morgana and 2 Mundos. So Techie line could be on place. He has 4 Mundo already, no Seraphine, no Zaira, and just holding up this priority 1 cost. Nitro on one side, Shaco, Morgana, no poppies, and obviously Mundo as one of the best tanks in the early game.
Yeah, Mundo can be either techies or with the Shaco, and there are 2 Alistars in the shop. If Solus wants to lean towards that potential techies line, he would probably want to be picking them up.
Yeah, more prio than the Niladil for sure here. Okay.
Finds 2 gold on the creep round, so able to grab those anyway. Tells the Morgana.
Nice. Okay. He was far from Morgana and prioritizing Nitro more than usual. Obviously a good for that tempo play in the early game, so it could be a good plan. That means decides to sell almost the full board, and we have black market cast. Once again, high volatility scoop weapons. He decides to roll it. That was a possibility for Shaco, but he didn't have the angle yet.
I saw the Cruel Pact, and I was like, can you ever click that in 4v4? Like, is that even allowed? But of course, that gets passed up immediately.
Shouldn't be allowed. I mean, I think in 44, I think it should be removed. just to maintain the friendship within the group. Okay, so Pipeline for Soulless could go for the loose trick. Caretakers also for late game. Tempo here, Freaky Fridays for Robinson.
Hedge Fund Babzera. We get the Living Forge for Evolutions. And he gets the Blighting Jewel straight away. So we see him holding on to a bunch of just Poppy and Jax. Not a bunch, actually. Just a few. But he is looking to play Morgana with the Blighting Jewel.
Okay, so we have the Morgana player for Team Liquid. And of course, Citadel Gaming will have to contest. You cannot leave the Morgana open, because it can out-tempo you in the mid-game, especially if they hit their boss swarm. Only going for a good tempo here, and should be slamming here. Kaiwen gets a win, decides to slam here. Unexpected expectedness also to have a possibility here with the Shaco.
Same thing for
And also,
BCLF.
once again, okay. Good items, already committing also BCLF. It's interesting because BCLF also has a good angle for Morgana, but I think he will just pivot out of Morgana and play the backs with the blue buff and the Gunblade that he has already assembled and he has in the bank.
Yeah, it looks to be the case, especially because we know that Ego is kind of committing to that with the Blighting Jewel. It's potentially an even better spot to play the Morgana in.
Okay, on the other hand, Pipeline just slamming for a little tempo there. We have a Bramble and we have a Shojin. Could be generic, or just it could just be that Soulless will be the one with Pipeline to contest the Morgana from Ego Illusions. He's not he doesn't have the best spot, not good item and not a good start, but the Pipeline can help you so much once you get into the Kurumx and start ramping up a little. So
I feel like
went
that-
full. Yep.
I feel like he won't go for Morgana just because he had an anvil open still, right? So why would he? I don't think it would slam Shojin. It wouldn't make much sense when you still have an anvil to search for a tier.
Yeah. 100%.
So I'm curious if that is the way he goes. That would be very interesting. But
yeah, but
we
Shojin
even
also is not very flexible, right? I mean, it's not
No.
premium.
no, it's not. I'm very surprised. I'm very curious what Solus is cooking up for this game here against Team Liquid. Well, we'll have to see as we get towards that. But Kaiwing back on this board. We saw the early rapid fires being brought in to join the Void Swarm.
Okay, so great. Kaiwin will want to maintain the win streak, and only him and BCLF are the ones who will try to go for this angle and maintain the tempo. BCLF maintains the win streak, Kaiwin too, Bapsera, the one with the lose streak, and Danmin. So those face-outs will be important. We have an additional hack carousel here with the duplicator and good possibilities here. So Danmin decides to pop and then wait. So this is a great strategy for you to do in solo queue. You pop just before the carousel starts, and then you can pick knowing what you already have in the anvil. So a great min-max to make sure you have the ideal items for your comp.
Yes, Dank Meme's going to be able to pick up extra tiers here. A lot of them in the inventory. Could be going for the amp line. You need a lot of tiers for it. And oftentimes we see our Lost Streaker immediately going towards that. We see a Yumi even being held. In fact, it being the only thing being held for Dank Memes at this time, alongside a Vi trying to find Cypher.
Okay, that's Bapsera trying to find Cypher only with a Draven. Hasn't found the Vi, hasn't found the LeBlanc. And now Soulless, also decent here. Lucas, good itemization, trying to go full for this Shaco, holding up the Bane. And well, full tempo also for Kane, for Kaiwen. Bapsera will lose for sure. We can move onto the top. We can go for Kaiwen or for BCLF, just to make sure if they are able to
They're
maintain.
fighting each other.
Nice, perfect.
They fight each other. The Morgana does have the slams, but I feel like this Void Swarm is so strong. Both the rapid fires are upgraded with the Kog'Maw and the Twisted Fate. It's a little bit too much power for VCLF to deal with. So Kaiwing gonna hold on to the win streak for Citadel Gaming.
This is huge. This is exactly what you want to do if you're doing the tempo with the rapid fire possibilities. He's also holding the Boombot. So there's a Warcast. We haven't seen it that much in Americas Qualifier, but in EMEA, I saw several games of Boombot. Of course, the +1 is very important, and then you have to high roll the Urgot, but it's actually a very powerful composition that we might see here if the angle arises, and of course, the augments helps a little.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can get there, right? So starting out does not have the +1 yet. Would have to find it on 3-2 or 4-2 augment selection. But at least for the early stages, it's still also quite strong, even just playing the 2 Boombot, as long as it's upgraded or just having the items on the front line Skarner and make it work. Kaiwing just easily able to hold on to the win streak all throughout stage 2.
Perfect. So Kaiwen there is a little mix on the back. Bapsera will have priority on Carousel for sure. Trying to find those Cypher as soon as possible. Still only with the Draven. Okay, he had the Draven, he decided to sell him, and now he has a Galio. So maybe just trying to make sure that he loses against Dan Memes, and just making some psychological games that maybe he will maintain the Cypher. And now Bapsera, very difficult for him to step up again and try to play the Cypher. So only a lose streak, good economy, but not ramp it up for the late game.
And we'll see if Ego can actually start hitting these Morganas and Poppies. Only having a pair of each coming into Krugs, it's a little bit lower than you usually like to be when you're the one rolling it. But Blighting Jewel kind of forced the hand of Ego to go for this Morgana because it is such a strong spot to make it cap out very high.
Okay, let's see how he outperforms here. We have Bapsera, 93 gold for Bapsera. I mean, this guy's rich. Okay.
He's got the hedge fund. So, and he found an Annie, so he has a potential amp spot as well, but no tiers.
Okay.
Curious if any of his teammates were specifically going for amp. I know VCLF looked like he was going to be going for potentially Vex with his blue buff. Ego is on the Morgana track, So Babzera might actually have an opening to play into this Annie, to play into the Amp, as Shaco 3 is hit by Lucas. So Lucas also not going for Amp. I think Babzera actually gets to be the Amp player with this massive amount of hedge fund gold and already having a copy of Annie.
Yeah, I like it. Makes total sense. Has the Jewel wanted for now on the Annie. Should go on the Yumi there later, just to get that additional burst damage and try to find one additional mana generation item. Maybe Gnasher Tooth, something on the sort. So Babzera in a good spot here. Full value on the hedge fund here, maintaining full economy and gaining 7 interest gold every turn.
Kingslayer, interesting when you are the team game and also this low. He has a lot of gold already, but this can just generate even more, try and snowball that lead that he's going to be able to build on the economy. Does decide to pass it up though. Gonna just dumbify. Loses the Annie that he found earlier.
He just doesn't care. He knows. He knows he's good.
I'll find it later. Find it later.
Okay, a little portfolio here for dumb memes. Eye for an eye. Soulless, just trying to get additional items in a perfect way. Placebo, just a little gold, a little speed. Some healing coming up here for Lucas. We have some duplicators here. So the reroll for BCLF will be this Elise. So probably will maintain on the Elise angle, not ramping up. I don't love it. Normally, this Elise with this... I'm not sure about this, because with this item I will go Vex, but he has these duplicators here cast, so will make more sense to stay on the Elise and try to play Elise Brown, for example.
Yeah,
I don't love the items.
Possible case there. I mean, can always just use it on like a 3-cost frontliner for the Vex comp.
Okay.
Just go for there. But I agree with you. It does seem like it is likely to be the Elise Braum. Gonna be locked in there. Dank memes back on the lost streak. Same with Babzera.
Okay, Babzera once again holding up to the amp units, getting the Warmogs, and when you see the Warmog, you already know he's playing for the high roll. He wants not only to get the Samira, to get the sack that has the perfect spot to make sure that he gets Warmog here. So full aggressiveness here for Babzera. Also him and that means I think both of them in a very risky position. So now Yumi with this item will be so amazing. She's able to eliminate the low HP tank so easily and get some additional value for the team. Not only if he wins, if she doesn't win, she will for sure kill units and maintain some good healthy HP here for Babzera.
From the carousel, Tank Beams and Babzera at the bottom of the tables.
BSLF maintaining good tempo, 88 HP, and Kaiwen loses the win streak. So that will diminish a lot the gold generation that he had. Some forecast here, interesting. Babzera thinking about the misfortune just for denial. That's the bet.
He's trying to protect them. I think he wanted another teammate to be able to get one of those units. I know VCLF wanted potentially Vex, but we also think he may be stuck on the Elise instead. I'm not sure which one that they were trying to hold for a teammate, but I think he was just trying to protect it. End of the day, has to deny it at the last moment from Dank Memes.
Yeah, that Memes already with the blue buff and the gunblade, so he's going Vex, XOX, just trying to delay. We know the power that that unit has, so that means we'll have to wait for the rolldown just to make sure he has it. Here's a pop-up from the caretakers, the final one, trying to get some radiant value here. Decides to go for Guard Breaker. Good, very good on Vex actually. But he will have to go for Vex maybe a little unprotected in the middle and make sure she gets full value on the ult.
Yeah, definitely looking for some big damage out of the Vex with this version, right? The Radiant item, the JG, and the blue buff. Not getting any of the healing, but the crit will go crazy.
Yeah, he could also switch. He could go full damage, as you mentioned. Or he could go maybe an hybrid if he goes against someone not beefy in HP, but maybe on resistances, and go for the 2 damage that you have when you put the healing in and you make sure that you have it on place. So it will be interesting because it's not normal to have duo carry in that comp. He will try just to get the most out of it. There's the Yumi. Babsera wanting to pop off. Will he do a 4-1? Will he wait and maybe grief a little, or be greedy a little more? 39 HP. That means difficult position. Soulless. Finding the front line, 3-star. One away from Zaira, one away from Seraphine.
Yeah, let's see if he can hit. Feels like he's going to dig kind of deep here. And actually finds both of them. Big hits for Soulless.
Everything 3-star now for him. So amazing. Has the utility, has the static shift. Also has the burn, the healing reduction with the flame. Access to backline here with Seraphine. Good stuff here. So Soulless in a good position for Citadel once again. Kai when looking for a little, and that means the one who needs to step up and to need to not go 8th, playing the EXO. Okay, he wins against Babsera. Babsera in a difficult position now with 30. I think he will have to roll for 1.
Yeah, Dank Memes ends up picking up a win, so starting to stabilize the comp. As you said, Babsera, I agree, has to 4-1 it. Even actually just going to go on 3-7. Knows that the turn is going to take a lot of time. Wants to be
one sack
player. Finds the Zac. No Samira yet. No Annie either. There's the Annie.
Okay.
Can maybe stop here because he is rolled ahead of tempo.
This is perfect. He now needs just to stabilize. Of course, if he finds the Samira will be amazing. But just finding Yumi 2, finding the rest of the units of the board will be so good for him. And we will for sure... Okay, there's the Annie.
2. Wow. Big for Babsera.
Nice. One more. Just
can hold extra. Try and deny any other amp players. Buko, that could maybe be in for now.
Yeah,
finally gets in Nico.
Makes sense. Okay. Playing Street Demons for now also. Some possibilities here. Okay, that means he finds the Samira, so he will full pivot. Well, he had the items into this board. So the grade at the end of the stick, good for good power right now, goes to that memes, but the late game power goes to Babsera finding the sack. The thing is, Babsera will maintain himself alive for the sack to actually do good tankiness and get the blobs, or will that means just push out with pure muscle for now and get and avoid getting the 8th?
Yeah, this is big. Interestingly, even with just the 1-stars, very close fight against this Techies board from Soulless. Might even be able to get it with one more cast from Annie, just not quite. Dank Memes takes the loss. Babsera finds a win. Annie 2 in favor of Babsera, but Samira in favor of Dank Memes, as Lucas being able to find a very nice win streak playing around the Shaco 3. Curious on the stacks, it is going to be 29 kills, a 43% extra AD, and we are getting another Prismatic here on 4-2.
Natural Shaco 3 already holding to 2 duplicators. Can go for the Jarvan 3 just to maintain the front line. Coronation interesting. Belt looks like it's the priority and it's so good. You get that additional value. Warmox is just amazing. As you manage to find a sack, this is just too good. Coronation, additional damage, the +1 here for the tech is very important to go within that techie line and the bruisers and try to get as much defense damage as possible.
At BCLF, it looks like was rolling for the Elise. It looked like he had a ton of duplicators on the bench. I'm curious if he was able to pick up some extra somewhere. Ego did end up finding the Poppy just now, has the Morgana, and both Manazane and Blighting Jewel. Very, very strong pickups as Babsera goes for Greater Moonlight. And we've seen this before in AMP to just give you an additional carry with that Nidalee in the front line.
Yeah, doing amazing, the Nidalee with the 4-star. It's one unit that I love. She's so good, good utility, good damage. You get an additional tankiness there, and 4-star is just exactly what you need in this comp to not depend only on the Tivers. Of course, you already have the sack, so the damage should come. And now Memes winning also with the amp, finding the Samira, as we said. Babsera just needs one Samira, and these two players, both Babsera and that means could be the win out, the first and second place in this lobby. So the rest will just need to manage HP right now.
Yeah, this is big right now. It feels like Team Liquid is a little bit ahead when it comes to HP and also potential to win the lobby. Babsera feels like he has a very good potential amp line. Lucas, we have seen the Shaco eventually start to bleed out, usually in stage 4, but he's maintained his win streak, 88 HP, good amount of stacking. VCLF also hitting at least 3, might be able to stabilize some of the HP right now. And Ego is on the extra artifacts for the Morgana comp that can help that cap out even higher. So it does feel like the TL spots are looking really good. And when we look on the other side, Kaiwing playing a very standard Vanguard board. Right now it looks pretty strong, but can it contend with the AMP as we scale up, especially since Babzera still has a lot of power that he can get if he can find a Samira.
Tiver's just running down for the carries in the backline. Lucas takes a huge hit here from the techie player. So huge right now for all of them. It's actually very close. Memes in a good position. Babzera also. Ego and Robin are actually bleeding out. So no clear one first spot possibility. Dang Memes could be that player. And Babzera, of course, if he hits his Samira. Babzera actually is preserving gold right now. He's just trying to go to level 9 and make sure he has the Samira. And so far, he hasn't lost. So 30 HP is still healthy. If he takes a hit, he will have to roll on level 8. And his plan could be totally destroyed if he doesn't hit a Samira now.
Yeah, but this, as you said, he actually did have a lot of gold saved up. And because of that, it feels likely he's going to make it to 9. Be able to actually get those better odds, try and find the Samira, try and find the Zac 2, 50 gold, 3 win streak. He can afford 1 loss here. So just 1 more win and you have to feel very safe going into neutrals.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. Even if he loses, I mean, if he loses now, there could be a pressure, but I mean, the plan has to be the same. He will just have to play with 1 HP and go for the full cap out board. The thing I don't like is that he has a huge sack. So normally you want to just roll all your gold for that sack. He's being too greedy right now. Early sack, like the game is telling you to roll. But he decides this is the best spot right now. And of course, huge caliber player, world level player. So this is what he decided and it's working out. Huge win right now for him.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the extra power on the board with the Dumbify being able to help tank up, getting the Greater Moonlight onto the Nidalee, finding a lot of extra value for this level 8 board. And because of that, he's been able to hold on to this 30 HP. Even if he takes the loss in the next round, he can still econ into neutrals, go 9. Should help him find the Samira. There's only, I believe, the 1 copy out that Dank Memes has. This spot for Babzera is looking very, very good. And now it's Robin in trouble. Dank Memes still pretty stable, but the bottom 2 are Citadel Gaming.
Okay, so Robin, Freaky Friday, going for the Mixed Fortune Seti. Good items on this Fortune. Seti still not ramping up, only 1 Winsus. And the one is only 1, so even though he has 3 items, it's very possible that this one is only casting once. So you really want the duo or the triple casting here for this one going up against the AMP. So we see Robin here against Babzera. And I think it's a good decision. You call it out. He has Domify. He has 4-star Nidalee. So, of course, you want to have additional blobs for the sack, but you already have so much defense here that actually level 9 going for the full cap, finding the Samira and looking for the Samira 2 for more damage makes more sense.
Yeah, Robin going to take that loss, falling very low. Doesn't feel like there are a lot of places for Robin to get out of this spot. Dank Memes does have the Garen in, gonna find a Street Demon mod. Maybe just trying to put extra damage onto the Yuumi, since it does have one of those Street Demon hexes that it can stand on.
Yeah, you're looking for strategies here. So good to get those additional stats. So just now committing to the Street Demon as a chance. So Babzera, full win streak, full goal, trying to greed a little the hedge fund, and then roll out everything on level 9. At least find 1 Samira, and then he can even preserve a little the gold. There he goes. Okay, 1 Samira, 39 gold. There's the sack. Diego 2, nice.
2. Zac 2.
Can he win without the Samira? I mean, this board is amazing. He's just lacking the Samira to make it the total Exodia.
Yeah, he can even sell the Nidalee 2 because he found a Nidalee 1 because it's just going to be a 4-star anyway.
Okay. Okay. And he's looking for the angle. He's just holding up the Annie just to make sure that Dank Memes doesn't have that out. And if Dank Memes is able to go 8th, that could be an additional out for Babzera to get that 3-star Annie.
Yeah, now Robin going up against his teammate, Kaiwing with the extra Void spawn, just trying to have more frontline for the Vanguard Marksman. Big cast from MF to try and hold on some HP. Robin down to 2. I think it's just going to be an 8th. It was a good loss to be able to keep an extra life. I don't think it's going to let him hold on, as Ego is going to take a loss to Babzera. Ego going to be the potential sacrifice for TL, but he should be able to outplace Robin.
Okay, let's see what he managed to do here. Babzera having 2 teammates in rotation, Lucas and BCLF, but Dan Mims is also in rotation, so he just has to be as strong as possible. Samira pair now for Dan Mims, no Samira still for Babzera. One off the total Exodia. This face-off is so important because one of them, if they manage to face each other, will lose the win streak.
Yeah, but Annie won. Annie won only for Dank Memes. This is another big fight, right? Because if Robin can take down Ego, he might be able to outplace him. Huge fight for Robin. Getting this extra point for the team would be massive. We see the Misfortune getting stunned up. She's going to get another cast soon, but that is a very tanky Poppy. It will not be denied. It will not go down. Morgana's going to get there. Ego takes out Robin. So that's the 8th for Citadel.
Okay, so Robin goes 8th. And now in a perfect position, Citadel, only for placement, they're doing amazing. They just need to send Dan Mims out. Dan Mims is looking for the Annie. And there's the Samira, finally. Babzera manages to accomplish the total Exodia here. Viego too, just for fun, getting additional damage and diminishing resistances also for the target. Great for the Annie. And that sack will be so amazing. Should have already like 20 blobs and can only become stronger. 10. Nice.
Yeah, 10 for Babzera. Didn't hit that much on the big roll down and basically only saved gold after finding it initially. We do have Solus going up against this board. The techie reroll, I feel like it's done kind of what it can do, but the rest of these boards are just capping out much higher. Solus quickly bleeding out. Loses to Babzera. May even fall in 7th if Ego can hold on a little bit longer.
He does.
Ego's gonna pick up a win.
Okay, now Soulless in a difficult position, and this is so tough for Citadel. Robinson already 8th, and Soulless taking a 7th. It will be almost impossible to get the 1-2. So it's looking perfect here for TL.
Yeah, Solus will have to win a couple of rounds here to make it work, especially with Ego winning that last one. Really, they needed him to be on 1 life. Solus needed to find the 6th. Maybe Dank Memes could try and outcap Babzera, get the win, and Kaiwing can hold on for a 3rd, but they almost certainly cannot go 1-2.
Yeah, so Soulless needs to avoid this 7 by any means possible. It's pretty strong, already having the cap out board, but again, this is a board that slows down in the late game. You already have the 3-star 1 cost, but you don't have anything that actually gives you the win more in this chance. Maybe the possibility of changing something. 6 techie, you have so much damage. I'm in positioning cast, maybe trying to snipe someone with the Seraphine. That's your out here.
Yeah, getting the Zac copy from the Viego, maybe that gives enough tankiness. Solus now gonna fight Ego. This is exactly who you want to run into, because if you win this, maybe it allows the next fight for you to lose not as hard as Ego Illusions, but this is Manazane Blighting Jewel on the Morgana.
Oh,
she's taking out the Seraphine basically by herself.
Wow.
It's just the Gorilla remaining with the little backup from the Zyra trying to make things happen. But the Jax 3-star is there. There is still the 2-star from that Aurora, and Ego takes him down. Solus will fall. That is a 7-8 for Citadel, and now Kaiwing and Dank Memes have to hold the line at 1 and 2, but Babzera's board is very likely too powerful.
Yeah, there's a world where Dan Mims wins against Babzera, but Kaiwing is playing marksman, and we know it's not a comp Dan can cap out in the later game. He doesn't have a win-out spot. We're seeing Dan Mims right now, pretty strong. Samira too, still with the Annie one, not even the pair. So Babzera holding up for those Annie. Okay, I didn't get the Samira, you will not get the Annie. And now is the face-off. Going up against Kaiwen and the marksman. Standard comp, but once again, it's not enough to take a first.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for them to hit each other immediately here, really wanting to avoid this fight as much as possible. They need to both be winning, taking HP from TL. And here, I mean, Kaiwing able to beat Dank Memes, 1 unit loss. That's best case scenario for them, especially under the assumption that Dank Memes is the one who can cap out higher. Maybe that is the one way that they had a chance to win here, but Dank Memes would have to reach a power level that is above Babzera's, and you would need to find a little bit more strength on Kaiwing to get it done.
Yeah, exactly. BCLF, we see him a little pretty strong. Getting the full cap board of this Dynamo, it's very difficult to get both the Elite 3 and the Misfortune and the rest of the comp. So pretty strong, and I believe he cannot lose against the rest of the board that Kaiwing, for example, is looking for. So BCLF pretty strong. Baxera with the win streak. Huge position here for Team Liquid. So let's see if there's some way they can find an out here, but looking like a win. 1-0 for Team Liquid in this first game.
Well, Kaiwing also getting an additional Void Swarm. Maybe that's the difference maker. Being able to get that extra front line coming through. 3 copies of it on the board.
Yeah, maybe with double Ginsus, but he only has Quicksilver right now. He needs raw damage. Maybe trying to scale a little the Ox Force. Only 12 right now for Dank Memes.
Memes is going to hit Babzera here.
Yeah, important. Babzera wins here. He's the strongest. See if he can handle Samira going. Samira, no good items. Full AP and no, Babzera is totally crushing.
It's not close. It's not close at all. And that should do it. Even VCLF going down, but so does Dank Memes. Team Liquid going to win game 1 here over Citadel. They'll just need one more to lock up that second seed.
Clean. And this is great for Mental. Team Liquid got a good run. They end up losing 2-0 in the upper bracket against Vitality. And it seemed like a one-sided, pretty one-sided for Vitality. So people were saying, okay, see, the Team Liquid got a good placement, got a good lobby in the first place. But now, once again, against Citadel, demonstrating that they are the best of the best. The Brazilian server, maybe not in the top 2 servers in the world, but a strong server with a lot of fans of TFT. And these are the best of the best that Brazil can offer to us in the Americas so many times, in set championships so many times, in Golden Spatula of America, and now once again demonstrating the powerhouse that is Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just getting Babzera, the one who's leading the charge for this game. Should be able to take down Kaiwing. A lot of raw damage for the marksman, trying to get the job done, but the Zac and the Nidalee holding it down. Babzera grabs the first. Liquid gonna pick up the first game of this set versus Citadel.
Amazing, great gameplay. Babzera especially ensuring that he has the win out possibility. Greeting so much the hedge fund. At one moment he had more than 100 gold. And they did what they must. BCLF also playing tempo with the LS3. Eguiluson with the Jewel Morgana. Lucas playing Shaco 3 out of the blue. And also outperforming the rest. Sending 7 and 8 Citadel. And great win for him. So I think so far, total favors to win it all here, Team Liquid, and be the second seed coming up into EWC in Riyadh.
Yep, bad beats for Citadel in game 1, but we've seen them bounce back from plenty as a team. And what I really like about them is it feels like none of them have defined roles, and they've all demonstrated that they can play both win out, they can play loss streak, they can play tempo. I think the Citadel team is very well rounded in that way. So I'm excited to see if they can bounce back against Team Liquid here.
Yeah, Dan Memes has demonstrated that he's not only good at the game, he's also fast in the carousel. So maybe trying to get some lucky there as the last game between them and 100 Thief, getting some good pans that can get a win out possibility. And that will be the name of the game. I think we'll see more risk taking for Citadel in the next game, maybe more economy and looking for that win out spot. Cypher will be a must. So let's prepare because the game 2 will be a hype.
All right, well, we are going to go to a short break, but when we return, game 2 of Team Liquid versus Citadel Gaming. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Americas qualifiers for Teamfight Tactics on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san. And we've got Team Liquid with a 1-0 lead over Citadel Gaming. This is for seeding at the Esports World Cup. Both of these teams have qualified already, and Liquid just one game away from securing the second seed. They're going to help them out in those group stages by going in at a higher seed.
100% Cas. Meta very established. We're seeing two Lustric players with economy augments going for the amp line. We're trying to see the Carousel with a pan, trying to go for the Rapid Fire or the Morgana Bastion. And then if you're able to be creative, you are just trying to tank out for the game. But also some win out spot like Bishop showed us with the Slayer and trying to get to the Garen, to the Legendaries. So there's some good possibilities, but actually a very knowledgeable meta that everyone already has on place. So RNG in your favor, making sure you do the due diligence or helping the rest of the player HP preservation. All the small details are being the most important right now. So I mean, quality of game amazing. I'm having a great time right now, and I just wish to learn more from these amazing players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to be getting into game very soon, and I think the dichotomy between these two teams has been pretty interesting, right? We've had a lot of teams have players kind of fall into specific roles. Usually for the teams, it is kind of based on what spot they get, but it does seem like Team Liquid leans towards allowing Babzera the freedom to try and play for winouts, try and play for the high APM lines, play the lost streak, try and make something happen. And we saw him play the hedge fund in this game, and it really worked out for the team being able to go for that first place. Whereas Citadel has completely been on the side of like, whoever has this best spot possible is going to play that line, and they've all flexed into different roles throughout the entire tournament. I think that TL is capable of doing the same, but it is interesting that we've seen Babzera be kind of that big win out carry while everyone else is playing a lot more standard, trying to preserve HP, look for win streaks, and I'm curious if we'll see anyone else be the hero this time around.
Yeah, makes total sense. Something similar happened last EWC with Michael from Latam. He was like the young gun that they gave him the possibility of going first place, because that's where they're able to do it. They always have a good cap out board. They always know exactly how to win it all. And then the experienced players can play more flex, can try to preserve HP and try to be more aware of what's happening in the rest of the lobby. So Babzera, very young, the youngest player right now, with a good possibility also to be the hero. Maybe the best AVP player right here, right now for Team Liquid. Some examples here, some Mundos, some techie line here for Kaiwen. We have seen that pretty important line here. Vanguards here, and some techie once again. So no surprises in the early game, and everything very standard right now. Let's see if anyone is able to get an orb to find some ciphers. So far, Cas, I don't think so. Normally the first orb is the most important, and no one was able to find either a Draven or a Galio.
Yeah, looking around, I mean, at best we see VCLF with a LeBlanc, but none of the rest of the ciphers coming through. Looking at Kaiwing, has a tier already, but he does have the techie start. Ego going to be playing essentially around that early Ox, try and generate some gold.
Okay, everyone holding, having all the outs open, and just making sure that depending on the augments, depending on the items they have, anything is possible right here. Sells a little, there's the cipher. Okay, so we start in silver. Placebo, risky move. Also interesting to go for the Lustric. No tier here to have that possibility, so maybe not ideal. Overcomber, I like it also, to get additional components and just make sure that you have a good ramp up in the mid game.
Yeah, I think if Think Memes has a potential win streak spot, Young and Wild and Free is very good in team formats, being able to add to your carousel control for the team. Titanic Titan, though, has also just been incredibly popular throughout this tournament.
But
you see a branching out grab getting techies.
Okay.
It's going to be over encumbered. I'm a bit surprised by this one, actually. I mean, it is a very strong augment. I'm not surprised by the fact that it's taken. Just that Titanic and Young, Wild, and Free were potential options, and both of them just have so many good implications in 4v4 for helping with the carousel control and HP preservation.
Kaiwen got it. So Kaiwen, with that possibility, he hear you. So he goes Young, Wild, and Free, and he will be the one to try to go tempo, so he doesn't need to go lose streak to get that priority chat. So he's just going to try to win and then try to grief the opponents and just make sure that they get the ideal scenario for the team.
Yeah, he had a good Techies opener, but Solus with the branching out, getting Techies, might push Kaiwing out. Instead, just play some standard tempo like you're talking about. Try and make full use out of the Young Wild 3. But of course, for now, that is going to be his Techie Bruiser opener as his strongest board.
Economy also here for Robin and Pandora's item, just to make sure that he has ideal items on this Morgana. As we know, blue buff, Gunblade, and then the +1 that could be Rabadon. It could even be obviously an emblem of Bastion. Here's the Techie from Soulless, so he will have to go completely there. He's just golding the Cyrus. He has the Cyrus here. Maybe he will not go, and Robin decides just to full open here. 19 gold, so maybe just trying to avoid damaging the rest, or trying to grief someone in TL, maybe BCLF.
Yeah, I think Solus initially was considering if he needed to hold on to his lost streak by not upgrading the Zyra. Decides that he can, in fact, upgrade it, so does end up with the 2-star on the board already.
It's Lucas, because Lucas is also open here. They both lost instantly, so both of them are open. And if they face each other, remember, it's not like a few sets ago. Actually, it will be a draw, so both of them will lose the streak. So that's a new change, so that it's not 50-50. It was very not ideal that it was actually 50-50. So I think both of them, this is prisoner dilemma right now, and they both will need to maintain open just to make sure the other one doesn't get the advantage.
Yeah, so we do see the rest of the board here with 3 players with the full win streak right now. Kaiwing, Ego, and Dank Memes after the first 2 rounds. Heading into Carousel right now, Robin does have the advantage, but there are 3 TL members right behind. So unless Solus takes a huge loss, it looks like it will be 1 member of Citadel, 1 member of Liquid getting the first look.
Kaiwing now decides to slam Shojin. Full Morgana angle there for BCLF. We already seen him, so he will be able to maintain a good chunk of HP. Kaiwing will fall down, so no more 100 HP. Memes also looks like he's going with the Chaco, so he should be able to maintain win streak also. So only Ego and Dan Memes coming into Carousel with the possibility of maintaining win streak, and also both HP preservation and good goal for the team.
Yeah, good loss for Solus, not for Carousel, but at least for HP priority. Robin gonna be running out, and they also get Kaiwing being able to go and snag the tier away with the Young Wild and Free. Kaiwing not able to hold on to the full streak, but he's still very high on the HP, being able to leave early, and that's just the power of the Carousel control from this.
Yeah, this is perfect. Trying to avoid the tier management for the AMP players that are normally the loose streakers, right? The ones that are going for full economy. So for now, full control, parity here. Robinson trying to go for the full loose streak also. Has a Galio, little goal here. Remember, same goal for everyone, simply they need to pick what they want to do. And of course, because it's 4v4, each team will pick only one option. And as we know, Cass, it should be random if they both pick this. If they pick the same, it's fine. So cash out. Normally they're picking cash out, right? We saw it yesterday also. They're like, okay, give me the goal and let's not be worried about this in the future.
Yeah, it seems like pro players tend to not like any kind of added variance. So there's like, all right, fine, everyone gets 5 gold. Call it a day.
Double Warmox there for the Gorilla, Babsera. So possibilities of maintaining the techie line to contest Soulless, or also just play the tempo and try to find a sack in the late game.
Ego gonna start slamming some items as well, trying to hold on to this win streak against Kaiwing. Kaiwing lost the streak, but still has a pretty strong board. So being able to get this Gargoyles down on the side of Kaiwing's carries, really heads up play. Be able to actually not only win and maintain the streak, but deal a sizable chunk of damage to Kaiwing.
Yeah, perfect. So Memes and Ego, if they face each other, who takes the win here? Ego, good defense. Dan Memes, good damage. So best sword against the best shield. See what happens. Dan Memes should be weaker. He has an econ augment. He hasn't cashed out the over encumbered. And Ego right now using also a little more power. So let's see if they face off. And Robin still maintaining the lose streak.
Yeah, Dank Beams is forced to be on level 4 because he's considering the Shaco reroll as a potential option still.
Okay.
So on top of that, Ego gets to have the advantage of units. However, they don't face each other. Ego going to face Solus instead. Dank Memes gets the instant win streak because Lucas is his matchup. So Lucas and Robin both able to maintain their loss streaks. Dank Memes and Ego able to maintain their win streaks. Parity across the two teams.
That's nice. Okay, so Lucas, Robin, everything working out. So balanced game so far. Remember, we see in the top, Team Liquid already with an advantage of 1 game. If they manage to close out the game, they will get the second seed to EWC. And Citadel just trying to outperform. They already made a tweet recognizing they're already going to EWC. They're very happy. Robin was looking for a team for so long after leaving Toronto Ultra. And now with this possibility of Citadel helping them, giving the possibility, finally pays out for all of them, for the team, for them. So huge win coming into EWC, and now with the possibility of taking it all.
Yep, Abzera playing around the techies, gets the Shojin ready to go, has the Warmogs on the Mundo. We've seen some Mundos go absolutely crazy. Is now finally there's the cash out for Dank Memes. He can actually start to hit some of his 1 costs, and we see him rolling on 3-1, trying to make some advantage of being on level 4 since he wasn't able to hold extra 1 costs with the over encumbered.
No Shakos, man. Wow, holding Morganas, getting the Mundo. Remember, if you're going for this line, you want to go for the Mundo 3, you want to go for the Shaco 3. He only has 4 Shakos, 3 Mundos. So difficult spot here for Dank Memes, but I really feel he's committed here.
Yeah, it does feel like he is completely committed to the line. Ends up just slamming a Sunfire that he can move later, just trying to make sure his Shaco can stay alive and pick up some kills. Also recognizing that this fight is going to be very tough against Babzera with the double Warmogs on the Mundo, but he is able to get the Shaco into the back line, pick up some extra kills, and that's going to be all he needs just to continue to stack this up and continue the win streak. This augment selection is going to be very big as well. He might need some econ to go alongside these extra items he got with the over encumbered, because he needs to try and hunt down these Shakos.
Yeah, totally. See what's the decision here. He's holding a lot of Morganas and Poppies, so probably BCLF is the only one playing Morgana for Team Liquid, and no one in Citadel will play it. We'll just confirm in a few seconds, but now the plan is just to hold up and try to avoid BCLF from popping off. But once again, uncontested, probably for Team Liquid is also good news right now.
Yep, BCLF hits Morgana 3 on 3-2. Not a lot of amazing options there. Goes for Slammin', which is actually just going to be increasing like the level ups, which when you're going for the Shaco reroll, that doesn't really work. So I'm curious if Dank Beams is bailing out of the reroll line and looking to play something else in the late game and just use the Shaco for tempo.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, he rolled down like 20 gold and he got 1 Shaco. So, I know, the Mundo 2. So, yeah, makes sense. It's like the game is talking to you and sometimes you need to hear. So, Ego right now trying to maintain the win streak. And I think both of them will be able to do it.
Yeah, Robin having Cypher in. So, definitely not looking to win here.
Wow. Stage 3-2, coming into 3-3, Ego and Dami still both with the win streak. They will be the ones who either can go for a huge full combat HP preservation win out, or simply help the team with HP in the late game. Right now, Robin, 3 ciphers, only 22. And Lucas fully open here.
Yeah, he's trying to stop Robin.
Yeah, he has to.
But he's not in his pool currently, so he's not able to actually catch Robin right now. As Robin actually won on 3-1, I believe he must have beat Lucas, and so now he's restarting the loss streak with the Cypher in. So he's already been griefed to slow down the Cypher, but he's got 60 life, so he can play Cypher this stage, just get a smaller cash out, and just try and play from there.
Okay, now we have finally the face-off. So Ego against Dan Memes, the sword versus the shield. And let's see who takes the win here. So important. Shaco is still alive, trying to heal here. There's the shield, so no more shield from the BT. And is looking good right now for Ego and takes the win. So Dang Memes takes the loss. No more win streak for him, and Ego will have full control from now on. And once again, the Kog'Maw, best unit in the early game to do a win streak, and works out here for Ego Illusions.
Yeah, Kaiwing denying another tier. They're putting Lucas in tier jail. He cannot get any, and he's trying to play Amp, but he has been denied the ability to make a blue buff, to make his Shojin, to make really anything that he wants. I think this is actually big. I think they might be able to send Lucas 8th just by having Young Wild in free and having Kaiwing take all of the tiers.
Wow. That's huge. That's so huge. You need the tier either for Yumi and try to kill units, but of course, for that Annie that needs so many items, needs the blue buff, needs the Shojin, and it's not going to happen right now for her. Babsera finds... Babsera found Bane 3. Is that a thing? Can we check Babsera quickly?
We're on Babsera. We're on Babsera right now.
Yeah. No, it was Seraphine. Okay, no.
Yeah, Seraphine 3.
Perfect.
Yeah. Jax 3 picked up for
VCLF.
VCLF. Lucas was rolling a lot on 7. He gets Sejuani 2. We saw Yumi 2 as well. So Lucas trying to stabilize, I suppose.
Okay. Skywin. Good items here. Double mana generation. Perfect items for the Yumi 2 right now to get some good kills. And of course for the Annie. And make sure you rotate the abilities and get the Tivers as soon as possible. So right now, let's see if Ego can maintain. Yeah, he does. So still 100. Ego.
I see Hoope. I see Kaiwing.
Yeah.
Forward thinking, took all the tiers so that he can go amp, right? On 4-1. Lucas decides to roll on 7 to try and find the amp units ahead of the roll down because he knows that Kaiwing cannot roll until later. So Lucas used his bonus rerolls that he had built up and rolled on 7 to try and find the amp units instead of waiting. And he found one Annie and a couple Yumis, and he found a Viego. But I don't think this is a big enough hit. He hasn't denied enough. Kaiwing is going to get to roll down on 4-1 anyways.
Wow. I mean, he's playing to his outs, right? He didn't have enough gold, even though because he had the medium lose streak. I mean, probably he had to. It's like the out, because if not, he will be so delayed, and of course will not be able to catch up. And he knows the rest of the lobby knows this, so he would have to roll down later, and then it would be a total disaster here. So Lucas in jail, totally in jail right now. Had to roll and is not strong enough. Oh, he is strong enough here to take a win. So he's just trying to catch up and not go 8th. So they need to send Robin 8th. Lucas knows he will go 7th. It doesn't matter, but he's just trying to hold the units for the rest. That's nice.
No, I think this is good. I think Citadel beat them. Citadel bested them on this fight over Lucas, right? They denied every tier. They put Lucas in the worst possible position. And this is a good adaptation from TL to try and overcome this, right? Lucas trying to win a couple of rounds here, because then if they stop Robin from hitting what he needs to hit, just like you said, they sent him 8th. Lucas is gone. Give up on Lucas. He's going bottom 2, almost guaranteed. You just want it to be the 7th.
Exactly. Okay, so very important to stay on Robin. He's looking for an additional tier here for the Vex. Okay.
Yeah, his roll down should be coming up. 14 bonus rerolls here for Robin Songs.
Okay, no tiers.
Level to 8.
So important. There's an Urgot.
Insane amount of rerolls available.
Can be the +1 here. Gragas.
He's just not finding it. He finds the Sejuani pair though. Mordekaiser upgrade.
Good front.
Yeah, you know when you're not rolling for amp, you see all the amp units. You saw Samira, a bunch of Annies.
Wow. Okay.
One more Vex. Doesn't get it. Possible they can hold him down, but now he's going to start slamming the items. He doesn't want to lose anymore.
Olobo. Okay. Should go for Bao in Sejuani also. And then just finalize defensive items on the Mordekaiser that will actually be the main tank.
Only one tier available. So wants to try and find the blue buff for Vex. If he can find a couple wins, make it to Carousel, I think that's what Robin is looking for. And Dank Beams lets him out. Dank Beams lets him find a win here. 41 HP is enough to try and stabilize. We get some augments here. See what Robin can grab. Just goes bulky buddies immediately. Get some extra gold. Roll down. Try and find the Vex before he can get jailed.
Lucas just trying to get some combat in.
X2 for Robin.
Okay, nice. Also Varus 2 with the hollow bow. Kawen goes level 7. And just looking for some combat here. Not today. Okay, he has Pulse, so huge Nafiri here. He managed to get a 3-star.
Yep, forward thinking has popped for Kaiwing. He's still 97 gold. Kaiwing is just not rolling yet.
Waiting and waiting. Right now, the techie line, 7 techies. Piercing Lotus, amazing with the techies also here. Getting that additional ramp damage amplification.
After this fight, we got to see Kaiwing and see what he's doing with that gold. If he decides to spend it yet, or if he has at all. Robin gonna just slam the tier, knowing that he just wants to find a blue buff. That has to be the big thing he picks up off the carousel. Just trying to look for the win over this kind of early anima board that's coming through with the Aurora. Robin has started to stabilize. Kaiwing gonna take another loss, so this must be the big roll down for Kaiwing coming up. Right now, just tanking some HP. But 100 gold for Kaiwing.
Yeah, and also no direction for Ego. We saw he was maybe playing AMP. Then we thought Lucas was playing AMP, and Lucas is just like playing defense right now. And he was the AMP player, and Ego is just like playing a flexible board with whatever he got, and he will just bleed out right now.
Kaiwing knows Lucas did not hit very hard on AMP and is out of money to spend. He recognizes he is rich from forward thinking and he has enough HP because the game also gave everyone 10 more. He is slow leveling to 9 to have 50 gold. I love this from Kaiwing. You have 47 HP left. Your AMP is basically uncontested because Lucas is level 7 with no gold. He's not going to stop you from hitting your units.
It's nice. So right now, Lucas is just using what he can. He will stay level 7 and go for Yumi 3. So that will be his out. Yumi 3. No blue buff, so very tough for him right now. And Robin takes a huge win here against Lucas. And Kaiwing, as you said, very close to level 9 and looking for the real cap, getting the additional units and just trying to obliterate everything. Has good items also for the Samira.
Yeah, he'll just 4-5 it. He gets first pick, but he would have had it anyway with the Young Wild and Free. Does not get the Samira. That would have been massive here.
Maybe next.
Looks like he can just maybe go Nico. It's kind of fine, but I don't know. The sword is not super. Actually, no, the sword is fine. He has a couple gloves. That's really great for his Samira. Maybe a teammate needs it, and he denies Lucas from getting the Viego.
Also, Thief's Gloves, not bad at all. He can go Last Whisper Samira just to demolish the front line and try to do some additional damage here. So Citadel in a difficult position here. Both on the bottom, but of course they're ramping up. There it is, level 9.
Immediately.
Nice. Okay.
Where's Annie? Annie.
Annie, no sack.
There's Annie.
Okay, one Annie. Mundo goes
Nico.
out.
Diego, Annie.
Annie pair,
Samira pair. Oh. Okay, I mean, Kaiwing's spot is pretty good. Everything is paired. He's out of money, but everything is paired. And he has enough lives that like he can potentially lose 2 fights, get to neutrals, so he'll get a lot of money back.
Okay. The Garen also decides to go for the ramping up of the mods, trying to get a strategist. He didn't get the sack, so I think even if he gets that sack now, it will not be a good idea. No blobs. He has the war mod, so it's still a possibility.
Such a good win. It's such a good win if he can get it. Oh, he doesn't get it.
Ego in the end.
But only a 1-unit loss means he's not even in danger of this being his last life. He's guaranteed 2.
Okay.
And everything is paired, Hupe. Every single thing on the board is paired. He has to find it, right? He only gets the 1 turn, but he gets the bonus gold from it being that neutrals round.
Okay, Lucas, we're seeing him here. 5. Yumi still far away. So just trying to preserve HP here, trying to take a win. Very far from Nafiri. That's also an upset there. Nafiri, great items, but only 3 Nafiris right now.
Any 2 locked in the shop for Kaiwing. So he has found the main carry of the composition. Now he just needs the front line, the supporting units.
Big ult there for Sejuani. Good damage from the Vex. Looking good on the other side. But Kaiwen is just pretty strong. And Yumi. Oh, the ult there.
It's so good. It's so good
Wow.
for them. Just a 2-unit loss for Robin. Kaiwen gets to hold on to 2 lives as he finds the Annie upgrade. Now, it just have to see if he can find a little bit more off these neutrals. Babzera grabbing an Alistar 3 very late in the game. 4-7. Going for the techies.
Yeah, transferring items now, trying to get a belt to finish the Natural Tooth, and he has perfect items there on the Annie. So Kaiwen, amazing. Also one off Samira. Doesn't find the sack, but doesn't look like he needed. As you said, fully paired, trying to find the Nico now, and this will be one of the last roll downs here. Okay. Negating
There's
also
a
the
Zac.
Annie.
Decides to grab it.
Okay. Garen goes out. Another sack. So more pairs.
Diego 2, Nico 2. But he can't buy them. What did he sell? He sold Kabuko.
He sold Kabuko. He sold the sack also. He recognizes that he doesn't have time to get additional blobs here. So he's just playing 2 Samiras for now.
Yeah, I mean, Viego 2, locked the Nico 2. You found the Annie as well. Lucas getting the Yumi 3 in the final hour. Maybe can hold on to a little bit more HP. He's trying to outlive Robin primarily.
Let's see if it's enough here. Yumi, so much damage. Access to the backline. And there's the Tiber. So Lucas leaves. And he's not in the worst position. The bad news, he's already level 7, but he could ramp up here. Still far away from the Nafiri, but that Yumi will deal so much damage. And impressive, the adaptation and working out here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was a
For
perfect
both.
win into Ego as well, right? So it's good for Team TL. I mean, the HP in this lobby is crazy close. This is going to be a photo finish for both teams. Every single point is going to be fought for here.
Okay,
As we get
Robin.
towards the end, Lucas, I love the way that TL played this. Lucas, I think this recovery is insane. This is something you only would really see in 4v4 because the 8th versus 7th matters so much. I mean, it matters in single player as well, but Lucas might have been able to greet a little bit harder. He might have not been denied tears as hard as he was.
I mean, a player in the position of Lucas will just go A maybe with little goal and ball, but we know the creativeness of Lucas. He has demonstrated once and again in regionals, in Tactician Crown. This guy plays what the game gives to him and is able to avoid difficult positions here. Let's see, it should be enough here to clean, very close.
Solus.
And Lucas is also winning. So Lucas and Kaiwen both win here. And Ego maintaining the tempo with Anima.
I mean, and here's the thing, Robin lost. Lucas's goal was to send Robin 8th, was to outlive Robin. Robin takes a loss down to 18. Lucas found a win. Is that Nefiri 3? Did he find it? No, it's
6.
just second
Okay.
Nefiri 2.
Yeah.
6 copies.
Okay. Getting Storm Dynamo in here. So Robin is not looking bad at all. The thing is, this is also a comp that doesn't cap out in the late game. He needs maybe something good like Kobuko tool to be brought into the table by the Aurora. Level 9, two rolls left. He has Lucas in the rotation, goes against BCLF.
Yeah, he finds Kabuko pair in his shop. If he can win this, he can just buy it. If not, he'll have to lock. We're just trying to see the damage of the Vex come through. Struggling to get through even the Galio at first. Tavares as well as a supportive unit. And at good positioning away from the Poppy. The backline is safe. Ascension will pop. But the front line's still intact. But Ascension Morgana trying to just deal the damage. No extra cast from Varus. But Vex gets there. Robin holds on as Lucas and VCLF take losses. And now TL in a very precarious situation. They've got 2 at the bottom with VCLF and Lucas. But Ego and Babzera at the top of the tables.
Kaiwen goes immediately here for the Samira. BCLF, a little defense. Lucas with the blue buff. So he's able now to itemize both the Annie and the Yumi. And this just getting better and better. So Team Liquid in the top. Ego and Babzera getting good HP. But BCLF and Lucas in a very difficult position. Lucas only 1 life. And Citadel, like they're accustomed to us. They're just preserving SP as much as possible. There it is, Samira 2 for Kaiwen. Ego with the Aurora 2 in the Anima vertical, and Robin finds the Kobuko too, and that will be an additional performance for him, dropping it out also with the Aurora.
Yeah, it looks like VCLF has fully fallen off though, and Robin getting to find that upgrade of the Kabuko is huge. We know Kaiwing is safe. Lucas has been on the edge the entire time. Yes, he's picked up 5 amp. He has the Yumi 3. Maybe he can hold on, but we know he's lived longer than he has ever thought he would at this point. He goes up against Bobzera. Bobzera does get to sack for him. We see no items on Seraphine. Has saved a lot of HP, so can hold out for Lucas a little bit longer. And maybe that buys enough time for Robin or Solus to go down. The Gorilla very tanky, but when you take out all the damage, it is enough for Lucas to hold on. And not a bad loss either for Bobzera. Only 2 units. VCLF goes down. Solus takes a loss. Robin takes a loss. Lucas can maybe outlive one, but they have taken the 8th for Team Liquid.
Looking very close. So this will be probably a win out placement. We see everyone fighting for those last position. Huge win right now for Citadel, sending VCLF 8th. And now we see Lucas perfectly itemized. Soulless, 8 techie. Remember, this is a buff in 14.5, but not right now. But that's the out that the game did. And Kaiwen finding the Samira 2, finding a good Annie. Bobzera already capping out with the Gorilla. It's up for anyone here.
Love to see this fight. Lucas does get a teammate. Was Eo able to weaken the board? It does feel like he might be missing some items here. Doesn't get to move the Kabuko though. We'll have to see if it is enough. Ego, a little too much burst maybe. But the Yumi is still there. The Yumi's still firing away. Lucas gets the win. Robin stays alive. What about Solus? What about Solus? Going up against Bobzera. Solus goes down. TL holds on. They send Solus 7th. VCLF is in 8th. So it is going to be 1 win of the pairs for Citadel. But it is massive that TL didn't go 7/8 here.
Yeah, totally. Opens up more possibilities here. So now if Robin goes 5th, 6th is even spot. So the first place with the most moto. So Citadel, what they want actually is just to send Lucas 6, and that would mean even with a force, they're already good. So very important next round. Let's see what they get here out of neutrals. And more importantly, Cass, what are the face-off? What is the matchmaking right now? Kaiwen with a full win streak.
Yeah, Kaiwing definitely feels like the player that's looking to just win out in this game. I'm curious if anyone from TL can actually match him as we get towards the end of the game here. Robin, probably on his last legs. He has 2 teammates in his pool, though, if they want to try and sack for him and send Lucas towards that 6th place.
Is it really worth it? Because, well, he has Kobuko 2 with Aurora. I mean, it's not a cap-out board. It's not a win-out comp, but it's very good. Oh, my God. Lucas rolls to 0 to find the Nafiri 1 off.
Robin versus Lucas. Robin versus Lucas. Did not find the Nafiri 3. It's massive. The Kabuko going to be pulled in from that Aurora in just a moment, and that will buff up this front line so significantly, making it so much more difficult for the Yumi to get through. And already everything is gone. Annie doesn't get Tibbers out in time. Lucas will go down. Robin able to handle it, and it is so important because Dank Memes has just fallen to 1 life. So once again, Citadel winning that pair, as either Dank Memes or Robin is sure to fall soon, but Bobzera also losing a fight.
Yeah, more possibilities right now for Citadel to win. Already winning 2 matches here. So tough pot here for Team Liquid. Bobzera finds the Veigar. Shouldn't be enough. So just preserving HP right now is not ideal. Both Citadel game players, Robinson and Dan Mims, are in difficult position. So let's see if it's enough. Kaiwen trying to be the leader here for Citadel and just close it out right now.
Yeah, Kaiwing being able to find the Zac too. I think that cap out is fully come together. Dank Beams does get the Senna 3 just before that fight, maybe trying to beef up this Slayer board to deal with the techies, but the front line just evaporates into the techies. It's all up to Zed. He is getting a lot of resets through with the healing, but finally goes down. That will be the end of Dank Memes. Robin looks like he will fall as well. This time it is to Kaiwing. And so it is just the last remaining bastion of Team Liquid. If they can win the game, they will take it down, but they have to beat Kaiwing.
Okay, so they're facing each other. So Ego going against Kaiwen, Bobzera going against Ego, and Kaiwen going against Bobzera. So I mean, there's some combinations here. So obviously one will get the ghost, and we'll see the actual fight in the end. Rolls to 0, no one with additional damage here. What we're seeing right here, Kaiwen's just too much Exodia gets the go, so we should see the other fight, Ego against Babsera.
Yeah, Ego against Babsera. It feels like maybe, I mean, I actually don't know who has the higher cap here. It feels like Ego is playing Anima Squad, which usually just can't get there. But this Techies board, usually this is where it stops. Top 4. That's all you want out of this composition. You're not the one playing for the first. And Ego is the one who takes the win. Babsera still holding on to 4 life.
Kaiwen needs to be the leader here. What do you saw?
I just don't know that they have the potential to outcap Kaiwing. I think Kaiwing is already just way too far ahead. And Citadel should be able to lock this down. And neither of these compositions are also positional compositions. You can't find some very strong positioning that gets you there against Kaiwing's board.
Yeah, they need to outcap in double. They need a 1-2 here. So Kaiwen, if he managed to get second here, is enough for him just to drop one Team Liquid player more in the bottom. So...
Oh, no. They just need 1-3, right? Liquid?
1-3, 1-3. Okay.
Liquid 1-3, yeah.
Okay.
But still, that 1 is... I think the 1 is nearly impossible. I don't know how they're getting it.
Wow, Kaiwen, then the Exodia, and he's the one we should see because he doesn't have a ghost facement. He will be truly against the real, and he gets Ego, going up against Anima.
Yeah, I mean, Ego has really good itemization, and a lot of them, he did just hit the Renekton too. Maybe the legendaries are a way to actually get this cap, especially with the Aurora stacking up that Archangels, getting some massive damage out. And it actually seems like that might be the case. Samira gets the cast. Ego might have found a way to outcap, but no! Annie barely surviving just on 1 HP. Ego nearly able to take down Kaiwing. Maybe some different fight RNG, some different items on the Thieves' Gloves.
Getting additional gloves here. Ego just not getting the win. Kaiwen maintains the win streak, making everything possible here for Citadel to make sure we go to a third game in this final match of Road to EWC Americas.
That might have just been the chance, though. I don't know. I'm not sure what the difference was. And now Kaiwing, he gets more blobs. He actually gets to get stronger. I don't know if Ego can get stronger. I will say there is going to be an item coming up, and the Renekton has an item slot open, whereas Kaiwing does not have any item slots open on key units. So maybe there is a world that Ego can get stronger. And that fight was already close. And once again, a close fight, but this one not nearly as close as the other. And Babsera goes down. So just Ego versus Kaiwing, each of them potentially on 2 lives.
Going up for the final phase here. Ego, Anima Squad dropping out the Kobuko, and Kaiwen full Exodia mode, hasn't dropped down the win streak so far. Azir will give us the additional items here just to close out the game.
All right, Renekton gets to have a +1. Unfortunately, there's no healing for the backline for Ego, so can't really have the Renekton bite the Xayah for all that extra 80 you could get from the Death Blade. But it would be so risky, considering the area damage that exists from Ego's composition. Looking for upgrades, not popping the item just yet. A few small, very small upgrades coming through for Ego.
Yeah, it's so
Takes
tough.
the Infinity Edge.
Maybe some access to the backline risk it here with the Renekton can be an option, but you also want the utility to give full damage and full performance here. Let's see if it's some changes. Decides to maintain the Renekton in the middle, so it will be full front to back.
Yeah, the Zac gets directly in front of the Xayah, and the Shred is not on it, so its armor will be fully effective, though he does bounce to the middle just before the cast of Xayah, buys a lot of space. Renekton staying alive for now. Xayah cast alongside the Aurora, takes out everything. Ego takes a win over Kaiwing. Only needs one more.
Wow. In the end.
The difference, the +1 item.
I didn't saw that coming. So actually full tempo, good augments here, 29 blobs for Kaiwen versus Ego. That is just too strong here. getting good performance, good damage also for the Renekton, making sure they demolish the front line. And then maybe if the T-Burst doesn't go directly to the back line or doesn't tank as it should, the possibility here for Kaiwen or Ego to take it all. Ego wins, is Team Liquid for the series. Kaiwen wins, we have game 3.
Again, the Zac, immediately the first target, does get blown up because the Shred gets there. Renekton falls earlier this time. Overall, this is looking better for Kaiwing. The Samira cast, the Annie's down. Ego's got it. Ego wins it for Team Liquid. It's a 2-0, and Liquid is going to EWC as the second seed from the Americas. A hero play from Ego Illusions.
I mean, Anima Squad, Tempo, going into the Renekton, Vintage Comp, getting the first place for the team. Huge for Ego, for Ego once again. And this is the reason Ego has been demonstrating throughout the years that he's maybe, or for me, the best in Brazil. And this is the reason. A comp that shouldn't win, he managed to accomplish it full tempo, good augments, and obviously the position in the end, making sure that the Zac and the rest of the Shred goes in the same moment. And amazing for Team Liquid. Second seed for the Americas, going to EWC with the mental high and representing Brazil in the best way possible.
We wanted to see someone who's not Babzera be the hero for TL because we know that the team has the capability to do that, but it felt like Babzera was always the one that was going for loss streak, and I didn't want that to be the case for this team. I didn't want them to be like, oh, okay, if Babzera has an okay spot, he'll go for it. No, I want the team to be able to always find those wins, and they just prove it again and again. We know they're capable of it, but the fact that we get to see it on full display with Ego Illusions picking up that win, I mean, absolutely crazy to Anima out-cap 29 blobs on Zac, and it came down to +1 item on Renekton at the very last moment. Not any room left on Kaiwing's units outside of Nico, but a 1-item Nico versus the 3rd item on Renekton is such a massive swing.
Yeah, so clean to see also Ego Illusions, Lucas, the way he played, the way he rolled at level 7 and then just tried to send the rest 8 and just ensure a few points for the team was just amazing. And even though Citadel has lost 2-0, they have earned the 3rd seed to go to EWC directly. They have done amazing, and this is the final standing. These are the 3 teams that are qualified to go directly to Riyadh to be in the Esports World Cup for TFT. Team Vitality, 1st seed, Team Liquid, 2nd seed, and Citadel Gaming with the lead of Robinson, the 3rd one achieving. So, Cass, we only need to also mention the rest of the team that were amazing, and also the 2 teams that will be going to the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, I think, looking at these runs, we got to be proud to have Vitality, Liquid, and Citadel representing us. In Citadel, having to make the full losers run, they lost the PMD. They got 2-0'd in the very first round, but they proved themselves worthy through that lower bracket, taking down even 100 Thieves to earn the spot. Because when we look at the teams coming in, I think 100 Thieves was looking like one of the favorites, and they're going to have to fight their way through those global qualifiers when they fell to Citadel. But what a run.
Yeah, huge win for Team Kurumx, 2-0, dropping TMD in 6th place. So they are the ones going next week. That's one of the games that we will have. Team Kurumx and 100 Thieves will be the ones in the global last chance qualifier, going up against EMEA, going up against APAC and the CN server. And there will be some amazing games. We'll start to see not only America cast, what the rest of the world will try to come to us. Clement will join us also to make sure that we have all the details about the Asian representative. And I mean, for me, joyful cast. Amazing gameplay. We learned so much about 4v4, and this format just gets better and better. And for some, the future of competitive TFT.
Yeah, we wait all year for it, and now we get even more action streamed with these qualifiers. So it's huge that we're getting to do these this time around. I love to see all the teams popping off here in Hoope. It's been a great time spending the weekend on the desk with you. I look forward to next weekend as well. But for the rest of you at home, thank you so much for watching this time. Make sure to tune in next week for the global qualifiers. You won't want to miss all those teams in action. So thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Vamos.